Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. My name is Aditya Malik, and absolute pleasure to welcome all of you to day 2 of the first edition of PeopleTech.Future Conference and Awards organized by BW People. This grand 2-day-long conference serves as a platform to discuss, to celebrate, and also evaluate the remarkable work done by the organizations and HR professionals like yourselves. To set the context, a little about the HR tech. HR technology streamlines the processes, enhances employee experiences, and also drives strategic decision making, ultimately shaping a more efficient, engaged, and adaptable workforce. And today, the panelists, once they grace this very stage, they will discuss and share their experience and also shed light on topics like the ways to foster positive culture and engagement for happier organizations, navigating through emerging technologies and HR landscape, leveraging the increased use of analytics and insights in HR, investing in technologies that enhance employee experience, and also the role of CXOs, strategic alignment on how CXOs can ensure HR technology investments align with the business goals, and of course, more. And now after that, in the evening, we'll also have the first edition of BW People HR 50 Under 50 Awards. And before we move forward, I please request our team to play the BW People community area to give us a sneak peek into the world of BW People. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder of the Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in the country. Their networks spanning across 24 niche business communities and magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various vertical and domestic as well as global business ecosystems. And the changing times, BW now has a massive leadership in the digital space as well. BW's portfolio has 24 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and also forums that facilitate interactions between sectoral business leaders and also create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself updated on the developments, you can and you must subscribe to the Business World Group magazines. The exciting offers for all the attendees today. The latest issue, which puts spotlight on India's most influential women, is live now. This list features inspirational women from across the sectors who have helped in accelerating economic growth, drive social change, and also benefit humanity. And about today, can you please have today's event TV? Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW social platforms, including the social media channels and also on www.bwpeople.in. Any views, any opinions, any pictures that you share online, please also use the hashtag BWPeopleTech.Future. A big thank you to our partners as well. Our associate partner Rickson, our HRMS partner Great HR, our talent solutions partner Ripple Hire, our HR Tech training partner Enlink, our employer recognition partner High Fives, and our exhibit partners Talent Monitor and Leap 10X. Our own partners TECH.FUTURE Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz Impact, Which, Phantom, and Beanie Coffee. With that, can you now have the partners review, please?
Frontline engagement and training is broken. It should meet your workforce where they are without feeling like a battle to get to. It must as brief and engaging as social media they know and love, so they can enjoy, remember, and even come back to it. But it isn't. Important information never reaches them. Issues with engagement, onboarding, scalability, completion, and access snowball into issues with workforce performance, compliance, and retention. Leap 10X is giving you a new way to engage and train the frontline. Leap 10X embeds in the apps your frontline already use, such as WhatsApp, SMS, etc. So they can access content intuitively, take the next task, and be notified easily. Frictionless access and in the flow of work without any new app or login. Workers stay engaged with our immersive, interactive, Insta-story-style content that involve learners and win their attention and support rather than interrupt. And the best part is the training that meets them is personalized, created with AI in seconds in more than 10 languages. High-value content access to them, wherever they are, anytime. This means your frontline training can continue to be effective. Leap 10X supercharges productivity, safety, compliance, and retention. This is a happy, empowered workforce operating at their peak. Leap 10X helps you empower your frontline, engage them, and future-proof your operations, brand, and service.
2024 was a year to remember. We unveiled our new brand identity and renewed our commitment to empowering businesses with smarter, more effective solutions. This year, we enhanced our platform with smarter, more intuitive modules like the Great HR Performance Management System, automates goal assignment, tracking, and progress. Great HR Recruit transforms hiring with automated tasks and more to simplify your processes. But that's not all. With Great HR Engage, Unite Marketplace, and over 105 plus enhancements, we've made your HRMS platform more powerful than ever. We reached the milestone of 27,000 customers, empowering a 2.5 million strong community across 25 plus countries. With 23 branch-area webinars and over 6,000 attendees, Great HR is empowering our customers with knowledge and skills. Over 44,000 learners expanded their knowledge through Great HR Academy. Great FM broadcast received an impressive 2.77 lakh plus listens, delivering insights from industry experts. We're not just growing, we are advancing together. Our numbers from 2024 say it all. We also hit the road with Great Together, connecting face-to-face with our incredible community in Bangalore, Ahmedabad, Kochi, and beyond. Our customers say it best.
This is the best assurance software is provided to you. I integrated Great HR services under my umbrella. A whole new version of information. I would recommend Great HR. Definitely recommend Great HR. What about the time?
And let's not forget, we secured our largest investment in series and funding from Apex Digital. This year we celebrate our wins, not best Indian software product in G2, and the ET DigiPlus Award for Creative. Thanks for all your contributions. Together, we move forward, stronger, smarter, and ready for what's next. Your trust in us fuels our drive to go beyond good, to deliver something truly great. Cheers to an even better 2025.
A year ago, Maria, HR manager of Symbicorp, was looking for the right solution to keep employees motivated and engaged with a limited budget. The earlier system was a nightmare. It needed significant administrative effort, follow-ups, emails, and spreadsheets. Maria found the perfect solution in High Fives, a global SaaS platform for employee rewards, recognition, and engagement. High Fives is accessible from desktop, mobile app, and through HRMS. Today, managers are empowered to reward team members instantly through High Fives, using e-certificates and reward points. Employees can send thank you cards to coworkers, appreciate them for demonstrating core values, and can also post pictures and videos that others can like or comment on. Employees can redeem their reward points for Amazon, Starbucks, Pizza Hut, and many other e-gift cards through the High Fives platform itself. Thanks to High Fives, the process of sending birthday and work anniversary wishes is now fully automated. Certificates and awards can be announced on Microsoft Teams, Slack, and Intranet through integration with High Fives. Using High Fives, Maria can now conduct engagement activities such as quizzes, polls, and contests easily. She can manage and monitor everything from her interactive dashboard. Additionally, she can consult High Fives experts for best practices. High Fives has made everyone at Symbicorp really happy. If you are looking to transform your workplace experience, visit highfives.in or myhighfives.com now.
Thank you to our partners once again, and इसी के साथ to set context for day 2, the what and whys and what was day 1 like. To talk about that and more, please join me in welcoming to the stage Ms. Bilkis Rakhi, Business Head, BW People. Please.
Thank you so much, Aditya. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and dear friends. We all know that human resources function has undergone significant transformation over the years, shifting from transactional to critical in strategic business alignment and enablement. Human resources has always been about people, finding the right people, nurturing people, and creating enabling environments where people can thrive. In today's rapidly evolving digital world, technology has become an indispensable partner in this mission. Why are we talking about HR technology? Why now? Why are we charting future with PeopleTech? These discussions about HR technology are extremely relevant today for several interconnected reasons. We are experiencing unprecedented technological change across all business functions, including HR. Not just a support function, HR is now a strategic partner in business using data and digital tools. Employees in every organization want self-service options, mobile accessibility, and intelligent interfaces and smart platforms for everything. The rapid advancement of AI is transforming HR processes at a very fast pace. Global economies and economic uncertainties have intensified the need for HR to demonstrate value and efficiency. The awareness and growing emphasis on employees' well-being has created a demand for digital wellness platforms. The discussion about HR technologies is very relevant in today's time because we are in the midst of intersection of several major business trends. PeopleTech.Future is an attempt to acknowledge, understand, and anticipate the changes that HR technology has already brought in and will bring in the times to come. We had some brilliant, insightful discussions yesterday, and we have equally invigorating topics to discuss today. Our speakers have traveled from across the country and have massive amount of knowledge to share. We are very thankful to them, and we are very thankful to all of you for coming here. We have a small, entertaining mind-reading session also today to refresh you. Make the most of this time. Listen, absorb, ask, debate, network, and make the most of this opportunity. I hope that you make new, solid, meaningful connections here which last for a very long time. BW People team is here to help you. In case you have any queries, we are all here to support you. As a gesture of respect for the speakers, kindly be in the conference room when the panel discussions are going on. Lastly, please do participate actively and have a great time learning from the speakers and from each other. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bilkis. And now for the opening keynote on reshaping people management for the future, leveraging the power of disruptive technologies. To talk about this, please join me in welcoming to the stage Emmanuel David, MD, Grid International Trade, Board Member, AXA DM Healthcare, and Ex-Director, Data Management Training Center.
Thank you, Aditya. Am I audible? Yeah. Good morning, friends. I thank Business World, Dr. Anurag Batra, Bilkis, and so many friends of Business World whom I'm meeting again after a while for giving me this privilege to deliver this keynote at the PeopleTech.Future conference. I understand from what Bilkis said that you had very meaningful discussions yesterday and with nuggets to take away. I've been given this topic, reshaping people management for the future, leveraging the power of disruptive technologies. And yeah, it's been quite an interesting topic, and I did some little bit of thought and have been in the vertex of some of the changes as well. In the time afforded, I will do the following. I'll introduce the term disruptive technologies or disruptive innovations and set the context by touching on the history of disruptive technologies and touch upon disruptive technologies today. And I also want to spend some time and talk about some things which will not change. And having said that, let's kind of see what is needed to reshape people management. If we travel in time, we realize that one of the very first disruptions happened many, many years ago. Many years ago, let's say. But however, the term disruptive technologies was coined in 1995 only by the Harvard professor, Harvard Business School professor, Clayton Christensen. I also had the opportunity to meet him about 10 years ago. And incidentally, there's a paper written by Dr. Christensen called How Will You Measure Your Life? If you've not read it, I would urge you to read it. That's the only article Harvard has made available free for all its, for everybody. Otherwise, there's a charge for it. So you can look at it, download it, and in case you don't get it, just let me know, I'll send you a copy. But anyway, Is this better? Yeah. Okay. So Christensen used it to describe the way in which new entrants in a market can disrupt established businesses. And he outlined a process which is simple when looked in hindsight. And that's how it happens, you know. Anything looked in hindsight looks simple, but there's a lot of sweat when you actually work on it. So established companies tend to enhance their products or services for their most profitable customers, often overlooking the needs of the down market or underserved market. And new entrants target this underserved market, gaining traction by meeting those needs at a lower cost than established companies. Classic example is the Airbnb model as such. And suddenly everybody was moving and traveling. Established companies typically do not respond to these entrants. They say, we've been in this business so long, what can they do? That's what happened to Kodak as well, you can see. And continue to prioritize their more profitable customer segments. Then the entrants move upmarket, offering solutions that appeal to the established customers. And they start to take over that customer base. And then the disruption occurs when the new entrant begins to offer significant portion of the established company's mainstream customers. It's like that classic parable of the boiled frog. And by the time you think you should change, it is already too late. And this, my friends, is the anatomy of a disruptive technology. And Rich Simmons says it aptly, don't look for ideas that will confirm your thinking, rather look for trends that will disrupt your thoughts. Okay, we tend to see, how can I do more of the same? But we may say, what can I do differently? And I think that each of you are placed very well to look at the trends and come out with something different. So let's travel and find out about one of the first recorded disruption for humankind. I don't know if the answer's on your lips. However, I was surprised to learn about it, though it's so obvious, and it is fire. The discovery and the controlled use of fire was arguably the first major disruption and innovative in human history. It transformed how early humans lived, worked, and evolved, much like modern disruptive technologies. While the discovery of fire must be over 1.5 million years, the controlled use of fire could be about 400,000 years. And this is what changed. It disrupted raw food consumption. There was a lot of raw food consumption, suddenly it was cooked food. Then it disrupted darkness by extending the workday and therefore more productivity. And disrupted the primitive hunting and tool making through the use of metals. Because you had fire, you could mold the metals and have better tools when hunting. Then it disrupted human migration and adaptation. What does it mean? Because of fire, you could go to cooler climates. Otherwise, we were largely in the warmer areas. Then it also disrupted traditional warfare. Fire led to burning weapons, explosives, and metallurgy. As you can see, fire altered eating habits, impacted working hours and social connects after dusk, improved tools, impacted migration, and lastly, spawned the very well-doing defense industry, you can say, much so early. And then after that, there have been several disruptions, and I'll quickly name them to jog your memory, and you will find that yes, there were disruptions, but for us now it's commonplace. The hand axe, also about 1.5 million years ago. Then the spear, having a point on a rod, could kill animals differently. Then the sewing and clothing, the needle and thread was a very important innovation, disruption at that time. People could actually wear clothes. The bow and arrow, people hunted. Agriculture, pottery, the plow, handwriting, or writing rather. Writing actually gave way, spawned out how governments get formed, as well as record keeping. All these things happen in writing. Metalworking and copper and bronze and Iron Age comes. Soon to follow in 3005 BC was the wheel. And the Smithsonian organization records that the wheel is a 100% Homo sapien innovation. Because others, they look for inspiration from nature. But the wheel is something which the humans did it. I think we can each of us pat ourselves on the back for this human ingenuity. Like the fire, the wheel impacted the following aspects. The wheel disrupted human and animal transport. From human effort to carts, the pyramids, how they used to take big stones up. It disrupted agriculture, from hand-pull plows to wheel plows. Then manufacturing, again, the potter's wheel, that was the first use of the wheel. And that was mass production of pottery. Otherwise it was done individually. Then construction and infrastructure, wheel carts and pulleys, another important thing, and later geared pulleys. Then disrupted maritime and modern transport. Boats had paddles, then you had water wheels, and later steamboats. This disruption impacted the way humans work and interact and travel, having far-reaching consequences on people's lives. Perhaps, all of you who are here can do a fun project. Let's go back in time. Imagine you are the CHRO or the HR business partner for your tribe or organization, and it is announced that fire is just discovered or the wheel is just invented. How will you reshape the people management processes? Give a thought. Fun project. And share your thoughts with your children, your spouse, or your friends, and have a laugh about it, but it just tests your own ingenuity. And then if you look at the 20th century, again, these are all commonplace. And let me read it out quickly for you. You had automobiles, assembly lines, airplanes, antibiotics, ATMs, then to computers and mobiles and Internet of Things, right? And all these have come in rapid succession in the 20th century. What did they do? Three things. They replaced old technologies. We went from TVs versus radios or digital versus analog, created new industries, IT, biotech, e-commerce, and transformed daily life. And that whether it be cars, computers, internet, smartphones. The current day's disruptive technologies, I'm not going to touch on them. And for a simple reason, because you can use the disruptive technologies to understand what it is. Go to ChatGPT, Gemini, Google, or Grok to find out and see for yourself what is there. Even if you do it right now, you will know that there are so many things on the anvil. The past has been possible due to the human qualities of human curiosity, pursuit of excellence, and passion. And these will continue to be there, these qualities. And I believe that will be a constant. But then I ask myself, is that all? What else is there? When we look at society, and the way society has changed, at the same time preserved itself, I find that there are some enduring human values. I'm not going to get into details of each of them, because that will become a 3-credit course in a management school. But let me quickly rattle out. First and foremost, let's say integrity, honesty and ethical behavior, they're enduring values. Respect, we talk about it. That's across time. Dignity and valuing each other. Love, that is the emotional security. Responsibility, setting accountability for actions. Courage, standing for what's right. Empathy, understanding others' feelings. Compassion, softening adversity, being positive, showing kindness. forgiveness, healing and restoring relationships, perseverance, again, the determination to endure all kinds of situations, including disruptions. Finally, justice, fairness and equality. So these are certain values which each of us look for, and they continue to be so. They have been guiding individuals and societies, helping them maintain harmony and purpose in the face of adversity. I think these are the very values which make us human. So when there is a disruptive technology, I think the first reaction, the human being feels threatened. When that manifests, how do we, as, again, human resource personnel, react or respond? I choose these two words deliberately. Do we react or respond? I think the coming decade will see some of the greatest disruptions impacting many aspects of an employee or a citizen's life. In fact, boundaries will get blurred with aspects like personal space, privacy, whether it's intervention or interference, and so on and so forth. When you really look at artificial intelligence, the other disruptions or innovations were something you did something with. When you look at artificial intelligence, it poses an interesting opportunity and a challenge. It is more like one of us. And therefore, it poses a very different challenge. And I quote Sundar Pichai. He says, I always thought of AI as the most profound technology humanity is working on. More profound than fire or electricity or anything that we've done in the past. Since it is so profound and it has an implication, I think as human resource professionals, we have to bring back that humanity in the workplace. And therefore, you do not have an easy task. So as you reshape, remember a couple of these points, and we can't get into each aspect. The detailing is yours, but the framework is what I can share. I think the first and foremost aspect is, am I creating a safe space where there's transparency and dissent can be expressed with no fear of retaliation? Mark my words. People do hesitate sometimes to express themselves. Do employees have meaningful work to connect to their own sense of purpose? Because you tend to get reduced as an individual that I only have to do something. I don't know why I'm doing it. So as HR professionals, you have the opportunity to help people connect with a sense of purpose and the vision of the organization. Both are important. And then examine what processes enable employees and associates to give out their best and strive for excellence. I think people, as we have seen through time, like to strive for excellence, but you give the right environment to do that. And what processes can foster belongingness amongst associates? I'm using the word deliberately associates because we have so many gig workers and contractual labor and so on and so forth. And the work of the last mile is actually creating your own reputation. What processes would enable employees to team up with bots and AI? When you talk of teamwork tomorrow, it is with AI and bots. It's not necessarily only with other human beings. So you ought to be the first to design some programs or algorithms on this. How would you work? How it can enhance, human productivity. And I think you must reimagine employee engagement to include bots. What do you do about it? And I think a very key aspect, you have to make associates or employees responsible for their employability. Because very often the notion is the company will do something for you. Sorry, you are responsible for your employability. But what the organization can do is to create a learning ecosystem. Let me pause and tell you a short story in conclusion. Once in a coastal town, there was an old lighthouse keeper named Samuel. Every evening he would climb the spiral staircase, light the massive oil lamp, and ensure that ships could navigate safely. For decades he took pride in his duty. One day the engineers arrived with an electric light system. No more oil lamps, they announced. This new system will keep the light shining automatically. Samuel was furious. "You're replacing me," he exclaimed. But the lighthouse wasn't shutting down. It was evolving. The town offered Samuel a new role, maintaining and upgrading the electrical system, but he refused. "I know oil lamps, not electric bulbs," he muttered. Years passed. The lighthouse shone brighter than ever, guiding more ships safely home, but Samuel was no longer part of it. He had clung to the past whilst the world moved forward. With this background, I want to share 6 A's for you to be effective in this scenario. First is anticipation. Are we on a yesterday mode or a day-to-day mode? Are we thinking about the next 12 months, 18 months, 5 years, what might happen? Think of scenarios. Adaptability. Adaptability is very important so that you are focused on the vision and the values. Because it's very easy to adapt and do something which is contrary to values. Okay, you need to be flexible with tactics. You need to co-evolve and co-create with AI rather than just doing certain things. Next, as I mentioned earlier, agility in learning. How do you foster human potential with co-learning? It's not that we're being just more efficient, but to discover new selves about human beings. Right? Again, in learning, how can you find the insights in the haystack of information? Alignment. The next is alignment. Are you aligned with your key stakeholders? Be they colleagues, seniors, or customers? How do you get each other to collaborate? If only Samuel knew his role was to navigate ships safely, work would have taken a new meaning for him, had he been aligned to the purpose. The next A I would say is advocacy. Would you champion and influence causes and ideas which are important to reshape the policy? You've imagined something, you anticipated something, can you advocate? And that takes a larger meaning than just, influencing or leadership. The lighthouse did not have any one of you as an HRBP, else you would have made Samuel stay in his role. So, those are the 6 A's, but I think, let me pause. I think 7 is a good number, and I'll give you a 7th A. But I would say, this is the threshold A, and that is awareness. And first and foremost, even before you attempt anything, you need to be self-aware. Be aware of your biases, your blind spots, and where you may not be able to do well. You must know your strengths and limitations. I think that self-awareness is important. In my journey as a coach, I've been noticing that this seems to be an area where most leaders are deficient. And once they are aware of themselves, it unlocks a great potential. Next, you need to be aware of your customer segment. Where is value created? Where is value eroded? And also your ecosystem. Today, something happening in one part of the world has an impact, like the butterfly effect. So these are the 7 A's. Let me just tell you again: anticipation, adaptability, agility in learning, alignment, advocacy, and awareness. I believe by carefully adopting these 7 A's, you can be effective. In conclusion, Kathy Wood, an American investor, said, "In a world driven by disruption, make sure you're on the right side of change." So I wish you very well as you shine your light to your employees to ride the waves of disruption. Thank you very much.
Pilkis will be requested to do the honors. Answer, sir, please. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you, Bilkis. Please come. चलिए, after the opening keynote address, console की volume थोड़ी कम करेंगे, please. Thank you. It's now time for the first panel discussion on fostering positive culture and engagement for happier organizations. And while they set the stage up, I will introduce the panelists and then we can welcome them together to the stage. The panelists for this session, Vishu Garg, CPO, Dihad, Aditya Sareen, Head, Corporate and Business HR, Tata Power. Also joining them is Ms. Arshana Kodi, Global People and Organization Director, Sanders. And this session will be chaired by Vibhuti Gupta, Head, Total Rewards, Lenovo. Please, panelists and the session chair, Vibhuti ji. Let's welcome everybody with applause. Thank you.
Am I audible? Thank you. Okay, good morning everybody and thank you for joining in. I have the pleasure of moderating the first panel of the day and I hope that I can bring the point up to make sure that you all have a good rest of your day. Just to make sure, how much time do we have, Bilkis? 40 minutes. Oh, great, perfect. All right, so let me start by posing a question to the audience. I'm going to take names of a few organizations, Deloitte, Google, TikTok, and Airbnb. Apart from all the four of them being big organizations, what do you think is one common thing between all of them? Any guesses? Any guesses, panelists?
I just said that the only thing common is that you've taken their names in the morning today, so.
Anything else that comes to your mind, Rachna?
Happiness and culture.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Great, great. The designed workplaces. Desired workplaces, sure, sure.
Considered to be very happy places to work.
We're getting there. Empowering culture. All right. The answer to what I had originally scoped to ask was very similar to what you all are meaning to say. And the only thing common between them is they appointed a role called the Chief Happiness Officer recently. And that is such a huge change in the way that we have seen roles emerge in organizations. So if any of you are worried that AI is going to take up our jobs, you can know that these are some of the new jobs that are getting emerged in our workplaces. So with this, I'm happy to introduce the topic of today, which is fostering a positive culture and engagement for happier organizations. And I have an esteemed panel members who are sitting besides me. So what I'll do is quickly to set the context in place, and what I will try to do is not make the topic look very cliched into, we all know that yes, engagement is important, etc., etc. We'll go into some specifics. So let me start with you, Archana. If you can talk about what industry do you represent, and what is one of the biggest shifts that you've seen in your industry and in your company that is leading to the need of happier places more stark now?
Thanks, Vibhuti. That's a great question to start with. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to take the first question of the first panel of the day. I work with Sandoz. Sandoz is the world's leading generic healthcare provider, and I'm very proud to represent them this morning. I've been in the healthcare industry for over a decade now. Prior to that, I was with one of the companies Vibhuti named, Deloitte, which I loved being with. And I started out as a medical transcriptionist, so healthcare has been a significant part of my life. One transformation I've seen in the healthcare industry is the speak up culture, as we call it. So in the past, you might have heard about examples where the operation was successful but the patient died, because along with the doctor, there is this team of people working who are really scared to tell the doctor you left the scissors inside the body when you were doing the surgery, right? So healthcare as an industry has evolved a lot, because innovation in healthcare is even more precision making today than any other industry. Just look at how your model of healthcare today is. You might just book an appointment on your phone. You might approach a doctor who is a lot more friendlier to you than a doctor you saw a decade ago. Your pills, your healthcare systems, the medicines that are reaching you are far more advanced than the healthcare systems of 10 years ago. So how are these innovations taking place? Innovations come from happy people. They come from people who feel a sense of belonging and contribution to organizations. So there are many examples, and maybe one I'll quote this morning is Zolgensma. Has any one of you heard of this product? So this is a product coming from Novartis. Sandoz spun off from Novartis a couple of years ago, and Novartis is an innovator healthcare company. We can spend another day talking about the difference in innovator and generic healthcare providers, but some of you who follow the game will understand what I'm talking about. Now, in 2018, Novartis acquired a healthcare company called Avexis, who were focused on cell and gene therapies. This is a very, very niche way of treating devastating diseases like spinal muscular atrophy. And this acquisition made a transformation in healthcare possible with cell and gene therapies and treatment for a disease as devastating as spinal muscular atrophy. So recognizing that there is potential, giving people that opportunity to speak up, to contribute, rather than seeing them as industry line workers, just follow the protocol, just get done with the SOP. That's the biggest transformation I've experienced in healthcare over the last decade.
Wonderful. So what I pick up from you is healthcare, of course, addressing the needs of our populations, and innovation being key. Okay, thank you. Aditya, may I come to you for this question?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Aditya Sarin from Tata Power. I represent India's largest private integrated power company. And as I speak to you today, we're just 114 years young as an organization. And I incidentally completed almost about 11 years in Tata Power. The industry per se, the power sector, has undergone a lot of transformation over the last decade, and I'm so happy that I've been part of this journey as part of the people that are driving this journey within the organization. In fact, in some of our narratives that we give in campuses, one of my team manages the campus and cadre relations, is that power is what perhaps IT was in the early 90s and what perhaps telecom was in the early 2000s. The reason I say this is, look at the kind of state of privatization happening in the way power is distributed. You see a great case in point in the way Delhi happened, and I'm a Delhiite, moved to Mumbai some 14 years back. So you see how Delhi has emerged from the way there was a state-run power distribution company to now the way power is happening. Soon you will all realize that you may be able to choose your power provider, which means in the same very hall, Mr. Emmanuel David and I were discussing in the morning, some 15 years back, I was in a different company along with him, and we were talking about strategy about telecom, and at that time your mobile numbers were locked on your phones, CDMA, right? And today you can port your number remains the same, however your provider can change. Imagine the same thing happening with the power sector when you can actually decide who supplies power to your home. That is one part. The next is how power is generated from a fossil fuel based generation, which was primarily driving the way power was generated, to today using the Lord's sun and getting everything from renewables and green power has become a conscious call for sustainability across the globe. Why only India? The third is allied and value-added services like EV charging systems, battery storage, round-the-clock aspects, rooftop solar, and so on and so forth. So the reason I gave this long narrative is that what primarily was a B2B organization or a B2B industry is today a hardcore B2C, perhaps soon a D2C organization. And therefore what changed in the power sector is from technology specialists, engineers, who think in the line of operations and maintenance. We're now a set of people that think customer first, that think data, that think technology, that think innovation, think how AI can be used in the areas of power generation, transmission, distribution, and so on and so forth. And therefore the mix in the workforce are people that come from outside the power sector also. The mix in the workforce is people that come from hardcore sales and customer service organizations. So look at that transformation from a primary generation company, a GenCo, to what is called a power, value chain. The next thing that we saw in the industry is the onset of a lot of renewable companies, a lot of renewable players, because renewables is the name of the game today as we speak. So that's the mushrooming of large companies. Therefore, a lot of module manufacturing plants being set up in India towards the southern part of India. The government having a lot of policies that are powering the power sector. Now, why am I saying all this? And because the workforce is expanding. When I joined Tata Power in 2014, we were about some 3,000 odd people. Today, we have 25,000 employees in the company, and I'm only talking about on-roll employees. We acquired the state of Odisha, the entire state of Odisha for power distribution in the peak of COVID. And our people traveled from Delhi, from Mumbai, from Ajmer, to Odisha to take over the operations when the entire country and the world was sitting at home and working from home. So their well-being, their engagement, their happiness is extremely critical for us. And how do we do it? We do it because we are a set of purposeful people. We are passionate about what we do. We are passionate to bring power to your house. We are passionate to bring light to your lives. We are passionate with the invisible goodness that we all create. So that's an overarching theme. But we do have specific ways and means to ensure that there's well-being happening, there's happiness happening, there's oneness, there's growth, there's sustainability, and a lot of this. And I think as we segue into the next set of conversation, I will bring out certain aspects here. We also are a panel of people that start with the reverse order. We start with making the audiences speak. So we did that with you, and I think you've been fantastic audiences. Lovely being with you, and I think we're looking forward to a greater discussion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Aditya. So what I pick up from what you said is that your organization is pivoting from just a B2B to a B2C, which makes people to be the center of relationships that is going to help your business be built on, and employees being happy will make sure that business becomes better. Great. Rishu, may I come to you for this?
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. So I represent DeHaat. DeHaat is today, one of the largest agri-tech firms. We are trying to build a full-stack organization where we provide solutions to the entire agriculture community, which includes all sort of inputs to farmers. Could be seeds, fertilizers, tools and machinery, a line of credit. We geotag their farms, we provide drone services, and on the output side, we procure from farmers and ensure that they get a great market for their crop. So I was very, it was very interesting when I was hearing my co-panelists. So yesterday we had our engagement scores out, and the partner who's been doing this for us said that you have a very unique proposition in your company. So our scores, thankfully have been going, have been on an upward trend year on year. And one of the highest scores that we get, so this year we got a score of about 92% on one of the parameters, which was pride. that I'm really proud to be working with the company, very proud to be associated with the kind of work that I'm doing, very proud about the impact that I'm creating. So they said, there are very few companies who, get employees to actually, live their purpose and dreams. So, agreeing to what the co-panelists said, I think one of the biggest changes that I've seen in the recent years is that employees are very mindful of the amount of time that they're spending at work. And they want to ensure that that time aligns with their personal goals. So the professional goal, if it is very, very close to their personal goals, then it really helps them to be, to live a more holistic life and to be happy. I was thinking about that role, Chief Happiness Officer, and I was thinking about the earlier panelists who spoke about employability. So, happiness like employability is something that comes from within, right? And, we are all trying to create environments where people can thrive, where they can be their best, and, where they always feel that their bucket is full. And that actually, while I know it's called the Chief Happiness Officer, but it's a big accountability as compared to being a crown. And I feel something that's working for DeHaat is number one, of course, the purpose that we are, trying to serve. We are trying to make an impact in lives of millions of farmers. The second thing that works for us beautifully is, the amount of listening that we do in our organization. I think there is a conscious effort, and this also comes from the nature of our business. Our customers or the end person that we are trying to impact are people who are quite risk averse. They're people who have, learned their craft from centuries, and who know more about farming than we will ever know. And to understand them and to help them, use new technology to disrupt, their ways of doing things requires a lot of patience and respect. And I think that is something that we channel internally in our culture. There are a lot of forums of listening, understanding what's happening on the ground. There's also a lot of time and patience given to ensure that we do things right and we're not pivoting all the time. And I think that helps people to be at peace and bring their best selves to work.
Thank you. And I represent Lenovo, which is a technology company, and we are not just in the business of using technology, but or AI for that matter. We're actually creating AI. I mean, we create the infrastructure needed for AI. And for us, I think one of the things that is working for us as a company is that we have such wonderful use cases of where we see our technology being used that it's eye-opening to us. Every day we hear of customers using our technology for solving medical problems that have not been solved for years, for solving traffic management problems in cities that are very, very crowded, etc. So that brings a bit of passion and meaning to work as well. Now, thank you, and I'm very, very happy to share this with the audience that all the industries and the companies are pivoting their work from just working for profits, but to working towards allowing passion and meaning to come in work, which is great to see. Now that's one side of the story, right? Let me also get the elephant in the room, which is that whenever there are now these surveys that are being done, happiness surveys or engagement surveys, of course we have some that are done in our organizations, but then there are also some which are done in public at large. And we see that about 60% of the people say that they are not engaged at work. About 50% people say that they are quiet quitting, which is a new trend and a new buzzword, right? And about 20% of them are loud quitting, right? And for those of you who do not know, quiet quitting is a concept where they say that we will only, we are not engaged, so we will do the minimal at work. The other corresponding trend to this is called #ActYourWage, which is, by the way, a super trend on platforms like TikTok, where they say that we are only going to work as far as we get the work done, what our salary is paying for, right? We don't want to do the work just for the heck of it. So what is it that is going on? What is it that employees you see are expecting differently, which is featuring into this sort of, I'm not pinpointing towards a particular company. We might be having, great engagement scores internally, but the mood at large is that something has changed, right? And of course, this sort of peaked after COVID, right? What are some of the main things that you have seen why this possibly could be happening in your organizations, for example? Anybody can take this up.
So I have a situation at hand where in Tata Power we have almost 4 generations working together. And by the way, in Tata Power we have a 5th generation employee also that works with us. So we have a set of people that are where we have purposeful families. The families have been working with us. I would not say that there's a problem, but I definitely would say that there's a important set of feelers that we've been getting, and I think the industry at large. COVID was a big eye opener. I think it brought health and well-being at the forefront of every employee and every family. Right? And I think that's a no-brainer. People are aware of that. The second, people had enough time to look at value and purpose congruence between self and the organization. And I quite like what you said about act your wage, etc. I think people, because they had time and because they were all together and because they were all facing what could be called the rarest of the rare calamity, they were all trying to understand and find meaning in life together. And I'm going to segue into the organization in just a couple of seconds. The third is the onset of the Gen Z, the millennial and Gen Zs, where perhaps the way they think and the way they want to be managed is drastically different from the way the people that are leading and managing them manage. So suddenly you have a lot of things that came together, and to Mr. David, it was perhaps the time of disruption. To blame it on education, which is fast-paced, to blame it on purchasing power, to blame it on being everything available at the click of a button. I think a lot of things happened, ladies and gentlemen, in the last 3 to 4 years. And therefore, when all this happened, expectations of employees changed. But I'm glad to say that people in this room and those watching us online or those on the way still, trying to manage the Gurgaon Delhi traffic, actually acted swiftly. They acted swiftly by understanding that this change is here to stay. It's right there. And I think HR colleagues, CXOs, functional leaders took cognizance and started taking action. I'll bring you the action that we took instead of focusing on the problem. We realized that people have passions that are forgotten. And we therefore started something called Forgotten Passions. Now that means if you wanted to just, learn to play the guitar, don't worry, we have you covered. We will sponsor you, provided you take the first step. Yeah? You wanted to learn gardening, or you wanted to, nurture your hobby of gardening, we have you covered. We will get you as a close group of people who perhaps can share this passion and maybe share good practices. That said, we also realized that because our people were working round the clock, ladies and gentlemen, in the field to get power to you, we wanted them to feel cared for. So our managing director himself was on field talking to these people on the ground. No better than acknowledging their contribution by being with them on the ground and not doing a webinar to say we care for you, but going to the plant and saying, I care for you, we all care for you. The third thing that we did is that we realized that we need a very, very focused approach to health and wellness, and therefore we created our Fuller Life program. The Fuller Life program is not only about health and wellness. It's about enabling you to achieve whatever you'd like to do, professionally and personally. So, and then many such things, connects, etc. But what I'm trying to draw attention to is that when people's expectations changed because of reasons that we've discussed, organizations like ours and all of yours acted swiftly. And each one of us in this room, I'm sure, has not one but many such instances where we've gone out of the framework, tried to adapt, and tried to get people in this. But one of the most important learnings for us was, and I think I agree with what you said, we listened. We listened to people. A basic check-in call saying, hey, how are you doing? I'm concerned about you, was a very big motivator. The youngsters also, by the way, there's a lot of bad mouthing about Gen Zs, they do this and they do that. It's actually not that way. We're not able to understand perhaps, or not listening enough, or listening enough, but then using our lens of Gen X, Gen Y, whatever generation you belong to. I think most of the people in this room are for 50, under 50, so they will be under 50. So you can look at which generation you fall into, but trying to manage them with the lens that you were being managed or you want to manage. I think that's where we were, but a lot of action has happened on ground. Happy to get to understand from other panelists.
Very nice, and thank you, Aditya. So what I'm hearing from both Rishu and you say is that you have focused a lot on listening. Let me come to the question of, have the ways of listening changed? I mean, we have traditionally been grown up in an environment where we used to have an annual engagement survey, right? Is that still the trend, or have you evolved your ways of listening? Issue.
So absolutely, they've completely changed, I feel. Listening to somebody once a year is just too less. So there are various forums that work for us at the Hath, and I would want to share a couple of them. Some of them are very, very low investment. So we have roughly today about 2,000 people spread across the country. And they are sometimes in districts where there are just one or two people in one district, and maybe too far away from their HR, too far away from their manager. So how do we ensure that our culture, our values percolate to them every day? So apart from, of course, using a lot of technology to ensure that all communication flows to them, they feel connected through our apps and through a network of modules that we've created. There's also a simple tool that we've deployed, which is a listening tool, which is a chatbot that reaches out to people, based on their career journey with the Hath. So if you've just joined, the tool will reach out to you every 15 days. If you've spent a year, then it will reach out to you every quarter. If you spend 3 years, then maybe every 6 months. That gives us a continued sense of, understanding on how the person is doing. And it also helps us understand what is it that particular person needs to know. For example, our HR teams have regular cohort calls or meetings, on-ground huddles that they do. But often, people get missed out on those meetings, or maybe people are not comfortable speaking up in a group. So these one-on-one connects help us to understand, okay, what is it that this particular person needs, and we can quickly solve it for them. The other thing, I think, which works immensely for us, and I completely agree with what he said, is having a leadership team on ground. So there is, we plan our travel and our visits very, very carefully. Even if, there's a town hall, we ensure that all of us are kind of spread out and taking that from different locations. So that people know, yes, that this town hall is not happening from, let's say, the headquarters, but, the leaders are amongst us in the field, and some of them are speaking from there. So, how we ensure that there is a mix of both physical and digital touch point. And of course, one of the things which comes as a stress point, so apart from all the good things that come out of the survey, one of the things that has been coming as a stress point year on year is the happiness of the middle management. I feel they are amongst the most stressed layer today, and their scores are something that we are always worried about. Because, a lot of them, a lot of young people suddenly became managers after, the entire workforce structure changed post-COVID. And so we're trying to ensure that they have a lot of help. Especially in technology, I don't know if all of you have experienced this. In our technology team, I often get a lot of people coming to me and saying that, can you reverse my promotion? And, can I go back to an IC role? And I'm not wanting to do this team lead role. Right? So, there is, and we understand, we understand the complexity that comes in. So there are a lot of programs that we're running to help managers, lead better and also treat them as humans. We know that they're doing this, a lot of them are doing this for the first time, so they will make mistakes. And that's something that we're focusing on.
Very nice. So again, what's coming to light is that the involvement of leadership is becoming absolutely critical. It's not just a good to have, but actually change happens with them in picture. And secondly, managers are the ones who have to hold the baton of making this work. Because, to all of us, HR cannot be the only party involved or responsible for well-being and happiness at work. So that's very interesting. Archana, let me come to you for another point. Now, there was a recent survey done by Gallup, and again, Gallup is in the business of doing engagement surveys, and they said that the maximum engagement boost comes in when employees are working from home or off-site at least 60% of times, right? That's what the survey is saying. That's what employees are saying, let's say, right? Now, and organizations, of course, could have different priorities in wanting people to come back to work. What is your strategy, your organization strategy of work from home, hybrid, or work from office? And how do you engage people who are distributed?
Thanks, Vibhuti. Again, excellent question. So this trend that you're talking about, what Gallup reported out, again, is a post-COVID trend. If you go back to the pre-COVID days, none of us in this room could have imagined a life where you're sitting at home for longer than a day or two. Even the best companies that were awarded or called out were the ones who gave a 60-day work from home policy in a year. So that was celebrated in itself. And today, many companies don't even care or count, right? I'm proud to say we are one of them. We do care, we do count, but not to a point where we track or we ask people to report out. So Sandoz follows a hybrid working culture where we expect employees to be in the office 50% of their time, but it is a very autonomous way of deploying that. What does that mean? So we don't track, has this employee been seen in the office 50% of time? The accountability of that lies with the manager and the team. So a team can speak up to the manager if they observe bias in it, they figure a way of working, and then it is up to them. So what you said is right. So I think the future role of HR would be how can they become irrelevant sooner with their policies. The more they are pushing their way into it, that's the pressure the department is inculcating. They need to show the organization a way of future. The way of working with that future lies with the manager, with the associates. The concept of is it really a people manager for future again came from industrialization. Today you may not need a manager. Many companies have moved to calling these people counselors, coaches, whatever you might want to call them, because there's nothing to manage. Especially in Gen Z is the point you called out. Self-managed workers are contributing more than somebody who's managed by someone. So our strategy is that. Now, just another important perspective there is for companies who are starting out young on these surveys on concepts of working from home, and trying to figure their way out. What is the balance? How much to track, what not to track? Of course, you might be running those surveys. So these days, the listening trend is more about Employees are looking for, are you just listening for the sake of listening? Like you have to be there, you have to make the industry cut. So maybe many of us in this room have that survey. That is given, it's not a new trend. Are you listening to empathize? Like you come into the room and you just tell people, we hear you, this is bad, this is good, excellent. Or are you listening to respond? Are you going back to them quarter on quarter, year on year to say, you said these 3 things last year, these 2 things, excellent points, we still have time. Here's one thing we've transformed the way we do and it's coming from you. So work from home is such a trend. So if you're creating a trend out of it, it has to come back from what people want to do. So one of the things we did to champion this way of working is a culture ambassador network. So I think we made an excellent point in terms of the pressure on the middle management. What will a manager do? It's a sandwich situation. You can convert it to a neurotransmitter situation, right? Give them the power. They have the network of the top of the on-ground situation. Now to transfer that, we said the culture ambassadors are ones from the grassroots level. So they are our culture champions. They are dictating the culture of the organization. The managers are enabling that. The leadership is endorsing or supporting that. If culture is coming top down, you will always experience the employee grudge of saying, that's not what I want. Why are you doing this? Why are you putting so much of money into it? If it comes bottom up, then it is coming from what is the underlying cause of that score or that parameter that has come up. So linking it back to the work from home, it's one of those trends that we are addressing. Yeah.
Now, another talk of the town is burnout and stress, you know, and I'm since the topic is about positive culture, I can't help but look at, you know, what is the problems that we are getting at hand, right? And I mean, there was a social media furore about some leaders expecting our, population to work a certain number of hours a day. Now, of course, there is a concept of productivity, right? But what we are discussing here in this room is that work is no longer about productivity. It is about growth. It is about care. That is what people now come to work for. And the topic of burnout and stress is, I feel, you know, with the kind of conversations that we have when we figure out that employees are burnt out or stressed, it's mostly about advocating boundaries at work, right? And unfortunately, this is not a skill that any of us have picked up or been taught in school, college, etc. And, you know, failure to do that impacts us, impacts the organization, impacts everybody at large, right? So my question to you, Aditya, is that as HR leaders, what can we do to facilitate this softer understanding that boundaries are important at work, both for employees who are expected to work and for managers who put that pressure to work?
Excellent question. Thanks for this one. Unfortunately, there's no training of how to be a good manager, except for those standalone, managerial effectiveness trainings. The problem is that we tend to manage our, teams the way perhaps we've been managed, or the way perhaps we've seen people who we want to emulate managing people. Now the conundrum there is that the people who we are trying to manage are a different set of people. And therefore what we're trying to look at and, kind of action, there's a huge gap there. And therefore people who have this habit of saying, I want it now, where are you, question mark, why is it not done, etc., they're getting into the zone of discomfort for the recipient. Now, by the way, both these people, the recipient and the person who's emanating it, are right at their own levels, because this person is used to not seeing his wife on a Sunday also. Yeah, there's some humor in the room. And this person has been groomed that way. That's it, period. And therefore he expects or she expects that you will not see your partner also on a Sunday. Now that's not the way it is. This particular youngster now wants to swim on a Sunday, wants to go horse ride on a Sunday, wants to go shop on a Sunday, wants to take the pet on a stroll, and at that time this person wants you to look at your wife and not intrude into this person's life. But then you being you, whoever you are, you will definitely nag him or her and say, I want this now. So the point to note is, where is urgency going to stop? And the aspect to therefore drive home is, What is urgent for you? Is it urgent for the other person? And perhaps defining urgency is a need of the hour. Second, is the aspect of giving people some space for, first of all, aligning or setting their own priorities. If I was to thrust my priorities on you, there would definitely be some commotion, perhaps lead to burnout and stress. So that's point number 2. Point number 3 is the fact that I work with Gen Zs, I work with multiple other generations as well. Everybody is responsible. Let's go back to the basics of the OB theories of everybody is good. X or Y, I'm not sure that you can figure out, but we're assuming that they're not. And therefore, I have had instances where people have gone out of their way to ensure things are done if you show them the impact and the purpose behind that. And therefore, I think if there's one need of the hour, and by the way, the poor middle manager, oh my God, don't even ask about him or her. The sandwich person that he or she is, can't see the wife or spouse 7 days, has to see the boss every time, has to see the juniors every time, and look at all this is a complex situation with no formal education in this. So I think if we want to look at how people should be managed, it's now, before this burnout becomes a trend, and we will see a situation where there could be mass exits and people can, and now information travels fast. Yeah, perhaps the color of my tie would be on social media faster than my next word. And therefore the way you manage will be outside in the open before even you realize what have you done. So being mindful of the way you're coming across, being mindful of the expectations of the other person, and knowing that this generation is not that regimented. It is not, and that's the fact. I mean, I remember my mom and dad telling me, this is the way you're going to have a haircut, and I said, okay. That is centuries ago. I mean, if I try doing that, my pet barks on me saying, how are you telling me this? I'm a Gen Z pet, I will not do this. So, and we're trying to regiment people who are mature professionals, so it wouldn't work. And then I think my humble submission, and that's what I practice, I'm going to be specific. You mentioned to us in the group that be specific. So here's specificity, that I try to understand the other person's perspective. And yes, sometimes you have to wear the manager hat and you have to push back. Also, please, for all those who are listening and watching, please also be reasonable to your managers. My request, I mean, I'm representing the Manager Society of India, if there's anything that exists here, is that please also understand that we also come from some logic of chain of command, and we are not doing it because we don't like you. We also like you very much, but we have to be liked upstairs, up as well, right? So please understand that we will not cause unnecessary discomfort to you, but you also have to be accommodating and adaptive. And perhaps, that's how this handshake will work. So if I could add some humor, that was perhaps my intention. And if I could draw some learnings, that's on you.
Sure,
yeah?
just on time.
No, but this doesn't bite. It doesn't bite. It's just a poor LED that's been put there. It doesn't do anything. After 5 seconds, it'll still be the same. Over to you.
Okay, I think we are in the, a great way. Oh, okay, you have a question. Sorry. Yes, please. Please.
I was excited to see your photo. I thought Tom Cruise is here.
Just 1 second. Is my wife watching? Are you there live? Okay. Chief, I want to catch you in the next break. You want to say this on WhatsApp to her.
So, Arisa, what you said about the Gen X and maybe, Gen Alpha is a bit of contrarian view. In my past organization, we have recruited people from good colleges. But it's a real predicament that we have faced. They want their Insta to be on while working, or some videos to be played while working, or any game maybe. If you the quality of work is impacted, and then if you sort of oppose, they tend to say, and it has been a trend. I mean, have you not faced it like
I have not faced it. I face it every day in my house. Also, my daughter studies with the AirPods on. And when I say, what are you studying? They say, what? She says, I'm listening to music and studying. So, I think Instagram on or, looking at two things at the same time is the way, is perhaps the new normal. I'm not getting into the discussion of whether you or me are right or they are right. I'm trying to get in a discussion of what is acceptable at work, right? If Instagram and Facebook or whatever the new ones are, if they are not part of the way your organization works, it's good to tell them upfront that this is not who we are. For example, at Tata Power, we clearly say, and we take pride that we are not a work from home company. We cannot be. I cannot provide electricity when I am working from home. I just cannot. And if you want to know how important we are, shut off the lights console and shut the mic. You will realize how important the power company is. So we are not, and therefore we are not in the race to be one. And therefore, I think it's important for every organization or every person to know the fabric that you are. I cannot be you, you cannot be me. I mean, you can be, but it's your choice. So we will not get in the race. And therefore, if Instagram is a no-no, it is a no-no. There was this discussion on bring your own gadget, BYOG, some years back, right? IT companies don't allow you to bring yourself inside. Forget your gadget. They check you so many times with so many checks and balances that you can't come inside. So that's the way it is, right? So if you don't want to get Instagram, it is, and if they want to leave you and go, don't worry, there are takers who want to have Instagram with them. Don't worry. I think the ask of today is to find your talent as in the talent that is relevant to your organization through this entire talent war. Do not or should not get into a situation where we're trying to emulate somebody or trying to be in the race because somebody else is doing it. I think being true to ourselves and our purpose and our culture and our fabric is the only thing that will be there. And there are takers for everybody. There are takers for everybody. I think that's the way it is, in my humble opinion. On your compliment, I still love you so much.
Yes, there is another question.
Take 10 seconds, I'm taking more airtime than allowed. I'm so sorry, but I think now is the time for, and I think all those that look at, inventories and aspects of assessments, etc., to find the right talent which is congruent to what you're looking at. We should invest more time in that congruence than in technical aptitude. We don't do it. Most of us don't do it. You have a report that many of these vendors give, and in the interview we hardly see it, we as in everybody, right? I think it's time to see whether the person that you're looking at hiring or promoting, is that person in alignment with your organization's purpose, your organization's culture, and so on and so forth. Otherwise, you're trying to buy or onboard a 4x4 to go and buy vegetables. It wouldn't work. It's an off-roading vehicle meant to do off-roading. So why are we looking at then people who are wrongly aligned or misaligned? And by the way, they are aligned for something else. We're forcing them. So I'd recommend or request that we spend enough and more time on identification of talent so that we don't get into this burnout, this Instagram, and this kind of a purpose. I'm not taking any more questions. My panelists will eat me up.
No, thank you so much. I think I'll just end with a quick rapid fire. This wasn't planned, but happy to hear. Okay, so let me start with you, Archana. One best practice that works for you in engaging hybrid talent. One.
Hybrid talent is not hybrid everywhere. First, let's get this right. You've called out examples. Even for Sandoz, our lab workers are in the lab 24/7 because it's a medicines company. Leaders need to do what they're asking people to do. That's the best practice I would share. I had a leader writing to a team last week saying, weekends are for you, evenings are for you. If there is a request you need to handle over a weekend or an evening, your manager needs to write to me and I will approve this before you handle it. Right? So examples become on-road targets when a leader acts it out, not the concept itself.
I think that for you, but it's the same question.
Listen and act.
Listen.
Listen genuinely, act with integrity. That's it, period.
I think, some of the easiest, things one you can do is ask instead of telling. It is very, very important, to check with the person and ask what is it that they are comfortable for. With, could be a deadline, could be a meeting, could be a, important task. And that is something that we always tell our, managers, that keep the other person's need in mind, then, it shouldn't be a problem.
Yes, please. Okay, sure, we can hear you.
Senior government official who spent 35 years in government, the entire private sector wants the labor codes in our country to change. When our top echelons talk about 70 to 90 hours of work, do you think our labor codes can ever change? Our labor inspector will never let you off. Please understand, I find this dichotomy very strong between the private sector and the government. All the time, the criticism is we are not progressing because our labor codes are not changing. No labor reforms. Every MNC is saying that. And then you put 70 to 90 hours of work as a norm. My first point. My second point, you talk about burnout, you talk about all these things, but you don't talk about attrition rates. Tell me one organization where the attrition rate is more than, not less than 50%. Today, young people want a lot of things which you're not able to provide. No matter what kind of chief happiness officer you have or whatever, you're documented. And I'm being very serious because I have two sons-in-law and a daughter who are going through this. My third point, in the government, especially at the middle and the senior level, we work 10 hours a day for 6 days a week, each one of us. That means 60 hours a week is a norm. And on Sundays also, you're working all the time, when you have a WhatsApp or a LinkedIn, you're working all the time. So I don't understand what are we really trying to do in terms of actually stimulating the work environment. There's a lot of talk, I understand, and I feel very happy being here, listening to excellent talk. But what is happening on the ground is what I want to understand.
So I fully agree with you. First of all, great question. Thank you for asking. Do the labor codes need to evolve? Do the government authorities need to evolve to adapt to what's coming up in future? They have no idea how rapidly they need to. So I can't fully agree with you there. Starting from even concepts like working hours to engagement patterns, there is, on the dichotomy that you mentioned, you're talking about 70 hours. The future generations are asking for a 4-day work week now. So we're talking about bridging the gap of the sun and...
With AI, some of the MNC are saying you'll have to work 3 days a week.
Yeah, so that is one bigger problem. Yeah, but do we need to solve it? Absolutely agree. I wanted to respond to the second point you spoke about in attrition. For the pharma industry, we saw about 28% attrition last year. Sandoz, the company that I work with, was around 12 to 13%. Some teams went above, some teams went below. Now, what's important for us to understand, I come from Hyderabad. I come from a market which looks like DLF when you go outside, right? You can drop your resume on one floor of the company and walk to the other. It's literally like that these days. Purpose orientation, I think, is the way of future. If after a year, the employees, associates, whatever you call them, talents who are working with you, are aligned to a different purpose, let them go. So I think the future for the organizations, for HR leaders, lies in retention, proactive retention, and managing attrition. So what is your succession principle? How engaged are your employees when they are with you? The day they are not finding that purpose pattern is when issues like burnouts and everything emerge out. If they are purpose oriented, on that research, I want to see how my drug gets to the market. I want to wait for 16 years with an innovator industry to see how it gets there. That's purpose. They will stay. But if they lose it in between, let them go. So I have a very different perspective to it. This is my personal opinion. The market is growing. You'll never be able to control attrition. The solution lies in how will you manage it? What is your succession pipeline?
Yeah. So one example, and I don't see this as a problem. I absolutely see this as an opportunity, and it's just come to India now. But in other countries you may have experienced, it's been there for years, and a lot of industries this has been there for years. So unfortunately in India, the the work pattern prior to COVID was largely the same. Most people were employed full time, and most people were expected to do 8 to 9 hours a day. And the labor code, of course, we'll ask Bilkis to have another conference on that. That is, of course, a very, very large topic. But yeah, it is one part of the code, same part. One part of the code, of course, addresses working hours. But I feel the human need to do more with their lives has always existed. It's just more pronounced now, and very, very pronounced in India. So, people don't want to end up doing an HR role all their life. So somebody who likes to do Kathak would also want to spend time on that. Somebody who wants to like to cook also wants to spend time on that. If you want to learn driving, if you want to do surfing, and that has always been around for centuries. So how companies are, facing this is that there is this core team which largely remains same, which is on roles, and which is, people who are associated with you for a really long time. But then there is this workforce who comes, contributes, and they could be partners, they could be consultants, they could be people who are with you part-time. And, the HR team, the managers, the leaders are very focused on ensuring that they do their best till they are there. So I don't think, the industry is kind of, focusing on people coming or leaving, but there's a lot of focus on what are you doing when you're there. So even if you're there 4 hours a day, are you contributing your best, and are you kind of playing to your strength? So I think one of the biggest things that the labor code will enable is this, is good rights and responsibilities for the gig workforce, which continues to happen. A lot of, my core team is 2,000, but I have thousands and thousands of people working with me every season in different parts of the country. And, as a company, I also cannot really deploy them for the full year. Today, as I'm speaking to you, we are, about 2,000 women are packing grapes at our Nasik unit and, sending them to Europe. Now, that season exists only Jan to March, right? And that's okay. So I think more than number of hours, this debate has gone to, how, even if you're there for 4 hours or 5 hours, are you contributing and are you doing your best? So I don't think, if the new generation or the people who are in the workforce are worried so much about the hours.
And I think, I fully endorse what Rishu is saying. I think the labor code is going to help most the formalization of workforce, and, what we were till now concentrating so many of our HR efforts only towards the white collar. I think this will bring some more standardization of HR processes to the rest of the workforce as well. Well, thank you so much, everybody, panelists, for your great thoughts. And what I am taking away from here is the importance of passion, meaning, listening closely, being close to where the employees are thinking, and not generalizing, but actually looking at things from a more individual perspective to see what is lacking and what we need to fix. So let's hope we picked up some good pointers on how we need to hear and how we need to heal our organizations so that they become the happier workplaces of tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for moderating that also. Thank you so much. I please request Abdullah to go on the stage and present the token to all our panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Because we're running slightly late, just a request to all the upcoming panelists and moderators and also keynote address speakers, please be mindful of the timer, that's it. Just a request. Yeah. Next, it's a power presentation on enhancing engagement and creating happier workplace culture with HR technologies. And to share her views with us on the same, let's please welcome once again to the stage Archana Akuri, Global People and Organization Director, Sandoz. We'll give you a break first. Of course, please have water. Aye.
So hello once again, and good to be here for a talk on this topic of the future of generations and how we get to work here. So there's been a lot of conversation happening since yesterday, and one of the topics I'm picking up is about the generations of future. This panel was a proof also to how the temperature of our blood may be increasing or decreasing, just imagining how the future workforce is going to come and start working with us. How do we start collaborating with them? So I'm here today to, of course, share a couple more examples about Sandoz and the organizations I worked with in the past, but also talk from a personal perspective about my storyline and my contribution to this society and the future generations and how I can influence that. So the first example I wanted to call out today is about the autonomy or flexibility that we discussed in the panel. So Sandoz as an organization, as I mentioned to you, has changed the way we look at our policies, frameworks, and concepts. So while HR is at the forefront of defining them, of signing them off, we believe that the associates are the ones who own those policies. So we look at empowering them to understand and using them responsibly, whether it comes from hybrid working models to using the benefits or going to conferences like these and protecting the data privacy and rights. So what do associates stand for? What is their personal goal matters a lot to the organization. And that's how I got to explore one of my own passions working with Sandoz. So I'm a researcher with the Swiss School of Business Management, and I am now busy turning in my thesis This conference came in very timely with what I observed through the advent of my research, and I thought it's a great opportunity to present some of those statistics to you. Before that, it's important for you to understand why I picked up this research topic, which is called the New 18. So, some of you might have heard about medical transcription, and way back in 2001, I was the youngest person in India to be certified by American Association of Medical Transcription to pursue this with a lot of doctors in the United States. It's not a very fancy profession. Back then I really didn't care whether it was fancy or not, whether it was a big brand I was associated with, and the certification just came by the way. But what I did observe is in this workspace, I had a team of doctors working with me, I had a team of postgraduates, doctorates, people who were definitely a lot more educated than a 15-year-old who had just about completed the secondary education or 10th class as we call it in India, and was solving the problems of what the doctors in the United States needed. A lot of times I was able to solve problems that they collectively could not solve. Now the story was not about me. The story was about this 15-year-old who, without having that sort of a formal education, worked along with a team of people who went through that grind and was yet able to sometimes contribute along with them or even above and beyond them. So that quite intrigued me. Now what's important for you also to understand here is this story along with that 15-year-old was also of the father of the 15-year-old who let that person go, who had the courage to experiment a different career where this 15-year-old's friends, people who were peers, were going into the colleges, the top colleges of India, were in youth fests, were doing the thing that a 15-year-old needs to do, were partying hard, and his daughter was in a very different stream of life. The story was also about this person who at that time did not care about the child labor law of India and just asked out, would you care working with me? I'll give you an offer and I'll start with this salary. Would you want to start working with me? And nothing mattered. I went in and I started working. So I never attended college in life, so I'm not like any one of you who understands what that concept looks like. But yeah, I'm turning in a doctorate today. Now, what I wonder and what this research really envisaged on is the questions of the age of majority, which is 18 for 56 countries of the world. Does that draw a linkage to age of mainstream jobs for future generations? Will they wait until 18? And if you tend to believe they will wait until 18, are you catching talent fresh and young? Or are you catching talent which has been bottled up, is tired, and is just now waiting to earn a paycheck? Is no longer relevant about their passions, and then you need to start initiatives like what we saw in the earlier panel because it's a lost passion. So what I saw in this research when we invited about 500 respondents to talk about how would they like to work in future, this was a group of teenagers and I defined them as the aspirants in my study. And these were people who were under 18, so I picked up the category of 13 to 18 because that is the starting window of the adolescence. And then I also looked at people who were above 18 but were undergrads, who hadn't completed their graduation. So what I observed is 33% of the respondents said that they are ready to start working before 18. They are eager to start working before the age of 18. 70% of them collectively were interested in either working full-time or just getting into a job part-time, but they were not ready to wait until something got completed and then start this process of job applications. They were ready to contribute today. I asked them, what holds you back? If 70% of you want to start working today, what is it that's holding you back? 38.4% respondents mentioned societal pressure. This is the pressure coming from their parents, peer groups, who they see as their sponsors in their life, seeing what would you do if you don't study? What would you do if you don't complete this run? That was the biggest response category. 75% of the responders collectively also mentioned fear of rejection, fear of uncertainty. So only 25% of my survey group said that I don't feel confident enough to start working. The other 75% of respondents are looking at, is the society ready to accept me this way? I am ready, but what about these two other people that you saw in the story, the parents and the sponsors of the industry, the labor courts, the educationalists, the HR heads, are they willing to bet on me? So that is where 75% of the questions lie today. Now, we also I asked them a question, what motivates you about this? You're saying 70% of you want to start because I'm sure sitting back here, many of you are assuming right now, it's money. You know, who wouldn't want to make money earlier? Let me tell you that 133 respondents said it is financial independence, and you're right, that was a top response. But a very close 127 were following up with career growth at a younger age. They wanted to get into a mainstream career or an entrepreneurial business model or an idea they had under the age of 18, but the laws today do not support that. And another 105 said it's the skills or capabilities they are eager to contribute to a cause. So what I concluded with this, with my story and the research that I had done, is that we are sitting on the cusp of a golden era, a golden period where we're not even realizing bottling this up for future is going to take away an immense potential from a nation, from a generation, from a revolution for future. You look at the ideas that some of our Gen Zs and Gen Alphas have, they're very different. But how long will we stop the problem? We have to manage it someday. The question is, do we want to manage it or do we want to manage ourselves to give them an open door to start early? Many of us in this room have influential roles in companies. I've seen presentations since yesterday where we're extensively discussing the concept of skill-based employment, capability-based recruitment. If it is skill-based, if it is capability-based, you look at companies or causes like 110, you look at Nirman, you look at what Tata has done with skill-based volunteering. It does not take for a few companies to experiment it. It takes a revolution by some of us putting our hand up and saying, I will run that assessment with somebody who's in a college right now, put them up with somebody who's 10 years experienced, and if they are ready, I'm willing to have a conversation with that college to see if I can get talent to start younger with me. So some of us will need to make a bold start to make that revolution happen. And if you can do that, that's the business case for future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that. And now it's time for our next panel discussion on navigating through emerging technologies in HR landscape. Let's please welcome our panelists, while I also will request the team to Haji. That's what I thought so. No. And the panelists for this are Deepshika Thakur, CPO, Bikaji Foods International. Joining her is Monica Mudgal, CHR or Health Card. Also joining them is Anahat S, Head People Function HR, Aviva India. And this session will be chaired by Rohel Amin, a Senior Editor, DW Business World. And we also have Priyanka Gulati joining us for this session from Grant Thornton. Welcome.
I'll be very mindful of the time. And Priyanka, of course, I think let's not go by that. Maybe it was something was missing on that, but that's all fine as long as we have the discussion going. So our topic is maintaining HR records, blockchain technology, and virtual reality in employee training. As we know, HR is no longer just a record-keeping function. It has become more tech-savvy over the years, and the reason was that the old systems were not efficient, they were not real-time. It was posing, it has its own limitations to say. But I think tech has interfered with all aspects of our life, and so is HR. And then the blockchain came in and revolutionized the HR function as far as HR records is concerned. So we have a panel of experts who will talk about how that tech enabler has really changed the way HR records are maintained and how it is efficient. They have their own individual examples. I know Priyanka is in a hurry, but we'll come to it on time. So let me start with you, Priyanka. If we look at blockchain, and later on we'll come to the AR, VR function of how HR is engaging with those technologies. How has blockchain or tech itself as a layer changed or improved the HR record keeping?
Thank you for the question. I'm glad you said, the technology is an enabler, right? And therefore, let's look at blockchain for one of them. Now, what is the purpose of blockchain? Let's say you're wearing this beautiful kurta, purple kurta, cotton kurta, and I want to go back to the yarn that has produced it. I want to find out what percentage is actually cotton, what percentage is somewhere else, which farm does it come from, etc., etc. I can trace it back from the kurta to the farm, right? That's the purpose of blockchain, that the data is not limited to just one person. You have that entire chain of data available, right? So that's the purpose of blockchain. Let's come back to HR. Where do we need it? So I want to find out where you have come from, what degrees do you have, what's your background like. One way of doing it is background checks. The other one is there's a little chip on your head which literally tells you exactly what your journey's been. And that's efficient as long as you have the volumes to implement that blockchain, right? And if you don't have the volumes, then if you have just, let's say, 1,000 people, etc., it's not going to make sense. If you have the volumes to have that little chip of what that background verification would look like in terms of education, in terms of companies you've been to, etc., the blockchain will make sense. So anywhere where you need that chain of data, anywhere you need transparency to come in, that's where you would use blockchain. So typically right now it's being used for background verification. I wouldn't be surprised if it's used for performance management. I want to find out what your competencies are, what your experience has been like, but that's next stage. But one thing which we'll have to be mindful about is privacy of data. I would not want you to know what my competency is to everybody. So that right of giving that data has to be with me rather than with the person seeking it. So, and that's when data protection along with that data comes in together. That's when blockchain could mushroom from background verification to, I think, much more leadership assessments. It could go on to performance management. You could know everything about me as long as I want you to. So, and that I think would significantly change the role of HR tech, not just in India, but globally.
And it's already changing.
It's already changing.
In your company, how is it like this?
So right now we're using it for very administrative stuff, the blockchain in HR. We're using it, let's say, for background verification. We are using it, and I've seen it in client places also. But are we using it for next level? The answer is no. It's not being used for the next level. Till the time the Data Protection Act and other things come in, and the privacy of data comes in, so till then you can't use it for other levels. So the way you use LinkedIn, you give that right to the person to know your connects and what you're posting. Similarly, it will be with blockchain with your entire HR life. We've seen it at clients' places where it's being used for recruitment and, as I said, for background verification, but we've not actually gone beyond that, at least in blockchain.
Wonderful. You know, there's also, it's not a one-size-fits-all kind of a thing that whatever is applicable for your sector might be for Monica or other people. It's very different. So in your case, Monica, which is about health and insurance claims, are very sensitive data. How is blockchain functioning as a function being implemented? Are there any challenges? Is it the regulatory landscape still evolving? Give me a sense of your sectoral insights.
So blockchain, obviously, just like any other new technology, people will have apprehensions on what next, ab kya hoga, how will it impact me, how will it impact my life. So I belong to a sports nutrition company, and we have a lot of customer data, we have a lot of supply chain issues, supply chain matters to be handled, manufacturing, HR record keeping, of course, there. Right. Why I'm still dabbling with the thought of introducing it into my organization. I'm still struggling getting it, accepted like any other change. But the fact is there are a few areas where it can help. Right. One, of course, is the background verification, like she said just now before me. It's going to be very easy. It's going to be very cost effective. The data is going to be available at the click of a button. You don't have to wait for a typical background verification agency with its TAT to come back and give you the reports. The problem areas will lie where a lot of the information is available out there in the public domain, and therefore data privacy and info security issues is something we need to be cognizant of. So our employees will. Now the LEX, like you said, you can use it in performance appraisal also, but then that means that a lot of the personal data, which is very specific to a particular role in a particular organization, is there on the public domain for others to see. Now, when you're doing performance appraisals, there are a lot of nuances which are there. The kind of environment you are working in at that point in time, your family situation, the training that you got, the enablement that you got, the kind of work environment that you got, and how you performed at that stage of life. Does it necessarily mean you're good or bad for the next role you're applying for? And that data is also available in the public domain. How is the other organization going to interpret it? Thirdly, as a person, do I really want my performance appraisal data to be freely available to anybody and everybody? Right? Personal data, right now people are like a KYC. People are wary of KYC also. That pata nahi kahan pe so many documents are getting tracked. Why are you taking it? So much of my personal information is getting on the public domain. There are a lot of issues which need to be addressed before we can think of implementing it on a larger scale. And of course, the scalability issues are there with blockchain. There are scalability issues. There are issues with respect to, the cost. The same technology that I'm using, I'm trying to impose it on some other person also. Is it the same technology that is speaking to that? Those blockchain issues will have to be also overcome.
I think scalability has been a common theme in these answers, and very surprising that India being so tech savvy and we have the low cost tech, but still I think it's still at the nascent stage as far as the scalability is concerned. And I want to bring you in this conversation. Is there any kind of a resistance overall when you talk of implementing blockchain and AR, VR? What has been are we ready for that in terms of mindset and the organization culture as well? Have we evolved to that stage so far?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I think very valid question because I come from insurance sector. So insurance, as you know, is a very regulated, fast evolving landscape. Obviously, like other industries, we'll also need talent which is up to date, skills which are absolutely up to date, skills which are evolving as fast as the industry demands are evolving or the landscapes are evolving. So you will need a very strong, tech advancements in line with the requirements of the organization and as you are growing or the dynamics of the organizations are evolving. Having said that, you're very right. Whenever you bring in a new intervention or a new design in the organization, there are bound to be certain challenges that will be coming along the way. And there will be certain mindset, challenges that you will face, certain cultural changes you will have to drive very fast. But at the same time, I think you also have to do multiple analysis around what works and what will not work, what is the need of the hour for you to implement certain interventions. Like Priyanka mentioned, volume or the size of your organization is also very important to consider certain transformations that you want to bring. Because I think a very strong CBA or a cost-benefit analysis will be important for us to evaluate what to pick up, what is the need of the hour, what to pick up, and what to possibly defer for a certain period of time. To be able to effectively manage or launch such tech advancements or digital transformations, cost one will come as a challenge. Second challenge that organizations may face is, the digital adoption or your internal constraints with technology, systems talking to each other. How well are people picking up? I think what will help there is, because I always feel that there is never an there's nothing, you can't overdo the right communication. You can't overdo creating awareness of the things that you want to drive. So when people are able to understand the rationale and the benefits behind launching certain initiatives or programs and how does it help them leverage the best out of those interventions or augment their performance or their efficiencies in the long term, it's improving their skill set, the adoption rates automatically will come along and the organizations will see greater benefits. So I have no doubt that there is a lot of leverage that we can get out of the right technology adoptions. Now, whether it is through VR, I'll give you one example, that if we incorporate, we are into our training, while we extensively use a digital platform for training our people, we have a very diverse team working with us, spread across geographies and not just on roles. We have a huge partner wellness advisors who work closely with us and are regularly supposed to go through the training. And for the team, if we are able to leverage VR training programs to get the need-based or scenario-based trainings, that helps us a lot in making the new joinees settle down faster. They're able to experience the real-time on-the-job trainings. They can get the best out of how to, the selling skills can be done in a very virtual manner. The claim efficiencies, how to go through the claims, risk assessments, etc., etc. I think the benefits are immense. At the same time, it is very important for the organization to gauge what is it that they would like to pick up immediately and maybe run pilots, get the best out of the implemented technologies, and then look at expanding or moving on further. Like Monica is also mentioning, very important to, I think, step by step, build your comfort and expertise, and then see how best you would like to implement at a larger scale.
Wonderful. Deepshika, Bikaji, a brand which kind of gives you a sense of the pulse of the Bharat side of even, of course, the India and Bharat, both sides, and has traditionally been what we have seen that, a different kind of non-tech record keeping was very popular at one time with that kind of brand, but which has evolved, of course, now. How has that adoption, that shift been for a traditional brand that has been there implementing a certain traditional approach to, record keeping and now to tech? Was it easy for the brand? How much of the old world is still there in the brand, or have you done away with that?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the question. I was actually discussing this before this. I've been with Bikaji for 6 months. I think before that, I have worked with a more traditional, more conventional organization. We used to make cement. that's where I differed with you, that we were quite advanced in terms of robotics, using automation, using science, using technology. Our conversations, day-to-day conversations, used to be about physics. Today, our day-to-day conversations is about chemistry and how things are evolving. Going back to blockchain, let's get to what Priyanka was saying, and I was quite marvelous that, what is blockchain? It is based on data that is connected, data that is immutable, data that is something that is transparent, that can be retained. So what are we doing today? We are keeping employee records, be it Excel sheets, forget about the technology that you're using. You're making your employee master records that we may need later on. There are audit norms that tell you that, okay, you need to have, depending on the industry that you're in, 3 to 7 years of historical data needs to be kept. And the rest you can give away or you can destroy, and that's your audit norms tell you that. So when we are talking about blockchain, what is blockchain? Blockchain is something, there's a term called cryptographic hash that connects your block of data to the last block of data, and that's how the chain is created. It's the Merkle tree, the leaves that you say that each node is called a leaf in that blockchain. And what I'm trying to say here is the technology will happen. Are we ready for that? Because what is going to happen is that for four of us who are from different organizations, let's say my record, it is, if we decide to connect our records, everything will be available based on a password, based on an access. So what are we ready for? Are we ready to make our processes that good that we are saying that, okay, Deepshika's performance appraisal done in 2008 was actually the right performance appraisal? That's the first thing. Are we ready for that kind of radical transparency? Are we ready for that kind of absolute accountability? And the managers who hire and the managers who train, or the hiring managers, are they ready to, taking Monica's point, but are we ready to give that context a consideration that it could be possible that at that very time there was a context? Are we ready to let go of failures? Are we ready to understand, evaluate? And that's the point. So yes, and to the point to your question, Bikaji or any other industry, today while I'm doing this, I'm in the process of implementing HR tech. I'm a very tech person. I remember in my MBA classes, people used to say, why do you get so excited about HR? It's so boring. It's the IT person's job. And I was like, no, it's my job. I need to understand this. So yeah, I'm implementing it, and the management is very passionate about technology. So yes, we are ready and we are adopting it.
And scale is not a problem, right?
No, not at all.
No. All right. Okay.
Lovely. Just one point that I just wanted to add to what you said. You said it very beautifully. That IT definitely needs a business case, right? Any IT, whether it be blockchain, VR, etc. So it needs a business case. Why? Then the adoption is very, very rapid. Look at the way we use WhatsApp, a simple technology, no training, nothing, but it's used so widely because people were aware of the business case of it, right? So first is strategy for sure. The second that you said was around the process. Are we ready with the processes around it? Because you could have a big disruption if the process itself is not ready. Third is, of course, people, because you need the training and other things. Fourth, which we forget, is the governance around the data. Look at the way our organizations, and we were just talking over a cup of coffee that, most of the organizations, I do consulting, and therefore I do look at large organizations, mid-size, small size. One common thread that is there, other than the chief happiness officer that we were talking about in the previous panel, is the way we keep our data. Finance and CRM, have fabulous data, and I've been across there, and I don't mind saying it on a panel here, that the way HR keeps its data is absolutely abysmal, if I can say that. And with all the respect to all the HR heads and everybody sitting here in the room, the data that we're keeping, even for employee records, is not adequate enough. So for any technology to come in, the first thing that you would require data. Look at the way, even ERP is implemented. You take 1.5 months to just get the data in today's world and age. When we talk about let's go live in a week or 2 weeks' time, you're still taking a month and a half to give the data itself. So I think whether we talk about any technology, whether it's
the blockchain, or whether it's just simple ERP implementation or it's HR analytics, I think we have a way to go in as far as the governance and the data is concerned. So I just wanted to make that quick point.
On that note, let me ask you a brief additional question related to it, since you advise a diverse set of organizations. That what is the resistance that you have encountered or seen in such organizations where data is still kept the old way?
So the resistance comes in when people don't know what it's going to be for, right? So blockchain can be used for various things, or VR can be used for various things, but people don't know the business case of it, right? And a lot of times organizations talk about what is there for the organization, what are the benefits, but you've not touched what's in it for me, right? So one has to go down to each individual role, at least if you think it's critical, and bring out what's in it for them. And I think if that happens, that magic happens, even if that takes effort, it takes time, I think the implementation is a lot better. Difficult to do it, what's in it for that person, the role. If that magic happens, the implementation is much, much better. So that's the first resistance. Because the minute you hear about technology, you think roles are going out, there's workforce optimization, etc., etc. So that's the first thing that needs to be handled. Then I think, the people are much more evolved, and what would life look for them after the implementation? So if you're talking about VR, somebody's doing induction in the company, right? Physical induction. And suddenly VR is coming in, which is going to do tech-based induction. If I'm doing physical induction, what's in my mind? Not efficiency and effectiveness of the organization, but is my role going away? So if I've already explained to the person that how their role will evolve, how they will be trained on it, and if you're going to keep them, how that will happen, I think the benefits would be much more. So
I think it's more of a briefing problem, right? I mean,
it's not just a briefing, it's also thinking through of the organization structure.
Taking people on board, right?
The second part, as you also rightly said about the communication, but also the strategy of what the org structure would look like after some of these tools come in. How would life change? So it's the strategy, the org structure, and then the briefing, I would say, in that order.
Wonderful. Monica, now as an expert, earlier it was very sectoral specific, with HR automation and AI already streamlining processes, though scale is an issue, that's all right. But what are the biggest roadblocks that you see in its adoption overall as an expert across industries?
So actually I've been quite lucky wherever I've worked. So I spent 10 years in the tech industry, and then I moved to insurance. And then I moved to hospital, and then I moved to my current organization, which is tech-enabled. But all across, I have been very lucky that adoption of technology is quite easy. Like she said, communication. Communication is really the key to getting anything adopted. That how is it going to help me? What is the ROI? So business will say, why do you want to bring in this technology? Kyun? Itna paisa lagega? Kya hoga? Iska return kya aayega? That ROI question should be very easily answered. Should be. Secondly, how does it change anyone's life? Does my job change? Do I become more effective? Do I become more efficient? And am I willing to change? So if that person is not willing to change, can I make an attempt to make him or her change? And if I can't and the person is not willing to change, let go. That's the way it is, and that's pretty much the cycle. But I feel that communication is the key, clarity of thought process as to why you want to adopt. It's not that I have an Android phone today and I want to change the model. Tomorrow I want to take Apple's latest version I have to buy because my neighbor and my best friend and my enemy, all three have it, I'm the only outsider. It shouldn't be like that. It should be I really have a need for it. And if I have a need for it, what is that crying need? And what business issue is it addressing? What is the ROI? How does it help me? Do I become more effective, a better person? Absolutely. These questions are answered clearly. Adoption becomes faster.
Right. Anat, in your experience, when we talk of, say, now VR-based training, that is, you see across HR functions at times, even for the employees, are employees really
do they find it very intimidating at times when you tell them, okay, it's not an in-person, it has a VR element as well? Have you faced any such example where you had to really convince them, look, that is going to be as good as a real kind of an induction process? Anything that you would like to share on that front?
So I think initially, simply put, the thought of going through a certain learning program or a session when you are a professional and you're there to just deliver and give your best and everybody personally feels that they know it all. Getting into a learning session has always been a challenge, even when VR facilities or other digital transformations were not there. So bringing people to a classroom was, I think, a bigger challenge. But now with VR, you get a lot of flexibility because you're able to make it much more interesting, much more engaging. You can. And you feel, we know that, VR-enabled training programs are much more immersive in nature. And the younger population, as it is, I feel personally, more technologically advanced, and they're more interested in, I'd say, interesting technology. The adoption would be higher when they get to know what is the learning and experience and the benefit they get out of it. So very important again that your content is very strong, your execution is even stronger. So the participants, they are able to go through it in a manner that they come back having enjoyed it as much as they are, gaining from it. Because that's how the generation is evolving, and that's how what, the previous panel also, we were, pretty much listening to a similar conversation. So how do you bring out the best in every intervention that you're launching? There are so many gamifications happening these days when it comes to learning. So you make it more and more interesting for people because you see the other tangible benefits out of it. Otherwise, it's so difficult for the organizations to be able to schedule an in-person training session or a digital training session, but not purely a VR kind of a training session. Digital, where you don't know what was the engagement levels of the person, what is the kind of outcomes, how do you measure the success of the training programs. But here you get a much more real-time experience as if you're sitting in a live, collaborative, participative classroom. You get to face real life scenarios. You're able to have a much more interactive. You don't feel that there is so much of gap between each one of you. You may be sitting in very two different, areas or sides of the world, but then you get the same feel of sitting in a common room and being able to have a much more deeper level of engagement and understanding. So I think there are a lot of benefits around it, but at the same time, I maintain that whenever, if it is a new intervention, whenever you are bringing people, at least for the first time on the platform, it is very important that they understand how is it going to be linked, like what Monica and Priyanka also was talking, that how is it going to eventually bring in, how is it going to enable them in their work and in their personality development or personal development? Is it going to eventually make them a much better professional? Is it going to enhance their selling skills? Is it going to enhance the kind of customer experience they can bring out? Is their efficiencies going to be much better? Is it going to bring that tangible, incremental, improvement in their performance? Are they going to see some scorecard improvements? And I think certain things also evolve over a period of time. They will go through one program, either interest will build up or they will see the benefit coming out of it. And then, of course, there is an HR department which is playing a balancing role of counseling them also on the benefits and also nudging them and bringing in the right push that these are the things which will enable you to perform even better. And for us, very important to first have a strong business case as to what are the programs or trainings that are required. If it has to be very strictly, I feel, need-based if you're starting at a certain level. And then eventually it has to grow into other areas, which then, once you've mastered a particular skill or art, then you can look at enhancing or, increasing your skill on behavioral aspects also.
Right.
So opening up, I think everything at the same time also sometimes don't work. You have to go step by step again. And I think building a strong business case, I personally very strongly agree into it. And everyone has to be collaboratively onboarded on the same.
Deepshika,
You know, data security and privacy are key concerns also at the same time while we are implementing the latest technology and blockchain. How do you address these? I mean, what is the best way to address these concerns? Do we find the plug and play technology mature enough that it comes with a foolproof kind of a thing where data privacy is taken care of, or are there kind of improvements that are needed? What is your reading of the tech that is available?
So all the standard, the good technology platforms that we see these days, they come with with those checks. So for example, if any HR tech will come with a complete audit trail of who did what at what instance, even the moment, the second, at what point, who changed it from which login. So which is there. So that what we need to, as an organization, and I'll go back to the processes and the points that we have made about HR processes and why they need to be stringent, is who gets to control that. Who gets to control the super admin login? How many people get it? How is it transferred? How is it monitored? So those are the points, more process driven, that we need to check. The platforms, yes, they meet. I think I have, as a part of evaluation, I have seen almost 20 plus platforms deeply, and they come with that. So, yeah.
Okay, final question. We have maybe 30 seconds for everyone, starting with you, Priyanka.
Sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
So she was talking about VR, and one thing which I have not been able to implement, and I really want to, is when I've been a part of learning and development, and when we were used to say that, the behavioral training, so people always say, but I didn't say that, I didn't mean that. So if we are able to implement and create that environment using technology where I'm able to tell people, maybe you could see 5-minute training where how you said something impacted someone and created a chain of events. That would be a beautiful model to use technology for training. And yeah, I mean, other than, yes, machine trainings and all are really, VR works beautifully in that. I enjoy it, but
So actually, virtual reality training I have seen in person when I was working in Vedanta. It's a beautiful technology if you're teaching a doctor how to operate on somebody. Because in a real life case, you may not get that much of exposure. But when you're looking at using VR for trainings, live cases you can manage.
Right.
Through that training. So it's a very powerful in some industries, very, very powerful tool.
I'll give 20 seconds to everyone. Let me come with that. There are HR leaders in the room as well, and tech keeps shifting. It's not the blockchain that we have or the VR we have now is going to stay forever. What is your word of advice to the HR leaders out there? How should they kind of adapt to that tech change? Quick 20 seconds, 30 seconds.
So it's been said before, but I think the business case comes in before technology. That's one. And secondly, the impact of that on people. A lot of times we are just implementing technology for the sake of it, because of FOMO or because we need to. Instead of that, what's my ROI, etc. And secondly, the human effect of technology will always be there. And I think HR will get in that human effect. Even if you have VR, for example, you're doing simulation on safety, you're doing everything as far as training is concerned, you'll still have to have that human effect in terms of, are my people actually looking at it? How do you make sure that everybody's actually gone through it, and what's the impact of that training on the person itself? Right. So that part, I think, will always be there, and because of which we will also be there. Right. So I don't see HR going away with all the technology in the world.
Well, what is your word of advice to HR leaders as far as tech adoption and keeping themselves updated on tech front is concerned?
See, increasingly, we are working with the younger generation, like it or not. As we grow senior and more, sometimes I tell my team members, जितने साल से मैं काम कर रही हूँ उतनी तुम्हारी उम्र नहीं है. That's where we have reached. So adaptability to change is something which is a given in HR because we are enablers for the business. So HRBP bolte hain. We need to understand the business. We need to understand people. We need to understand process. I think we are really understanding people. We understand everything. So I keep saying that when you are hiring for your team, just look for the right attitude. I operate from the ASK principle, ASK. Attitude before skills and knowledge. I will help you get skills and knowledge. I can't teach you attitude. That will come. You will bring it to the table. And it has to match with the kind of structure I have in my team, in my organization. So when you hire the right people in your team, it needs less convincing. And technology सिखाई नहीं पड़ती. Even the rickshaw wala knows how to use ChatGPT today. So technology automatically will come. In fact, the pressure is on us most of the time. What next and what newer things can you bring in?
Very beautiful line there, ASK. Okay, yes. A word of advice for HR leaders as far as tech is concerned. Anything you want to share, tell them?
I think technology is here for good, and we should know how much and where, I mean, we should explore at all times where best can we automate the processes, because at all times we would want to free our bandwidth of the, repetitive jobs, manual, laborious work, so that we have much more high-value conversations with people or other stakeholders, or are able to serve the customers better. Like if I talk about our own department here, we've pretty much digitized, or I should say automated, the entire HR processes.
Right.
Even I started my career 20 years back when we used to prepare very heavy, thick files, and that's what happened when I joined this organization about 2 years back also. And as of right now, even our signatures don't happen through a pen. So these are all digital KYCs, OTP journeys that we have built in the system. There is not even one paper that a candidate or anyone has to sign. Nobody gets a performance appraisal yet. Everything is there, in your mobile or on your system. So I think as much as it's just, we have to constantly keep thinking, how do we bring in a much better experience for our stakeholders, for our customers, and what best to automate. There is, I think, no limit to what we would want to improvise in terms of our processes.
I'm sorry, I'm just out of time. I just want to bring in Deepshika for a closing remark here.
I would say 3 magic words. So one is, yes, we need to be up to date with HR tech. Build processes for radical transparency and absolute accountability. And we all stand at the intersection of our processes and tech. So knowing the context, what gets applied how, and that is something that we all need to prepare ourselves for. So
thank you so much. And that brings us to the close of this panel. I want to thank all of you, each one of you, for joining and sharing your viewpoints. And I know there were a lot of takeaways. Thank you for joining us on this conversation.
Thank you so much. Hello. Thank you, and Rohil, thank you for moderating that. And Rohil. Thank you so much. Thank you. And with that, it's time to move ahead with the next panel discussion on leveraging the increased use of analytics and insights in HR. And to share the views on the same, let's please welcome to the stage Ankur Jindran, Global VP, Cloud COE Teleperformance. Joining him is Shweta Mohan, PVP and Head of HR, SAP in India. Also, Vibhuti Gupta, Head Total Rewards Lenovo, And this session will be chaired by Dr. Jagmohan Singh Rishi, Global Head HR and L&D. Work hard. So, can you welcome them please with your applause? Thank you. So, thank you very much for the introduction and welcome all the panelists. I think we are sitting in between them and the lunch, and he has already indicated to us with the timing. We have got about 30 minutes for us. And the topic is pretty hot these days, of course, talking about the role of AI, tech, data, predictive analysis, how it is impacting the role of human resources and people management, of course. These are two things, high touch and high tech. There is always debate going on between this. Now, my view is, and let me start with this, that I've got esteemed panelists over here. They will be sharing their views, and I specifically requested them to share case studies and stories, which will be more connecting with the audience, of course. So we'll try to finish it by about 25 minutes, and we'll leave about 5 minutes to ask questions in case you are interested to ask question or having lunch. Okay. My experience, let me share with you, has been that, AI is going to take up very strongly the roles in HR. Like, I come from the healthcare industry. So in healthcare, there are some roles like X-rays and those things which are already being taken care by AI. AI is detecting the abnormality much faster than the human eye. So some of the roles are in danger, but that doesn't mean that their roles are going to go away. So as I always say, I have mentioned in my book also, Are You a Digital Dinosaur, which became Amazon bestseller, that says that you should not be afraid of AI. AI is not going to take your job, but the person who knows AI and the person who knows ML, they can take your job. So that's something which is very, very relevant, and we have to move away from Excel-based, dashboards to AI-based dashboards, which are becoming more relevant. And there are a lot of trends which are happening. Let me ask one by one, man. Let's start with you. What is your view on this?
Yeah, I think you very rightly put, Dr. Rishi, in terms of, we do believe that, and I'm personally very excited with the advent of, technology, especially in our space, in the people, culture, and human resources function. Because I think the goals of all of us is very similar. We want our workforce to be engaged. We want our workforce, to stay with the organization, to feel that they are having a career growth. But for the longest period of time, the tools that we had used, were a little more archaic. And, the best that we could do is that instead of an annual survey, we would say, okay, let's do a survey 3 times. Those are the best solutions, we could bring in. With the advent of AI and other technologies, I think we are going certainly beyond in actually checking the pulse of the organization. And over the conversation, maybe I'll share a few examples that we have done in SAP, the organization that I'm representing, where we have actually used technology to get even a real-time pulse on, what people are thinking and feeling, and how your interventions can be more real-time around it. So personally, I'm very, very excited about it. You rightly put that AI is not really going to take away jobs. It's just going to help us, be a little more efficient, be more productive, get better results, be more effective. I think those are the results that we are certainly, expecting. It will certainly bring a shift in the way, the workforce is being enabled and skilled. So certainly some of the transactional kind of roles or jobs will cease away, but that's another opportunity for us to reskill our workforce for, on better technology. So I'm very, very excited about this.
Thank you very much. How about you, ma'am, please?
So I think the previous panel really touched upon the availability of technology in HR. So, what I would love to do as well, carrying on to Shweta, what you said, is from a perspective of analytics and insights that we are, talking about, I always like to approach it with a perspective of what is the business problem that we are trying to solve, right? And then looking at what is the data that we need to make available for us to gain insights from that. And that I would say the first part is of course something that all of us should start anchoring our thinking towards. And the second part is where the hard work starts, right? Because much of our data today is either in different systems, and not for the fault of anybody of us, but because there are different HRMS systems who are solving different problems. We have them, we have selected them differently at different points of time. And that is one of the biggest problems that, let's say, organizations big like ours face, right? So the first thing that we look at is how do we get those sources of data to one point? If we are, well and good. Of course, some of that requires a lot of investment in technology that we are not able to do from either the partner side or our side. So what we have tried to do, and Lenovo is a technology company, is that we have started creating dashboards and analytics at our end. So we have, HR analytics, I'm sure, is a talk of the town, and we institutionalized this team about 10 years back. Wherein we had a proper HR analytics team that would, look at all the data points, create the insights and the dashboards that are useful for business leaders to take the decisions on, right? And we progress to the extent that the basics of the metrics, right, from attrition to, let's say, hiring time, etc., we are now using it to see compensation problems. We are using it to see the correlation of learning with business performance. So that is the kind of graduation that at Lenovo we have used to utilize the potential of HR analytics.
Absolutely, very aptly put that you are now realizing the potentiality of the data and the technology. Yes, Ankur, what is your take on this?
Sure, thank you. First thing, I would say I also started my career with GE Healthcare and I was working with the MRI remote engineering team. So it's a pretty common thing which we have. I would start with Richard Branson quote where he said that train your people so well that they can leave, and at the same time treat them so well that they don't want to leave. Now it brings in both the aspects of it. Now when we are training them, there is an AI now coming in, there is a linear part, now it is becoming a dynamic learning, multiple things which keeps on going. At the same time, sir also mentioned high tech and high touch, which is also one of the tagline for teleperformance. So we believe serving our people. Now all this data, insights and everything definitely is going to help us. AI is a servant, AI is not a master of us. So human touch will always take place. Data of course will come in. We will be able to analyze the things, but at the same time, it's a human interacting with human, right? Supervisor interacting with the employees, bringing their career or taking their career to the next levels. That's how we see that.
Great point, of course. I love the Branson's quote, of course. Before pandemic, we did a project on predictive analytics, especially with respect to attrition. And the organization was a startup from US. And the project, it went for about 6 months. And after the project was done, we correlated the results. Unfortunately, it did not match at all. But today the scenario is different, as Vibhuti mentioned about it. So I would like you to focus particularly from the predictive analytics part of the use of HR tech. How impactfully, or any case study which you have got respect from that perspective? Yes, I am specifically asking to you.
Sure. And I think, to my mind, and I might not be the subject matter expert in analytics, but what I have seen is getting data together is the most important part. You can do reactive analysis on that, or you can do proactive analysis on that. And of course, I'm taking away the advent of technology, which is going to come in from, AI, which is going to help us do some predictive modeling. At least we have not reached that part yet. I'll be happy to hear if other organizations have. What we are doing as far as predictive analytics is concerned is trying to predict, for example, attrition. All right, how do we do that? We take care of multiple data points across the HR portfolio, wherein tenure, performance, compensation, engagement data, right? These are the four main anchors that we use to predict what kind of a retention threat this person is. And then we, act upon it to see that, okay, if this person is a top talent for us, we then make the, actions accordingly, right? So that's the use case of predictive analytics that we are using so far. The other thing, and I represent Total Reward. So what we are also planning to do is how can we predict compensation trends based on what the external organizations are going to be doing versus our own budgets. And also not just this, this information is sort of available with all the survey consultants that we work with on compensation. What I'm trying to add here is how difficult is talent to hire in certain jobs, right? Now, once we put together these 2 points as per, what is the talent being paid in the market and how difficult it is, that becomes hot jobs according to me, which I need to create a predictive modeling for in order to, not be left behind in terms of, attracting that talent.
I think you reminded me of one of the meetings which we were having with one of the consulting agencies in data. I mentioned that I will get to the talent which is not looking for job. Okay, which is not available on Naukri or which is not available on those. So those are the kind of talent which I knew which would add value to you. So I think predictive modeling is very, very important aspect. I think you would like to mention about this same thing on.
Yeah, maybe a few, you asked us to put to share a few case studies and real work which is happening using analytics. So maybe I'll quote a few of those. I think Vibhuti rightly covered how some of the analytics is being used in the field of compensation and, in terms of understanding where the industry is going, what are the skill sets which are important. The other important aspect is the engagement. So maybe a few things that we have done in SAP. So a few years back, we used to realize, and a lot of ask used to come from our employees saying that they need more sick leaves, right? And which was a little bit of a disturbing trend that we were seeing, where employees were saying that, we used to have around 12 days of sick leaves. That in itself is not healthy. When we correlated that data, looking into what our health insurance coverage is, what is the utilization, we were finding a little bit of a gap. So it's not that our employees were falling more sick and hence they wanted more sick leaves, right? And we ran this whole, analytics around it, and where we looked into the trend, we looked into, what is the kind of leaves people are taking, and we realized that it is about those 1 or 2 days. So it's not like, somebody is really falling sick, getting hospitalized more, which was a huge issue for us at that point in time, where we felt maybe the productivity is getting impacted. But we realized that people were using sick leaves to actually be the caretaker for somebody in the family. So, my father is not well, I need to accompany him for a test. My pet needs a doctor checkup, right? Or I need to really go and accompany, my wife who's expecting. So it was not that our employees were falling sick, it was all these caregiving aspects which were coming very, very important. And for the first time, then we introduced something called as a caregiver's, leave, where we are really calling it out, saying that, this is what the need for you, so utilize the right kind of, you are not falling sick, that's not what you need for. So that's one example that I could say. The other example I would say is one of our, flagship programs which we started in India, which we call as Project Yellow Circle, which is on mental wellness, where we encourage our employees actually to come every day. If you visit any of our SAP offices, before you swipe in, you will see that there is an iPad kept with, there are 5 smileys, right? And, we encourage our employees to come and click on one of the smileys, be a little for that 30 seconds, be aware about how they are feeling that day. And then if they need help, there's a lot of other interventions that we have provided. But that's the real-time data that, I'm able to see if I want, which really tells me what's the mood like. Right? So some of those, it need not be very complicated stuff, is the point that I was trying to drive home. You could use data and analytics for a lot of these aspects which, till about a few years back, we were not even thinking of. But that is giving us concrete data, and all of us are in HR. Today if I have to ask for more budget to my business leaders, I need to get it backed by some of the data, otherwise it doesn't happen, right? So I think that's hugely helpful there.
I'll come to you, Ankur. I just reminded of this that, she mentioned that we should be very clear with the purpose which we have for using tech. Just for the heck of using a tech, one should not use a tech. So like Moodometer, she mentioned, we can always use tech instead of using all the smiley sheets and other aspects. At the same time, we have got AI-based LXPs now. There's a question coming to you, that LXPs are totally now fully loaded with AI and ML also. So we can always conduct trainings on adaptive learning process kind of thing, right? So Ankur, what do you have to say on this concept of use of technology, particularly enhance the capability? Maybe some case studies from your side.
Sure. Before that, I just want to add on one more comment which I mentioned. Now, Moodometer and everything, see, it is all dependent upon the input which the employee is providing. Employee might be feeling low, but they may say, oh, I'm very happy. The data is saying very happy, but the mood is very low. So one source of information will not be able to define the action, because then there is a lot of false positives, which we all know. Managing the global teams, we know that a lot of people fear to even share their authentic feelings. They don't want someone to come back and start chasing, hey, why are you feeling low? Why are you feeling low? You tell us, you tell us. Or the HR will go back to the supervisor, send a report and say that, okay, you have 5 employees feeling low, go back and talk to them, right? Instead, combining all this together with that human touch, wherein that employee has someone to talk to within the organization, within the team, right? Maybe on a cup of coffee, tea, right? Maybe over a lunch. That really emphasizes. The data in itself will not be able to drive that. It has to be combined with the human intelligence. That's my take on it. Now to answer your question, sir. So we have been using AI-driven learning paths for our team. I'm just giving you an example of the cloud technology cloud COE team which I lead. It is spread across the globe. So the challenge which we have is the multiple nationalities, multiple cultures. People have got different learning paths. The way that Indians think, the people in Colombia think in a very different way. Americans think in a very different way. How do we bring the team together? It's not a linear path. It can't be that, okay, everyone will do the same thing. Right? So it is an AI driven. Now how are we using? We are using LinkedIn trainings. We are using LinkedIn AI paths. What it does is it identifies the strengths of that particular individual, the role which that individual is doing. Now they have spent maybe 6 months into a particular role, they have done certain certifications. AI is now creating those hyper-personalized plans, suggesting that, okay, this is the career path which that individual or an employee can take. Now, the ownership again falls back to the employee, supervisor or the mentor. We generally assign a mentor in our organization so that someone who is new and is not able to chart through those paths which are unknown to that individual, there is always someone to handhold that person. Right? The mentor can help that person. Okay, you want to get into FinOps, please do this. You want to get into DevOps, please do that. You want to create a solution architect plan for yourself. These are the suggestions which are coming up. The person, the individual or the employee is able to see next 12 months plan and also the growth path in terms of the comp and benefit, number one. In terms of the growth which the individual is going to take in terms of the learning, because techie will always say that my learning in technology should improve upon. Third thing, the person will feel that his or her skill is being valued by the organization. They will be able to move vertically or laterally depending upon the opportunities which are available.
Right, Ankur. In fact, would you like to say something on this? On learning paths?
So we did this too, and in fact we at Lenovo did this before ChatGPT came in, and we did this like 4 years back. There are solutions in the market that were offering it, and we decided to take that, and I think it was hugely successful. The main target group for us to deploy this LXP was our sales colleagues, and for them this just made a difference in the way that they were learning. So we are still in the process of making that available to all our employees now, but certainly, great use of technology.
Right. I'd like to share my personal example. We created WOW centers. WOW is work hard orientation workshops. When people join, at various locations, particularly sales team, a huge sales team. So in north, south, east, west, when they join, we wanted to create some kind of wow for them, a red carpet, rollout for them. So we created digitized centers. At the same time, those days were pre-pandemic. Okay, so that was difficult for AI kind of thing. But we still created it, and at the same time, we created a LMS which was different. We call it WGNI. Now, of course, I have enhanced it using AI into that, and it is giving a personalized path to everyone. I am not saying we have gone to the platforms like LinkedIn and other things, because I've done a survey. There was a lot of wastage which is happening in that, but our platform is a complete LXP, and it creates personalized path, and one can always find out that what are the strength area competencies the person has. I bring out another aspect, which is skill inventory. So with this, we are also combining LXP with assessment centers, with which we create skill inventory for each person, and what is skill inventory of that department, for the organization also. So whenever the opportunity comes, through the system will throw out that these are the right persons match for us. So that is a kind of agile platform where we should be developing it accordingly, and that is something which is coming out. And today with the advent of technology, it is possible, and it takes from your side an experience which I have reminded you something.
No, I was just kind of drive one point home, which I think Ankur also alluded. I think even with learning, experiences and the journeys that we are creating, I think across the industry we see a lot, of that happening. And the message that probably drives is that everything can be, on tech. You really need to be in front of your, laptop, and you would be able to learn everything that you, want to. I just want to bust that myth a little bit, right? And I think it's extremely important to realize that the more the technology comes in the learning space, it is important for us to complement it in a way where people are able to bounce off their learning with others, right? And one of our learning in SAP has been, we have certainly a lot of these learning journeys, but we very deliberately, after every learning program, we put a cohort together where people have an opportunity to come, bounce off what they learn, how they applied it, because it's extremely important. You can go through every learning, but if you are not able to apply it in your job or not able to find opportunities to apply, then that learning goes nowhere, right? So we have to remember that with all the technology coming and everything that is happening in the learning space, that face-to-face interaction is not going away anytime soon. And I think that's something that I find many organizations moving away for it and then realizing their mistake and coming back to it. I think that's a path where we should be a little careful about.
I totally agree with you. In fact, we have recently designed leadership development program, which was 11 days residential program. In today's era, nobody thinks about residential program. That also 11 days. And that is something we of course made it a hybrid with follow-up sessions through digital means. And I'm also mentoring one platform which is having AI coach kind of thing. But at the same time, I always emphasize, because I am ICF, TCC level coach, I prefer to do face-to-face coaching, not even on Zoom or Teams and other thing. So face-to-face coaching, nobody can replace it. Whatever AI आ जाए, तो जो मर्जी मस्क आ जाए, तो जो ट्रम्प आ जाए, तो nobody can replace face-to-face kind of thing. What is your take on it, Ankur? In fact, your company reminds me of Star Trek, that serial used to come. वो transport कर देते थे ना, telepresence कर देते थे.
Now it is now TP. It is not known as Teleperformance. Now it is known as TP. We have changed our brand. We are now becoming more of a technology organization. I just add on upon to what Shweta mentioned. I think it is, and high tech and high touch. You started off this entire discussion with. I think we can summarize this entire up as well. High tech and high touch. You cannot replace high touch, and that is where it boils down to everything. Technology will keep on changing. The way technology is changing, it is exponentially. The way humans are learning, it is linear. Technology advances will keep on coming in a way, and a lot of things will keep on coming our way, either through YouTube, through LinkedIn, or through edtech organizations, right? Now, how do we combine all these things together? In our organization, in my team, what we have done is, if someone has learned a new skill on any other topic, We are actually doing one more thing, which Shweta also touched upon. We ask that individual to come and present it to the rest of the group. So what is happening is, it is not to test his or her technical skill. We know that the person will fumble, but at the same time, their presentation skill is also improving. Right? So we are combining 2-3 things together. Their stage fear will go. Right? They will be able to talk more. The new people pro-teach batch which we run, right? We hire some 10-12 people from campus every year. They do that, right? So it is for them it may be just a technical skill, but as a supervisor, as a leader of the team, we know that we are improving them into 2-3 things. Probably they don't realize now, maybe after 6 months or 9 months, they will start realizing what has happened to them. They will be completely unrecognizable, at least with their family, with their friends, and wherever they are working together.
Absolutely. In fact, you just reminded me while I was traveling here, we are conducting one very senior level leadership program. So I told one of my juniors who's just a management trainee to design a invite for them, which which should be relevant. So since we conducted LEAP program, so there was little junior program, so language was little different. Here she had picked up from ChatGPT, and the language was discipline. In case of any indiscipline, strict action will be taken against you. So these are senior guys, you have to. They say that nakal ke liye bhi akal chahiye hoti hai. So we have to be using those technologies with little bit of care. Otherwise machine gun kaise use karte hai, khud ko bhi maar sakti hai, dusro ko bhi maar sakti hai accordingly. How about we were talking about employee engagement. So how are you using tech? Is any particular example for employee engagement other than that smiley?
I think a lot of things that we do a lot of sounding boards. We call something called as People Unplugged, where we actually take very, very difficult topics and bring it in front of our employees. We also kind of get feedback from them. We capture that feedback. So a lot of those initiatives are done. But what is really important and where the shift that I see is how employee engagement surveys are being done. And I think for the longest period of time, we are very fortunate in SAP. We acquired a company called Qualtrics, and Qualtrics is really helping us to synthesize a lot of data. But one of the areas where we had still struggled is it's very, very easy to now pull in your employee engagement survey data into wonderfully looking slides and PowerPoints, and we say leaders don't have to really spend their time on it, they just have to put it. But one area where we were struggling is all the verbatim feedback that comes. Right? Because that is where the whole emotion is. That is what people are really trying to tell you. And that had become a huge struggle. How do you really, if my leader comes and tells me, look into, 20,000, data inputs that have come, for us as a part of the survey, and tell me what are the sentiments that are coming, right? That had become a huge aspect, and I'm forever grateful for technology that today I'm able to use it to kind of bring out, the trends, also things that we should be careful by using technology. So we use a lot of, generative AI, related, technology there, and that's certainly going to help. And what really helps is that two things. One is it tells us very specific segments where attention is required, because that was something which we were missing out. The other, it is also telling us how you should frame the questions. Because we have also realized, by using some of these technologies, the prompt is so important in terms of what you're getting. So earlier the question was, are you happy with your compensation? In India, nobody was going to say, even though they are very, very satisfied. Rather than that, if you change that, would you leave the organization, on that? And this is just one example. There are a lot of areas where we have tried to kind of change, the narrative there to get the right kind of, areas to focus on.
Good. In fact, you just reminded us, maybe, that recently we conducted a workshop, top to bottom, how to use the right kind of prompts, right? So prompt is also common sense, which is very uncommon. So it's a kind of Grigo concept. The right kind of prompt you give, it will give you the answer. Give wrong prompt, you get wrong answer. So that is something which is there, which is very, very important. In fact, we are doing across the organization this prompt training, and the recent one is we are doing for the Russia team. Unfortunately, ChatGPT is not available. Incidentally, I'm telling whole group, in case somebody has a Russian trainer for ChatGPT, okay? You can always connect with me.
I just wanted to quote one more thing. Common sense is a very common phenomena which is very uncommon in a common man. So, yes, prompt engineering is definitely a common sense, but not many times we are not able to put down what we are thinking. We are thinking so many things, but we are not able to write it down. That's how complex our brain runs.
So we're left with one minute only, maybe quick 15 seconds wish list which you want in the coming 5 years from your side. आपके हाथ में अलादीन का चिराग आ गया है, क्या चाहोगे आप?
Lot of things, sir.
One item. दिल मांगे बहुत बड़े एक item बताइए.
Okay. From my side, I think that's an impromptu question. So the way I see things is my strength lies in the people management. I would definitely like all our employees, all my family, or all my within my network area to be AI empowered, and we exponentially increase our ability to do better, to serve our society, to work better with our organization, learn these skills, not be afraid, take it head on, learn, become better, and then win the world.
Okay, Vibhuti, what about you?
A little tactical from my side, but that will solve a big problem. I would like platforms to come up which are solving end-to-end HR.
Integrated HR kind of thing.
Yeah, because that is where the whole storyline of the data connection and everything will get, unlocked for all of us. And the second thing I wish, with the way that the world is moving towards exponential increase in AI, I hope that we get some checks and balances in where it's actually used ethically and where it's not.
Good, very nice, thank you.
Yeah, I was, just going to say on the biases, of technology. I think we have to be very, very aware about what technology can bring in terms of biases, and that's my wish that we, as we, kind of embrace technology. There are two things I would say, but be aware of the biases and make sure that we are doing something proactively. And the second thing is embrace it, but don't copy it. What works in in one organization may not work in yours. So really try to understand how you're using what kind of analytics for what purpose. I think that's super important.
Okay, I will also tell my wish list. Since it is a wish, it can be anything. I want, I think 50% of the CEOs coming from HR domain. I think sure. There are questions.
I think it's a very good question, and my short answer would be that one should not be super ambitious and try to apply it across the life cycle. You have to again do the ROI, which is an area where you are getting the maximum impact by using segmentation and personalization. One area where we really saw a lot of effect is where we had something called as salary transparency, kind of implemented a few years back in SAP, where everybody is able to see there. It was a little bit of a double-edged sword because people now knew, where the compensation is, and there was hue and cry from our leadership that it won't work. 3 years down the line, I can tell you that is one of the best decisions that we have taken. We personalized it, we segmented it, we went again the grain and implemented it. But if you ask me, do we do it across, the entire life cycle, my big answer would be no. So really go for what is the organization looking at, what is the impact. But personalization is important, especially in the space of compensation, benefits. These are the areas where it would be less, work but more impact. So that's what my short answer.
Thank you.
Just wanted to add on this. I mean, personalization is the future. I don't think there is a debate on whether that is the right thing to do. The question that we all have to solve for is how do we make it happen? And, with data coming into picture, I think that gives us solid ground for identifying what our segmentation, like Shweta said, should be. And then, having that, given that so much is going to be automated, I think our work as HR leaders has to be in solving those kind of problems next.
Yeah, and think like a customer, as a customer, we allow so much of data to be used for us, Amazon and Flipkart and other things. Similarly, personalization, it is in organization's hand, but at the same time, up to a limit. It should not be controlling data. For example, there is a facility of geotagging your employees. That is something you have to use ethically accordingly. That way. I think I'll stop. There's opportunity for one last question. Yes, sir. Sorry, he was more nearer to me and more visible.
I can definitely take this one up. I mean, this is a battle that everybody fights on a daily basis, I would say, right? We are always trying to introduce programs, processes, and technology that we are having to prove an ROI for, right? And the way that we have started approaching it is that firstly we try to position it, like I initially said, what is the business problem that we are trying to solve, right? That gets the mind of the business heads to seeing that we are thinking in the same direction that they are, number one. The second is that we do a lot of pilots, right? So let's say if, I would not want to say that if I want to introduce a tech platform for, let's say, 2,000 people, I'll maybe say, okay, just allow me some lesser budgets to do that for a team of 100 or 200. Let me show you the results, and then let's look at all of these results together to see if it makes sense for us to extend it or not, right? And I think the third thing is that HR has to be very, very strongly anchoring all of these requests from the eyes of what business is going to see. So that's my 2 cents on this.
Yeah, and I would just probably add on to what Vibhuti said. I think the reason why you have seen that we have not made that kind of a progress, because to be very honest, we haven't really established the ROI in very, very clear terms, right? So it's very easy to say, let's do 20 things, but you have to show an impact, right? So I think all of us as HR need to think like business. If you're really going and asking for something, you better have a business case on that.
I think there's a warning here, but the last word is that, like in business, they talk about value we are creating. So if we are creating some kind of value, which is employee engagement, retention, increased productivity, I think we will be able to sell it better to the boardroom and the elephant accordingly. Thank you very much. Very nice, all the panelists. Once again, thank you very much for your points. Thank you.
If we really did any analytics on how hungry people are at this point in time, we would get some data.
Yeah, please request, Bilkis.
Yeah.
Your picture as well, a group picture. Once again, please.
I'll just take a minute. It's very fortunate for us that Shweta is here with us today. She was our CHRO, Women CHRO of the year last year. And she's also in the most influential women in HR 2025 list. So thank you so much for coming all the way from Bangalore and joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, Bilkis. Picture, please. Aye. Thank you. It's time for lunch. It's 2:10. 2:40. We'll meet again with the next session. Yes? Thank you so much. Thank you.
वही मैं सोचना देखना बाकी है मतलब होता है ना आ रहा है घबराहट करता है यार वो तो मेरे पीछे पड़ी भाई मैंने देखा मेरे पास फोटो है अरे आओ ना यार, गोविंद पॉपकॉर्न बैकअप है, मेल भी अभी नहीं मिल रहा है, बैकअप से पास अरे जरूर लगा मैंने जरा सोचा है क्या अच्छा यार पिंटू से घुमा देता है बार देख के बताना। मेरा कौन मना कर रहा है? और आप भी करो। सही बताओ ना, 4-5 दिन पहले क्या कैसे बताओ? कर लिया। हाँ हाँ यार, बता नहीं, मैंने आज देखा। हाँ हाँ, अरे जब से कर लिया। हाँ? क्या? ठीक है, फ्री होके फोन करना है कुछ? हाँ चलो ठीक है। मीठे में क्या है? मैं जाता हूँ, बाहर ही जाता हूँ गोविंद जी। हाँ अरे जाओ ना माँ, जाओ ना, मुखा होगा ना। ठीक है फिर तुम देखना मुखा। अरे यार ला दो ना यार। अरे काला क्लाइंट है। जाओ इधर से यार, खाने के लिए गौरव जी तुम लेके आओ जल्दी। अभी तो बाबा का गाना भाई जाओ ना यार, बाहर से कुछ लेके आओ। भाड़ा क्यों देगा? मारेगा भी तीन रोटी लो, तो भैया कहा दे है, साला के भाव से बोल रहे हैं। अरे कोई कुछ नहीं बोलेगा, और भी मिठाई दे दो। लो एक पाउच आपके लिए है। अरे कोई कुछ नहीं बोलेगा यार, मीठा 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 ले आओ जल्दी। और रसमलाई ना ऐसे लाना है, सेक्टर में लाना है। काला पे काला काली आज नहीं आया कमलेश भाई। अरे कमलेश भाई, कमलेश कालिया नहीं आया। कौन? अरे तूने दूसरा ले आया यार, काला रहता है ना वो लाता। अरे सब ठीक है, अरे सब ठीक है। क्या क्या है? नहीं होगा रसमलाई, और देखो ना क्या बता रहा है, देखो ना कौन और जाओ एक चक्कर। अरे जाओ, रहने दो, भीड़ में तो मजा आता है, और भी भीड़ में ही मजा आता है। लगाओ पूरे फ्लोर में चुन लाओ पकड़। आप तो मुकरा ही रहे। पिंटू भैया भी आ जा जाना है मेरा गौरव क्या है जाओ ना यार जाओ वो कर रहे हैं यही को भेजो बोल देना कंट्रोल को खराब बात कर लो गौरव जी माइक बंद कर दो ना सारे माइक यहाँ से बंद कैसे हो जाएगा म्यूट हो सकता है यहाँ से यार रहने दो पिंटू भैया रहने दो अरे बैटरी आ गया बहुत जाओ ना यार गौरव जी उधर से उठाने लग जाता है
ये जा रहा है वो आप छूट जाएगा। आएंगे तब ना तो क्या समझते दोपहर तब में भर के लिए आना क्या समझा ये गुटखा खा रखा है अरे देखो लेकर आया ना नहीं जाए रख दो खाना John is ये तो समेट देगा ये समेट देगी बजट ठीक है तो ऊपर वाला जो अकाउंट में होता है जैसे गिनती है खाना नहीं खाएंगे और प्रशासन बोला है बोला था अरे प्लेट लेके ले जाओ जो प्लेट था और क्या मना कर देगा प्लेट एक गिनती है प्लेट नहीं लाएंगे सूप लाए पियो नहीं अरे तो यहाँ उल्टाने के लिए रख दोगे अरे हम तो पिया यहाँ पलट जाएगा नहीं मैं मुझे नहीं पीना जो पीना होता वो दे रहा था पूरा कटे पीते नहीं लेटर को बोला उठाने के लिए करेंगे नहीं जमा करके रखोगे ये कह रहा था खास में रख दो दे जाएंगे आदमी खाद रख देंगे ठीक करेगा भूल गए होंगे। पता कैसे हाँ कुछ भी नहीं होता बड़ा छोटा। और क्या आप भी खा लेना जाए प्लेट वो बुला लेते लेती है नहीं और क्या वेटर जब कह रहा नीचे गिनतियन करेगा वो अभी उठा कर रखेंगे टेबल घंटी बजाने लगा आया था वो हाँ कितने दिया वो बुलाते हैं गोदाम में बंदा गोदाम से गोदाम खत्म होने वाला आता है तब बोलता है पहले नहीं बता सकता One with bullet. कब खाएगा? अरे बैग में लाया है, बैग में लाया है। हाँ वो बंद कर दो माइक। हाँ अरे वो ऑफ कर दो। वार्ड में लगा बोला बिल्कुल अंदर है अंदर अंदर
Check, check. Check, check. Check 1, 2, 2. 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 Check. Check. Check, check. Check 1, 2, 2. Check. Check 1, 2, 2. Check. Check.
Check, check, check. Arey, please. Check. Yeah.
Hello. 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 Chaliye, welcome back everybody. To make sure that all of you don't properly enter the slumber mode right after lunch, we'll try and do the best that we can to make sure you don't do that. So before we move ahead to the next panel, we have with us an artist who is ready. Let me first check as well. Ready? Ready you are. Okay. Chaliye. So when your thoughts become a weapon for you, that is when the impossible starts to become a reality, and that is what we're going to be witnessing now on the stage as well. We have with us an artist who has stunned the national television. He's left corporate giants speechless. He's also made celebrities question their own very mind. He'll try and do that with us also as well. But before, he's not a magician, he is nor a ninja, he is far beyond your or my imagination. He's a mind warrior, and now he is trying and he will dare to do the unthinkable to break a world record. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for you to expect the unexpected. Please join me in welcoming on the stage the world's first math mentalist, Rahul Singh. A little more louder, no? You especially come for us. Thank you. For the introduction, wonderful. He said that world's first math mentalist. So मैं करता क्या हूँ उसको एक छोटी सी झलक दे देता हूँ and then I will proceed something. Sir, you have a very beautiful smile. Can you give me a number between 1 and 9 of your choice, please? Yeah. Yeah, please. 7. Sir, can I have one more number? 0 is also a number. So give me one more number. So he has given me 7. What number would you like to give me? 2. So right now we created the number which is 7 and 2, 72. Under 10 seconds what I can do, and one of my kids, जिनको मैं सिखा रहा हूँ वो next month एक world record तोड़ने जा रहा है इसीलिए. So I'm just giving you a glimpse. So when you see that boy, grade 4th में विराज है, कैसे तोड़ेगा उसका glimpse दे रहा हूँ. So 72 under 10 seconds. I'm going to try. Let's see if I can do it or not. I have a marker, so maybe I'll take 15 seconds. So when I say go, give me a counting of 15, okay? So, go. कौन हुई इतनी तेज तेज चल रहा है भाई? Just I guess I have done it. Let's see this. ये legendary Shakuntala Devi beat करती थी, which is 52 and 11. If you do 52 and 11, again anyone. It is 63. 63, 5 and 4 will be 73. Even 1, 8, 10, 19 plus 53 is again 73. 12, 51, 3 and 6 is again 73. Even 7, 2, 54 and 9 is also 73. So all the rows, all the columns and even both the diagonals, they will add up to what? 73, a number which was given to me right on the spot. However, please do not clap for me right now because मैं कुछ ज़्यादा आपके लिए करूँगा because if शकुंतला देवी नहीं करती थी, all the rows, columns and the diagonal the legendary, अगर मैं अपना ही करूँगा तो world record कैसे टूटेगा? I'll tell you how. Even if you take the first 4 numbers, or the second 4 number, or the third, or the fourth, or the middle 4 number, they will also add up to what? A number which was given to me right on the spot. We can do it. 51, 10, 61, 61 and 8, करके देख लीजिए 69 and plus 3, again 72. I will not stop here because I need lots of appreciation, love and applauses because that fuels up my passion. So, अगर हम top 2 number ले which is 1 and 12, इसका corresponding bottom 2 which is 53 and 6. So 53, 6, 59, 59 and 1 is 60, 60 plus 12 is again 72. Even if you take 5 and 11 or 54 and 2, it is also again 72, a number which was given to me right on the spot. Not just that, even if you take 1 and 11 or इसका corresponding 54 and 6 करके देख लीजिए 54, 6, 60, 61, 61 and 11 is again 72. The best part here is that even if you add the 4 corners which is 52, 4, 9 and 7, they will also add up to. Imagine grade 4th kid next month is gonna do it और मैंने तो सिर्फ यहाँ 48 ways से किया है वो 108 ways से will give any number from negative infinity to positive infinity he will be able to crack it. However, ये तो बात हो गई कि I am the math mentalist लेकिन ये mentalist वाले पार्ट पे आते हैं man, can you have you on stage please? Please मेरा साथ दीजिए and I will need one more person, a person
मुझे एक ऐसा इंसान चाहिए जो ऑनेस्ट, ट्रूथफुल, जस्ट एंड फेयर हो. आई नीड समबडी हु बिलीव्स कि बुरा वक्त ही जिंदगी का सबसे अच्छा वक्त है, बेहतरीन वक्त की तैयारी के लिए. मुझे एक ऐसा व्यक्ति चाहिए जो विश्वास करता है कि लोहा जितना तपता है वो उतनी ताकत भरता है, हीरे में जितनी धार लगे वो उतना खूब चमकता है. सूरज जैसा बनना है तो सूरज जैसा जलना होगा, नदियों सा आदर पाना है तो पर्वत छोड़ निकलना होगा. और सबसे बड़ी बात, हर संकट का हल होगा वो आज नहीं तो. मुझे एक ऐसा इंसान चाहिए. अगर आप जानते हैं यहाँ एक ऐसा ऑप्टिमिस्टिक इंसान है तो खुद ही हैंड रेस करके आ जाओ. अदरवाइज आई एम गोना गेज, आई एम गोना फाइंड दैट पर्सन. Oh my God, you look very handsome, man. Can I have the handsome boy here? Yeah, please. मैं पूरे आप सबको जब मैंने देखा, give a big राउंड ऑफ applause. तभी आएगा वो ऐसे नहीं आते. हैंडसम लोग ऐसे नहीं आते, राइट? हैंडसम लोग कहते हैं कि मुझे बहुत तालियां चाहिए, मुझे बहुत ज्यादा अप्लॉसेस चाहिए, है ना, तभी मैं आऊंगा और ये आगे. व्हाट्स योर नेम बडी? यश. एंड मैम? Ankur. Okay, that's very nice. Ankur.
Not something that I've heard very often. I would like to believe you.
Perfect. So what we are going to do is, since I'm falling short of time, I have another event to perform. But then there's a difference between a magician and a mentalist. I have cards here, numbered 1 to 10. You can check. A magician will say, choose a card. A mentalist will hand over the card. A mentalist will say, and they are numbered from 1 to 10, and also the astrological meanings are available. I don't care about the astrological meaning, Yash. I only care about the numbers. Whichever number excites you, I want you to take out that card, उसे इस envelope में छुपाना और envelope को भी अपने हाथों के बीच में रख लेना, so that I can't see anything, and I will step slightly ahead. Just to tell you, मेरी पीछे भी आंख है. So make sure तुम छुप के एक कार्ड इस envelope के अंदर डालोगे, right? And once you've done that, the envelope should be in your hand like that, so that I can't see anything, right? Give the remaining cards to Uncle. And ma'am, you gotta do the same thing. I'll give you the envelope. जो remaining cards होंगे उसमें से भी आप एक नंबर लेंगे, and you're gonna hold the envelope in your hand. और फिर भी remaining जो बच जाएंगे, you just मेरे पॉकेट में डाल दीजिए, so that I know. Now I am here, and let's see whether I can read their minds or not. Yash, are you done? Angur ma'am, you can take your time. Take one number you like, put it inside the envelope in your hand, and remaining cards जो आज आपको नहीं चाहिए वो या तो मेरे पॉकेट में डाल दीजिए या फिर कहीं और रख दीजिए. I don't care. Once you're done, tap me on my shoulder, so I can turn, right? So Uncle, your hand, वो नंबर आपके हैंड्स के बीच में, put your hand like that, Uncle. Sorry, यश ऐसे कर लो अपना हाथ. मुझे कुछ दिखेगा नहीं. यश मेरे साइड देखो. When I say go, think of this number, that's it. Can you do that? Go. Now look at his face, and especially the smile this boy has. You know what? One of the most beautiful smile I have seen today. इसकी pointed nose देखिएगा, साथ में इसकी ear nose देखिएगा. That tells me one thing about him is that he is the kind of a person who would say that most ideas never work until you make sure they do. साथ में मुझे ये भी दिख रहा है कि तुम शायद कोई चेंज लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हो, बिकॉज ऐसे लोग थोड़े से तेजस्वी भी बहुत होते हैं. थोड़ा सा माथा अगर तुम्हारा और ब्रॉड होता तो आई वुड हैव सेड कि तुम शायद you would have killed something like exciting you would have done, but then ऐसा नहीं कि अभी भी नहीं करोगे. Give me a hug if I'm right. A person like you, when I was going through the entire number of cards, he was confused between two numbers. He didn't take number 9. He should have taken number 9. I am क्लूलेस, क्योंकि जब मैंने पहले देखा था मुझे था कि तुम नंबर 9 ही लोगे, बट देन गिव मी a high five and give me a hug so that they know I'm right, I'm always right. You should go with number 5. I will show it to everybody. Number 5. In the seat, it's just the warm up. Although आज मेरे पास ज़्यादा समय नहीं है, but then मैं फिर भी कोशिश करूँगा आपको दिखाने की. Please, in your hand like that. When I say go again, think of this number. Do not bluff because अब आप देख चुके हैं कैसे मैं करता हूँ. So you will try to bluff. This is always obviously होता ही है मेरे साथ. But if you make my life difficult, obviously I look very bad in front of the audience, right? Don't make me do that, please. Now think. I'll go with that side. I'll go. This time, I will not even ask anything. When I was trying to talk to him, I was trying to get the number out from him. He didn't even know while I was talking, he was giving me cues. In your case, I don't even have to do that. She says, why is that? Because I know the number you picked is number 3. Is it number 3? Can you show it to the audience as well? Perfect. Can you take just the start? I'll take this. Sit here, sit here, sit here. Okay. Now, observe everything which happens around, okay? Observe everything. You also observe everything which happens around you, okay? Close your eyes. I don't know if people know, but shadow खतरनाक होती है. If you felt a touch or a tap, raise your left hand. Hands down. Show fingers से बताओ how many times you felt the touch. Hands down. Point to the shoulder where you felt the touch. Ankur and Yash, open your eyes. I was touching you every time and you really felt it, right? Great, which is perfect. Sounds good, sounds good. Let me do one more thing. Or even better. Buddy. अपना हाथ दो, देखना मत, दूसरा हाथ दो, रख लो. There's a locket I've given him. If a connection has been established, then something incredible should happen now. Ma'am, or Yash, animals are there, like cat and dogs and things like that. If I ask you to name an animal, what animal would you name? Tiger? Okay. Ma'am. No, you have to give me a number. So you said tiger. And it's completely free choice. हम आज से पहले कभी मिले तो नहीं है, उनको लगेगा हाँ? कभी ऐसा तो नहीं हुआ कि मैंने तुम्हें कुछ बोला हो भैया बोलने के लिए. सब फ्री चॉइस चल रही है. मैम, give me a number from 1 to 100 of your choice. Any number. 11. Why 11? There has to be a reason. You can't just say 11 like that.
That's the number that came to mind.
Right now on the spot, it came to your mind. Did we meet? Have we spoken? I must have told you to say 11. And you said Tiger. Can I have the mic, please? Give it to ma'am. Yash, I've given you my locket. दोनों साइड कुछ लिखा है, एक साइड एक नंबर एंड ग्रेड है और एक साइड मैंने कुछ लिखा है विद अ मार्कर. यू आर द आईज ऑफ द ऑडियंस. यश, एक एक करके दोनों साइड आप दिखाओगे जब मैं बोलूंगा और आप लाउडली ऑडियंस को बोलोगे उस लॉकेट पे क्या लिखा है. यश, शो द फर्स्ट साइड. व्हाट डज इट से? टाइगर. शो इट टू द ऑडियंस एज वेल. व्हाट डज इट से? मार्कर से मैंने लिखा है. यू कुड हैव सेड एनी. शो द अदर साइड एंड लाउडली बताओ क्या लिखा है. 11. एवरीबॉडी, टाइगर and number 11. Thank you so much. I am the math mentalist. You all have a lovely day. Thank you so very much. I take workshops. Definitely I teach it more. Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Hello. Thank you. Rahul, may I request you please join us on the stage again? एक बार, Bilkis. पेमेंट में आधी आपको भिजवा दूंगा. थैंक यू. For Rahul, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. See you, all the best. Thank you. Now that all of us are sort of energized and we are away from that post-lunch slumber, I'm assuming, it is time for an afternoon keynote, and that will be delivered by Ranesh Puri, MD, Executive Access India Private Limited. Please welcome, sir, everybody.
Hello everyone. It's not the easiest to speak in the afternoon, but grateful for the lively and very interesting session that we had now. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much, Business World. It's a very special day today. I wanted to share with all of you. Today, Executive Access completes 30 years in the search business. So I was in two minds now whether to request Bilkis to change my schedule or not. Fortunately, she put on the afternoon. So I had a morning celebration, and now here with all of you to celebrate the journey. I first of all want to use this forum to actually thank my entire staff and their families, the clients, and the 2,965 candidates that we have placed in various organizations in the 30 years. So, thank you everyone. The subject that I've chosen is CHRO and HR 2030. The objective is to just give you a little insight as to how I feel the HR space will change in the 5 years. They say forewarned is forearmed. I'm not a soothsayer, spent 30 years here, but I share my thoughts and use this forum to sort of equip you to face a world which will be much different, and much will change in the 5 years from now than has changed in the 25 years before. You're going to be encountering an age and time where you'll think back and say, goodness gracious, did people really work this way? Speed of change, the quantum of change, the magnitude of change will be very different. So first of all, friends, the first skill that you need to acquire and keep working on it is ability to change yourself. As Darwin said, the principle is it is not the most permanent species that actually prevails, but it is the one that is more adaptable to change. And that is what we have to be prepared for. Organizations will change, the mindsets of people will change, the way we work will change. COVID took us to a hybrid world. There was post that a reaction against it, with there being a lot of demand for workforce to come back to office. But trust me, as I see it, 5 years from now, hardly 20 to 25% of the workforce will work in offices. Hybrid working will be room of the day. People will be working on the move. They are moving from one city to another. They're connected with the devices. They are being tracked, and their productivity and what they're doing is there. But talent will have the space to work where they want, how they want, but with the caveat, deliver what the organization wants. So things will be very different for the HR. Getting people together to strike a rapport, to have an emotional connect, to be able to relate to them on a person-to-person basis will get that much more difficult. What is more, your colleagues will be 25-30% robots, rest will be humans, and there will be challenges of interplay between that. Subjectivity, which today demands promotions, your future, will be out of the window. Hours and months that you spend today on performance management will go away. Performance of an individual at any level will be available with the click of the button. The rating of an individual will be available real time. The learning parts will be available real time. So it will be appraisal on the go, and so the throes of managing performance and the yearly increment appraisal cycles, which take so much of your time, will go out of the window. Technology will enable everything to happen on a real-time basis. And what is more, the job of CHRO will change. Today you sit in judgment. Tomorrow the machine will tell you. Facts and chat, GPT, AI will tell you, this person's learning lead is XYZ. My recommendation is XYZ to be done. And to the employee, it will come across to get to the next level, you need to equip yourself with 1, 2, 3 skills. And if you are able to demonstrate this, you will have a promotion. In a word, there will be no room for subjectivity. It will be everything on the job. What is more, the CHRO job, which today is managing people, will be tomorrow managing change through people. Organizations will need to reinvent themselves in a hurry to survive, because more organizations are likely to become extinct in like 5 years from now than have become in the last 20 years. So survival will not be easy, because competition will be 10 times stiffer than what it is today. But how do you navigate? So in one word, which will be goodwill for a CHRO, will be CHROs tomorrow will be possibly most powerful person in the organization. The dependence of the CEO on the CHRO will actually increase 5x from what it is today. Managing business, managing people, the closest confidant of that will be the CHRO. The nomenclature may change. The CHROs may become the Chief Transformation Officer or the Chief Conscience Officer, whatever you will have different one. But there is no doubt that the most powerful person in the organization, even more powerful than the CEO, will be what today we call the CHRO. Our panelist was speaking about 50% of CHROs becoming CE. That has been my wish list, sir. And as I see it, in the 5 years, at least 5x more CHROs will become CE. And that is because they will be managing two things. They will be managing people, which is the most critical part of it, whether it is the hiring or whether it is productivity. But they will also be looking at business. It is said by McKinsey in one of the research that they have recently done that 30% of key business decisions today that a CEO takes in 5 years from now will be available with a click of button on the technology. Whether any investment has to be done on this firm, whether an acquisition has to be done on that firm, whether it makes sense to enter this market, you will feed in the data, the technology will tell the CEO, good idea, not so good idea. This is the risk, this is where. So the world that we are going to be seeing is going to be very, very different. And I think as CHROs, all of us have an opportunity, which is mind-boggling. It is up to us how we actually capitalize on it. It is up to us how we leverage it. But CHRO will not be a function. CHRO will be business. Every decision of yours will be an ROI. What is the return on investment? If you hired 5 people, what is the return? What has it done to the bottom line? If the story is good, you are a good. If it is not, you need to relearn. If you want to train people, this is the cost. How much of it will translate into business and productivity? That is for you to calculate. That is for you to deliver. So every action of yours will be under a microscope. There will be very little chance for you to take an X or Y or Z as a possibility. But the good news is that the job will become far more beautiful. The job will become far more powerful. The job will become actually revered. And the key to any business will be the quality of the CHRO. And they will command a premium like no other function before, because the root of anything that the CEO does or the business does will rest on people. How do you raise productivity? How do you get people to perform more on real time? How do we keep the focus of the people on the right activity? And half of your routine functions, which are today monotonous, and that you take a lot of your time in handling, will go across. Appraisal, seamless, conflict resolution easy. You put your data in and you put the other guy, two sides are disagreeing. And you have to traverse and say which side to take. You will click in the data and say, this is what this person said, this is what it said. Bang, and within seconds will be a report saying that this is what has to be done or this is not what it is to be done. So, we are heading for a very, very exciting time. And my wish and desire always has been that we get more and more CHROs as CEOs, because I honestly feel that they do a very difficult job. They are the conscious keeper of an organization, and they are the lifeline. Anything else can work. If you want to know how good an organization is, find out how good the CHRO is. And believe me, that really, really counts. So hats off to all of you for a great, great job that you all do, but be prepared. The expectation from you will increase 5x. On your hands will be the lifeline of our organization. On your hands will be the lifeline of various careers that you make and unmake. And on yours will depend the business in the future. So, I see my time is up. It has flown, but it's wonderful to have this opportunity to share my thoughts. I don't know whether they make any sense to you. If they do, keep it in mind. If they don't, pick up a phone or write a mail to me and say I disagree, and this is the reason, because we all learn from one another. And when I see so much of talent around here, and which I've been listening, I know there's a lot that you can teach and a lot that you can make a difference. God bless you all, and thank you very much, Business World, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Bilkis, please do the honors. First of all, everybody. Thank you. Thank you so much, Bilkis. Thank you. And now it's time for our last two CXOs panel. The first is on investing in technologies that enhance employee experience role of CXOs, and the second will be strategic alignment, how CXOs can ensure HR technology investments aligning with their business goals. But now to the first one, which is investing in technologies that enhance employee experiences, role of CXOs. While you set the stage up, I will introduce the panelists to you. First is Krishna Kabra, India Head, Orange GCC. Joining me is Dr. Jagmohan Singh Rishi, Global Head, HR and L&D. Who got it, and also joining them is Emmanuel David, MD, Great International India, Board Member, Aster DM Healthcare, and ex-director, Tata Management Training Center. And the session chair for this one will be Aditya Sareen, Head, Corporate and Business HR, Tata Power.
Do we have a backup screen for us to see where do we sit, or can we sit at any random order? Good afternoon, and I think just make it a little louder. Good afternoon, and good to see you all after lunch. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging. Thank you very much. Good to see you all in the second spell of mine in the capacity. Okay, I'm supposed to be there. I will be there. I'll come this side.
Then there's the identity crisis.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is me actually. Louder, please. Thank you. And Emmanuel, I think, had an engagement. A little more louder, please. Thank you. Yeah. I think he had an engagement. Nonetheless, we will try our best that you do not miss his presence, because I'm sure his thoughts in all that we have discussed together will be got to the forefront. The topic for this panel is investing in technologies that enhance employee experience, the role of CXOs. The panel actually comprises a business head, the panel comprises an L&D head, HR head who also has held L&D roles, and if he was there, he's been with TMTC, he's a director on board with various companies. So we try and make it meaningful for you. That said, would you just want to try using the two hands that you've been gifted to welcome yourself, if not the panel? Give it up for yourselves. Thank you. That just tells me that everybody is awake here. Okay, so this panel is going to discuss certain aspects that CXOs need to enable the HR and L&D leaders. And my questions are going to be steering clear of HR and L&D. I'm going to be looking at employee experience management as a business problem, and therefore how can CFOs and business leaders enable the employee experience. So Krishnan, I'm going to come to you first. So we know that organizations struggle with integrating HR technologies into their existing legacy systems, right? And we know this because a lot of transformation is happening in the tech space as well. Now, as a CFO, as a business head, how do you think do you manage the business risks and the hidden costs that perhaps this interface would lead to?
I think very
can you have the mics a little louder, please? Everybody, thank you.
Yeah, very interesting question, very good question. But first I just want to tell you importance of, I think this panel discussion, the topic, the CXO, role of CXO on any transformation is like, I think we all know the story of Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh. So CXO need to take now role of really Shiva, the Chief Destruction Officer, in order to make sure that I think whatever transformation we do is implemented and that change happens seamlessly. So now coming back to your question, whenever there is a transformation change or a digital implementation happen, there are risks. It's a big change management, so risk is definitely there. So there are two type of, I think in a very crude, simple, from a business perspective, I had a GCC and the India business for a telecom, so high level two type of risk I see. One is technology, which is, I think, is matured and not a very, very big risk. Now you can do many things. Technology is maturing. So risk is more of understanding the transformation and making sure the complexity of the transformation. Technology is very easy, but people perspective, driving that change is the most important. I think risk is there. Many things can go right, wrong, but the typical, what I have seen in my last 15-20 years of experience is the transformation timeline is 4 months, but it is delivered in 1 year or 2 years, and still it is not getting the right kind of return on investment. So those type of I think hidden cost, if 4 months goes to 1 year, 2 year, 5 months, the executive time, the friction between different teams in adoption. So I think that is a very, very important and big real cost is always there. I think 60-70% cases of the project, those are there. But how to mitigate, I think, is the most important thing that we need to learn. The most important, I think, couple of factors I see. The CXO engagement, if that is directly proportionate to the success. If you spend more time, you are engaged, you walk the talk, you spend little more time in that change transformation, I think the biggest important factor is that drives the success of that project, and all hidden cost will be minimum.
No, very well said, Krishna. Perhaps the delay in many cases is because of the change in specs and scope, because of intervention of multiple stakeholders who come in at the wrong time because of being busy in other things. And I'm sure Rishi is there, and I will segue into this discussion, Rishi, with you also. And I say this because perhaps I was reading that still many CXOs infer that HR tech is HR's problem. Engagement tech is HR's problem. I am a stakeholder, but I will come in only in the true spirit of Shiva as a destructor, not to construct it collaboratively. And I think if that is taken care of, in my experience, perhaps this aspect of the risk of delay or the aspect of the risk of rescoping what has already been scoped and documented could be mitigated. Rishi, you as a L&D leader in a large organization, do you have an example to cite or a use case where perhaps CXO alignment has led to mitigating these risks, or the other way around? I mean, you can pick up any example of your past organization. We will not ask you to name that.
Yeah, good, very good question. And I think this is
my question will be good, most likely.
Yeah, अच्छे बंदे हो यार आप. So this is a problem of every organization. Let me share with you. I mean, very good strategies are made in boardroom, right? So great big fours come and present it, and the influential CXOs get influenced, and they buy the product, and without any design thinking. So basic problem lies with design thinking. We have to see whether the buyer of the decision maker of the technology buyer and the user of the technology, are they aligned or not? That is very, very important. I'll give you a very crude example. In pharmaceutical companies, they buy iPads. iPads, why they buy? Basically to see whether the doctor's engagement is happening or not. Right? We call it visual aid in our lingo. So there are about 20 pages and dynamic pages. So if he's a doctor, I'm discussing with him a product, my mode of action, my side effects, my indications, my knockover points. And at the back end, the marketing team is saying, we're tracking it. Okay, page number 3, this is maximum used by the reps in the doctor's engagement. Now, they are making those analytics based on that. But the smart aleck, the rep, what he does, he will sit in the reception area and he flip the pages. Where the analytics is going over there? So that is where we have to see whether the user of the technology is first sold before the CXO buys the product. So it is very, very important whether you are buying Salesforce.com, Viva or any .com,
You have to see the user part, and I always emphasize that use the concepts of design thinking and use all the stakeholders, including customer also, that will help you implement better. That is where the execution excellence gap lies. In healthcare industry, the strategy is the same. In even technology companies, strategy is the same. It is the execution excellence which makes a difference.
Fantastic. I never knew that while this panel is on, the specs will change for us. From 55, we are straight away seeing 20 minutes. I don't know where the 30 has gone. Maybe there's some programming happening from good for me. From 4, we are 3. So we're also mitigating this as we move on. But Rishi, picking up from what you said, by the way, I also want to give a disclaimer that whatever Rishi quoted as some companies, we have no relation with those. No company. Absolutely, we just came for the session, we just had lunch, we have no relation with any company, so it's all purely coincidental. That's on the lighter side. Rishi, you made a very important point, design thinking. But there's a very big missing piece, ladies and gentlemen, that I want to highlight to you. When we invest in technology for employee experience, my question to the panel and then to the audience will be, is the user, the employee involved in that decision-making process? Most of the time, my question is a little more deeper, and therefore, when the employee is not involved, first of all, is the employee involved or not? And most likely, I know not, because it's a decision taken in a boardroom or in a executive council meeting, and then the decision is then forced down, I may say with sugar, the decision is percolated down, and then the decision is that implement. And then comes the challenge of, did we need this, or it was a golf course or a golf decision or whatever. And then, therefore, if you think that employees or a certain segment should be involved in the power to select the platforms and the tools that they want, ultimately the user decides what they want, or is it a boardroom discussion? So I'll get to Krishna, you first, because I'm sure you're in the boardroom. We are also, but I think we'll go to the business head first. Do you think it's important to really create confusion and chaos?
So I think to answer your first question, 70-80% cases, decisions are taken in the boardroom.
We're a very honest panel, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Krishna. We're a very honest panel. We agree to where we go wrong, by the way, right? Yeah. But that's where we get from unconscious incompetence to conscious incompetence. We're not learning. Go ahead, Krishna.
Yeah, so I think, and then maybe I can give example of one of the organization I worked. They created so many tools. Obviously, intent was always good. So many tools and processes and all. It created an ecosystem of 1,000 tools for a organization. It's a huge organization. But all came because of that top-down approach that we have a problem and we need to solve, and let's appoint a consultant and let's select the best of the best tool and all that. But I think we missed the most important part is the end user who will going to work on it. But now I think things are really changing. So I think in many organizations, the average age is also changing. Especially I am from a tech and all that. You have so many young talent. They are becoming a mentor for you to help you understand, because their speed, their engagement is different. So there is no option other than to engage them in the decision making, in the selection process, which I think is now that 70-80% is started changing. How much is that as of now is very difficult to kind of comprehend. But other thing is, I think I want to give you one maybe a good practice in one of the organization. Everything is driven by community culture. So if you want to invest into something, innovation tool or anything and everything is driven by community culture, and community is formed of people who are passionate, and then that's where I think best of the best thing comes. It's not because of hierarchy or a CXO or a functional head deciding. So those organizations I have seen a very good success rate and faster, quicker decision. The adoption is faster. So I think things are changing to a certain extent.
Right, I think that's beautiful. A community of interest which I think can then correlate to what Rishi said about, design thinking, and therefore when I'm involved in the process, I will definitely, use and adopt. That said, I wanted to understand that how did you, and I presume that you would have done it in your company, that how do you change the mindset of the CXOs that we need to involve the user or we need to involve the community of interest or practice? Because this hitherto remains a boardroom discussion. Getting it from where it should be to where actually it is now, how's been the transition? Any insight that the colleagues here can take? Rishi and you?
I can share I can share a best practice over here. Of course, in my previous organizations also, currently also, we are doing the same thing. That any campaign, typically we say any campaign, we do campaigns from a marketing point of view. We are rolling it out. We call the stakeholders from the various fields, marketing, sales, and other aspects, and we call them and we run the campaign to them first. We get their feedback because they are the ones who are on the ground. So we get the feedback whether this campaign is going to run successfully or not run. Give them what is happening in the marketplace. So that is a best practice. If a person follows the system can definitely be more successful than the decisions made in the boardroom accordingly. So that is where we need to focus on the process, whether you call it design thinking or large-scale interactive process or whatever you call it.
Rishi, your views? Sorry, Krishna, your views? My bad.
Yeah. I think couple of things we can influence or do, not just CXO and taking decisions and then driving it, but if there are small things, if we start, that many projects, they get delayed, they get unsuccessful, overrun, cost overrun. But if we engage the real user and analyze why that failure happened, I think that introspection can help. And then that failure will come only from the users, the end users, not from the managers who will prepare fancy presentations and all. So those type of mindset we need to have, that end user is directly discussing the old thought process and then coming up with a new ways of working. Then I think one important thing we need to also think is CXOs or even managers, they digitally immerse themselves into the on-ground, on-field, the frontline people. They experience what they do. If they start doing, I think they will empower them more and then they will engage them more. So I think very common sense, simple things, I think if we implement, maybe things will change fast.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I have a CXO here who is actually willing for people to participate and co-create. I have a CHRO, CLO who's also saying and promoting the fact that people should be involved and co-create. And I'm sure back in our offices there are people who are also willing to support this. Then where is the break? Where is the gap?
Can I say?
Yeah, yes.
The gap comes in the culture of the organization.
The gap comes in the culture. And could you just kindly elaborate a little on that?
Maybe some CXO, not you. You're a great CXO. Maybe
it's on record. Huh?
Yeah, I said he's a great CXO.
No, that's right. It's going on record.
So maybe some CXO or the senior leadership has taken a call and the culture is not open. The middle management, they always try to take the side. Yes, sir, very good, sir. The problem is not with our decision. Decision lies with the execution. So there has to be, the senior leadership should be open to receive the feedback and create a system of open feedback accordingly.
I think they go hand in hand, by the way. Seeking feedback and seeking feedback for the sake of seeking feedback are two different things. So I want you to give me feedback because I want you to say what I want to hear, just like I want you to clap for us in the end. It's a different feedback. But whether you want to clap for us or not in the end is depending on the discussion that we'll have here. So, right, Krishna, what do you say?
No, I think what I just want to compliment him. I think if we...
You both are in a complimenting game. You're leaving me out.
No, so I think if we change our... I think if we change from our time in pleasing our bosses from 50% to 30% to 20%, I think this whole drastic change will going to happen. It is just a compliment what he just said.
Brilliant. Brilliant. I think this is one of the most important learnings. Co-creation will happen only when we want to involve, when we want to hear the factual, on-ground realities. Second, as you rightly said, if our culture promotes the bottoms-up approach and we actually seek feedback and we have the ability and the courage to say perhaps we went wrong and then take corrective action and don't take it as an ego issue. And thirdly, I think you mentioned, Krishna, that when you immerse yourselves, sometimes what happens is at the levels that leaders are, they perhaps don't have time or maybe attention span of getting immersed, and therefore the decision is quick and fast. And last but not the least, I think the aspect of even the middle managers and the so-called fleet on street giving the right feedback. I'm now coming to a question which I think is on the minds of many of the colleagues here. I understand there was a mentalist session. I think I was in another meeting there, so I could not attend it. But if that's what I understand, that you could read your mind, then I want to read your mind and say, are we, first of all, mapping and reporting and seeing the right matrix of success for HR technology? Are we still in the rudimentary adoption, usage kind of matrix? And I would like to understand from you, Krishna, also that what would you want your CHRO and CLO to present to you? Or have we moved a notch up and are we looking at the actual impact? I don't want to use the word ROI for a reason, and that's because I think technology is first ROE, return on expectations, and then I think then goes the ROI on investment. So do you think HR is reporting, first of all, is HR collating and reporting the right metrics that you want to see as a CXO? Or are we still in that, login and, usage and first time adoption and repeat users kind of thing? What is the scenario that you have?
So I think I have experienced a drastic change and a big transformation in the way things are now reported.
Okay.
So I want to give you a few very simple examples which correlate to our tech business. And for us, the most important thing is in a knowledge industry, your skills, your cost of your solution, or how efficient you are, because now India is a tech world's tech capital, tech talent industry, and become very, very competitive. So for me, just to give a how the dashboard helps and evolve over a period. So for me, half a year of average age of my organization create a huge impact on my P&L. So HR started that our average age is say 32. If we become 31 average age, my P&L will increase by 5-6 million euro. Being a European company.
How can age be reversed?
Yeah, so age cannot be reversed, but for in order to sell any product and services, you need to be competitive.
Correct. So correct. So therefore, are they then tracking engagement? The reason that we are having this panel?
Yes. So they are. I mean, I'm just giving you a simple, not directly related to engagement, but here the tracking, the dashboard, and all is transformed. So they are giving me a number that if we hire more talent, more fresh graduate, if we tie up with 20 more colleges, if we get them in third year of their, also help them billable more, and engage them more, it create a big impact on your business.
And that means they are talking your language now.
Yeah.
They are talking business outcome.
Yeah.
Whether it's age or engagement or whatever, they are talking outcome that you want to understand.
Yes.
And they're not talking the matrix that they want to show or we want to show in terms of pure adoption, pure usage. Love that point.
And other aspects are also evolving, like traditional our engagement and not just net promoter score, but employee net promoter scores, and those elements are also coming, which are giving a very direct. But I think for me, those are given things. Those are needs to be there. Your engagement score needs to be very, very high. Happy employee, happy customer. But also more important is the business outcome. Top line in P1, EBITDA, how much we are directly contributing because of HR.
I'm so glad to hear this. I'm so glad to hear this, that the CXO's happiness, goes, and I can see it on your face that when HR talks your language, you actually want to hear it. and supposedly we come with our basic level data. Rishi, in your organization, in your career, how have you seen reporting of data change, specifically with the onset of technology like AI, etc.? Have you seen a transition, and do you see the same smile that Krishna is giving us on your
Let me give you an industry perspective.
Please.
Okay. In fact, with the advent of technology, the reporting of various points, whether it is head count, attrition, performance attrition, hypo attrition, so all those aspects, learning and development scores, or maybe connected to the performance. So correlation there are multiple things have come up. And today, I think there are hundreds and hundreds of agencies which are ready to provide all those aspects accordingly. But most importantly, again, I emphasized in my previous panel also, that it is the imperative for the CHRO and the CXO, what is the purpose of this analytics? If the purpose is clear, the purpose that why is bigger, how is smaller then? So that is very, very important, that what kind of analytics, the way Krishna mentioned, I want these analytics which are going to impact my bottom line, my top line accordingly, then it makes sense to have those. Otherwise, there are hundreds and hundreds of analytics which are available accordingly.
It's a very important point. A lot of times the platforms, ladies and gentlemen, have a lot of ability to provide data. Perhaps it's on to us as to how do we juice it, and then how do we feed it to the leadership. I'm going to now change track. I'm going to get into something which perhaps is also, in the realms of discussions nowadays. We know that HR tools, platforms can track productivity to the last minute, and therefore there's a situation between the aspect of surveillance versus engagement. Because if I can track your productivity to the last minute, I can, there's facial recognition, I can sense your mood, what is on your mind, there's NLP of how you're writing your mails, etc. And therefore the early warning signals. How do we manage this fine line between productivity, engagement, and so-called surveillance in the era of privacy? Your views?
Yeah, I think it's a very difficult question. We are trying to figure out, means we are not there. We are experimenting, and we are little bold in experimenting certain things. So earlier our tracking was more of self-declaration. This is my timesheet and this is my productivity and all. Then we changed that to if particular role, that role needs to benchmark, that role needs to spend 3 hours on email, 2 hours and all. So agent can help us in giving that by default timesheet that he has spent or she has spent this much time. And in the team, whoever is the most productive and least productive, I think you can analyze the data and all that. So I think that we are experimenting right now. Also, I think, but there are huge challenges. Obviously then name and shame happens and all that, so we are in the mid of that journey of, but automation and digital reflection will going to drastically change our productivity model, but we are not there. We want to be there, but huge resistance is there from all the angles.
So there is resistance, and you agree that there is a issue of, productivity engagement versus surveillance. Rishi, your views?
I have a little different take on this. Frankly speaking, there should be systems and processes to track the engagement, but it should not be controlling an employee. For example, I mentioned in my previous panel also that there are tools like geotagging for the employee. This is an ethical consideration from the HR perspective or from the Salesforce perspective. As an employee, I would not like me to be tracked where I am. Of course, from the productivity point of view, there are something, but then we have to create systems and processes in such manner that there is a transparency in the system, and you can always track the productivity through the numbers accordingly and the processes accordingly.
Agreed. Please.
And I think your second point is on the capturing your mood and all, which also we experimented. But it is not giving that kind of it's a simple tool we implemented. Whoever in cafeteria comes in, it captures, and then it gives you a perceived stress, and then you confirm whether that stress is real or not, and then it combines the AI stress level versus your own perception, and then give a simple report. But it is not giving a kind of, it's maybe 50-60% accurate as of now. So this needs to further evolve and then see how it
Just can I take a minute on this? In fact, just reminded me of an incident wherein one of the agencies came to showcase this mood by facial recognition. So it was able to recognize many of the people in the room, in the conference hall. When I came there, it said constipated. I said, yeah. I said, what happened is, so I said, what is this? He said, because of your beard, it could not see it. So the facial recognition is a challenge.
While the two of these gentlemen were talking about facial expression and happiness, I was thinking if any matrimonial site was to implement this before marriage, after marriage, facial expressions, what would be the ROI? We'll talk about that separately. I'm now going to segue into a discussion on how do you choose a tech platform for HR. Rishi, I'll start with you, HR, L&D. What are the 2 or 3 important aspects that you consider? Because there are a whole lot of them. I mean, there are as many of them as perhaps were not even there in the buffet today at lunch. How do you choose the most appropriate? And then I will come to you, Krishna, that as a CXO, how do you look at it? And I think that will be when the LED will come and hit out of us.
Yeah. In fact, there are so many tech platforms. It is like, without naming the company, we are getting so many prank calls.
Yeah, no royalty, we don't take any royalty.
Dash Finance, which Sunita Williams is also getting a call these days. So tech platforms are dime a dozen, and lot of them are there. Sometimes you get confused. ये लूँ क्या वो लूँ, ऐसा ना हो कि ये ले लूँ तो बाद में better tech आ जाएगा. So it is important that we have a strategic meeting at the same time. What my company requires it, and what are my pain areas. My pain areas are different compared to his pain areas. So what I require, I decide upon what is the thing which is required. At the same time, I'll also like to mention, which I mentioned earlier also, that the companies who have very good systems in place, there the tech implementation is much easier to implement. But if a company is not having system in place, they will always have a problem area. So I should be very clear what I want, what the purpose of the tech which I want. Do I want only attendance? Do I want only attrition? Do I want a reporting part only? Or do I want recruitment also? For example, we have tied up with some organization which is on recruitment in AI, using AI. So turnaround time of the recruitment is better. At the same time, the quality of hire is much better. But we are still testing it out. So that is how it is.
Sure. Quick take on how would you evaluate tech?
To be honest, I was not that deeply engaged into tech.
No worries. As a leader, how would you?
What I will look at is faster execution.
Okay, execution. All right.
Faster adoption. And we recently implemented maybe one relevant example of a reward recognition platform. And ours was very old. For many years it continued, and this new platform came in, and then it opened up so many opportunities that even a self-nomination is possible, even voting is possible, even many things are possible, and then that whole reward recognition program got transformed in just a small tech, very faster execution, and then it created a big impact. So from my perspective, I think faster execution and then more engagement, faster adoption.
Faster execution, Rishi says processes, says matches the need and the pain areas. Audiences, I'm sure that you're keen to ask us some questions. If I recognize your facial expressions and I find that you're not asking, I will ask a question. So anybody wants to take a question for us? Anyone? All right, I'll come back. Oh yes, sir. You're quite an interesting audience. You ask a lot of questions. I'm impressed. Krishna, what's yours?
Will be directly related to your
bottom line or top line. What I come to know is like some of the HR tech interventions. If you ask me to directly relate to the top line or bottom line, there are minimum. So in that context, as a CXO, for example, you're always driven by numbers. You're always seeing quarter on quarter profitability and all those things. In that context, how does your tech HR intervention come as a priority for you?
So see, from my perspective, if I want to be very clear, the human is not a just resource. Resource, I attended one workshop and then I realized that resource means you have a limit to absorb opportunities from that. But human is a possibility. And then from just coming back to your question here, unless you have a very strong tools, processes, and a digital platform, you'll not able to get maximum possibility from that. So it's very difficult to link top line, bottom line to any HR platform. But you need to obviously invest and then make sure that you are always ahead in terms of your human possibilities, getting maximum from the human. See, one single seed has a potential to make a whole earth greener, and then that kind of potential human have. So in order to manage that, you need to have best of the best tool, best of the best platform. So that's where it's very difficult to link the direct linkage with the top line, bottom line. So, but you have no option other than to really invest so that you are ahead.
Will you be open in terms of what it is bringing as an impact apart from your financial? So as a CXO, you're open for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Right, I think there are no more questions. I will wrap it up in the next 1 minute. I'll just take one quick rapid fire and I'm going to just play to what my earlier colleague moderator had done. One technology trend that you think will change the way of working in the next 2 years. One only, and one for you, Rishi, keep thinking.
I think gig economy will going to grow from 5% to
will change
30,
the
40%.
workforce trends, okay? Rishi, what about you? Ditto? You have to have a different answer. Simple.
I think, okay, since you asked me, one thing which is going to change in India is coaching, basically, because globally it has caught up a lot, but in India it is still catching up. So coaching, one-on-one coaching, and of course at the junior level, AI coaches. These are something which change.
Super. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think it was a pleasure interacting with all of you along with the panel. You've been so nice. You haven't clapped through the day for us. We'll have to do it now. Thank you very much. Thanks, Business World, for having us here.
Thank you. Hello. Consul. Thank you, gentlemen. Bilkis, please. And thanks for moderating that. Thank you. And yes, you got the 30-minute. And of course, you also got the 30 minutes. Goof that we planned to do. A group picture, please. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Bilkis. And with that, it's time for our last panel discussion, which is CXO's panel number 2. Strategic alignment, how CXOs can ensure HR technology investments align with business goals. And to share the views on the same, please join me in welcoming the panelists. Shailesh Tiwari, Executive Director, Indian Oil. Joining him is Hemant Kumar Ruya, Chief Financial Officer, Subcontinent, DP World.
Also joining them is Ramit Gupta, Senior Partner and Talent Transformation Service Leader, Arvind Consulting India and South Asia, Ashish Jari, COO Teleperformance India, and this session will be chaired by Roshi Gaswala, CEO of BW Engage. Please welcome them. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Good afternoon. I'm able to see, but I'm not able to hear. Good afternoon. Okay. Auditory also working. Okay, I'm gonna go there. Good afternoon. We'll have a few more people. I've asked them to, after I got my coffee, I asked them to shut the coffee machine outside. So, we'll have a few more people. Thank you, for being here. Wonderful to have at least a few people waiting for more to come in, but we'll start our session. Thank you to all our panelists. I'm very excited to moderate this discussion. Whilst whatever it's called, what we're discussing here is what is the role of HR, the evolving role of HR, what people are doing and bringing in HR technologies. So let me ensure that I start with the correct question first. And by the way, I've been told that we have 30 minutes. I've tried to pull some clout, but he's actually put on the timer also. Rogue he's there. Okay, so Ramit, shall we start with you? Okay. As a business leader, okay, what do you expect from, or let me, since we've got 30 minutes, we'll push it by a little bit. Let's merge two questions, okay? Both of them, so, the first question is, what do business leaders expect from the new age HR, and how do you see the changing role of HR? So, so can you tell us how do you see HR and, what has been the changing role and what is your expectation at IBM?
Okay, first of all, thank you, Hoshi, for having us here. I think this is a very, very important topic and subject close to me. Principally, I think HR is all about custodian of talent within the organization. We all know that we are right now sitting in the middle of significant skill upgrade, technology upgrade. So there's a lot of anxiety at large which we see in the companies. So one important function of HR is to first contribute to taking the fear away about the unknown, right? I mean, we are in an age where things will continue to evolve rapidly, and hence we need to be, helping there. The second important point is HR being the, in a way, helping the skilled resource within the company to become far more productive. There is all about facilitating learning and experience management, especially with the entire space of young millennial cloud. They want a WhatsApp-like experience within the company. So
one second. I know that system. Can someone, Bilkis Abdullah, is someone here to shut the door, please?
Yeah, so it's about, helping in improving the experience profile within the organization so that employees feel comfortable at home, at ease within the work environment. And that's where I think the HR fundamentally is undergoing significant changes, being able to, transform their internal processes so that, employees are more comfortable, Tech is becoming increasingly part of everybody's life. It's difficult to say this is tech, this is HR. So there's a new phrase which is called HR tech. And within our own company as IBM, which has transformed itself quite a bit for the last multiple years, we have a full-blown HR tech organization within our HR organization, right? So being able to have new hiring, new skills to be housed within the HR function. So those are some of the things which we are now beginning to get, and that's the expectation in the new age HR.
Ashish, times changing, so, employee preferences, consumer, employee requirements, consumer preferences, everything kind of changing. How do you see this evolving change of HR in your organization?
First off, from my perspective, HR has always been the custodian of talent historically. But increasingly, HR now also has to be a business partner at the strategy table. So when the business is forming its strategy, going into a new product, into a new market, HR's inputs on what kind of talent will drive it, what are the economics, where do I find this talent, how do I manage this talent, how do I upskill existing people. Those are very integral parts of the business strategy. So increasingly, HR first and foremost has to put on the hat of business leaders themselves and consult with the business and advise them on what to do. Second is, of course, now the demographic that we're hiring is changing dramatically. It's changing dramatically. Their preferences, their job preferences, how they work, where they work is changing dramatically. So driving and the businesses are becoming more employee-centric as opposed to being employer-centric earlier. So that transformation of the culture and how do you keep your employee happy, that's a cultural shift, and that has to be driven through policies and technology. So that's the second role that HR has to play. They have to transform the culture of the company to be more employee-centric. And this generation of employees is very different from the generations maybe 10 years ago. Right? And no one is untouched from that generational change.
It's actually 3 years. It's no longer 10 years. And I'm glad you're saying employee-centric, because the more we are seeing, we are seeing a lot of compromise on everything, including, sorry, this is a little off track, including employees and customers for shareholder preference. So, I'm glad. Hemant, would you like to?
See, I think where the one thing that I would really want HR to be doing is to become more proactive as opposed to being reactive. So what happens is, let's say you get a GPTW score done, okay? Talent is everything, GPTW score aaya, now analyze functions, which function messed up, and then you have a very 6-month program running कि भैया आपने यहाँ गलती करी इसको आप सुधारिए. The point is, if you were in touch with the business, you should have culled it out yourself rather than waiting for the GPTW score, because 6 months have already gone. 3 months of the GPW survey and the results coming in, plus 6 months of the initiatives which you have taken to correct the mistake. So 9 months have gone. And in the process, some people have also quit, getting frustrated. That is just one example of how HR can become more proactive, and somewhere down the line, what he said about being the business partner, a proactive business partner as opposed to a reactive business partner. Second, it was always about, मुझे ये चाहिए, if I want X number of people with at band 5, at band 6, at band 7, so they will go out in the market, get it. But the point is that what are the skill sets that are required, or the skill sets required for each band is become dramatically more different than what it was earlier. Because a large part of your mundane tasks are and will more and more get done by more processes and systems. So you'll have a more menial thing, which is a bot or whatever is working. For example, if I'm looking at a guy to lead my transformation office, her skill set will be so much more different than a similar band 5 who's possibly leading something else. When you ask HR to get it, what they will do is, now if you have, all of us have seen JDs, right? So reporting, this, body of the mail, and then niche ka skill sets required. That skill sets will in all probability be a copy paste of the earlier JD. And lastly, when HR sits on the table, and what are they bringing in terms of, let's say, when they're hiring talent? It's another example. Are they measuring the skill sets that are required as opposed to what is truly there? Is he or she who is being interviewed, is he or she being a business partner?
Thank you. I just had a follow-up question because you mentioned the GPTW scores, but don't traditionally HR departments do other internal surveys and have a feedback, let's say an ESAT survey or some sort of feedback mechanisms, and with technology it's become simpler to do it.
Yeah. So you're absolutely right, Hoshi. I've seen in my life what they call a dipstick survey. Okay. So they do these internal surveys, they do dipstick surveys, but then that also, what I have seen, okay, and these are all experiential. I'm not sitting in on theory session. So what I have seen is dipstick भी तभी करेंगे जब उनको कुछ problem दिख गया.
Okay.
The point is, when my need will be that can you do it prior to the problem happening as opposed to reacting to the problem.
Understood. Shailesh, not just on the stage, but you're possibly one of the largest employers in the country. Your needs are a lot more diverse than most people because, on one hand, you've got white collar, then you've got blue collar, then you've got contractors, outsourcing. So being from one of the largest corporations, what do you expect? You've been an HR leader. Now that you're a business leader, what's your expectation?
Thank you, Hoshi. Good afternoon. Last 10 years of my 30 years long journey in Indian Oil, of the 10 years, 5 has been in corporate HR, driving new initiatives, and the recent 5 years have been in business as a business leader. Of these 3 years, I have been heading SBU. So, due apologies to my colleagues, I'll be more generous to HR when we talk about being business leader or, what they bring on the table. Having seen both sides of the world, we were discussing this earlier, Hoshi. What I feel, what we can expect from HR as a business leader. I would say 5 important things. First being more agility. Agile HR, which is more proactive and more responsive, if I can say. And that would come only if we have data-driven insights. So agility is one. Second, in my opinion, is building partnerships. Today in any organization, you can't think that I know everything. So be it my partners in Indian Oil, we are doing some of the projects with my colleague. The partnership part is one role which I think HR should lead in the organization. Third being communication. In today's era, you would agree with me, both internal and external communication is so important. You can build brands through communication. You can build teams through communication. So that is the third part. Fourth, develop. Because in the transition period which we are in, you must have heard about energy transition happening thick and fast. How do we build future-ready workforce? And how do we build leadership pipelines? So develop being the third aspect. And last but not the least is engage. That is one role which HR has to proactively do. Engage with not only employees, engage with the business leaders, even when there is no work, right? So, in our context, how do we engage with multi-generational workforce spread across 800 locations in the country and working in hybrid mode, sometimes remote, sometimes physical. So we have heard about, remote working. Have we heard about remote HR? The challenges are even more. How to connect. So if I can give you a mantra, what I said was A, B, C, D, E. Agility, build partnership, communicate, develop and engage. So that's my take. Thank you.
Guys, I'm going off script a little bit, but just want to stay. There was a question, but we had decided not to take it. HR, what you have mentioned, okay, I believe obviously understands that this is the need of the hour. And, gig economy and, the younger generation being very different, all of it are huge challenges on HR. What do you think are their challenges in actually addressing these issues that, all of you have discussed? For example, feedback mechanism. I work for a far smaller company right now as compared to earlier. In my earlier organization, we were about 850 people. We had quarterly surveys, and I used to find them very scripted beyond a point of time. Scripted in the sense that they'd become very data-driven. So, HR used to actually be down on, we used to have about 7, 8 HR people for an 850 people company, which the ratio was very high. But if that size of a company actually went and did, some, not dipstick, some qualitative and the quantitative was structured every quarter, what's stopping other HR departments from right now doing it? What do you think are the challenges right now? Let's take a response from one or two people only, otherwise.
I think what is good for the goose is good for the gander. So the talent in HR is also the problem why HR is facing an issue, because ultimately non-HR is also driven by people and HR is also driven by people. So that vision, that ability to see things and be a little more proactive requires a certain talent. Now, talent across functions and across dhanda is in short supply. I mean, the effective talent, that is. There's enough headcounts.
I think the thing I'll add here is, see the quality of the talent, nature of the talent, even the nature of the business is changing dramatically. And for organizations to keep up with the times, major transformation in internal processes and way of thinking is needed, and HR has to be at the forefront of it. And that is a very, very tall ask for any function, even on HR. We are talking about changing how we treat our internal employees, the policies, how we deal with their transaction issues, whether it is leave time, attendance, etc., and then the higher level strategic engagement and upskilling, etc. And technology is not the answer. That's a tool that can enable this, but end of the day, the change has to happen in the mind first. That is the biggest challenge, I believe.
Thanks. I'm taking the technology question right now. There's a lot of, can technology enable some of these issues? And the specific question is, how can CXOs assess and select the most suitable HR technologies in this rapidly evolving space? Would you like to go first, Shailesh?
Thank you.
And you have embraced technology. Your service provider is sitting on that side.
Yeah.
For 800 locations. So do you want to talk about that?
In fact, whenever we go for any technology, I mean, the biggest challenge, as he mentioned, is mindset. The way we have been doing things for ages, right? And you mentioned our type of organization. We have, different type of people, different demography, different education level and things like that. My take is slightly different on this one. When we select any technology, we have to keep in mind what is the outcome we expect from the technology, rather than just taking the shopping bag and, going for technology. So what is the outcome? So outcome becomes important. The adoption part becomes even more important. How do we adopt that technology in our type of setup? As they say, the culture kills strategy for breakfast. So the culture part has to come in when we think about adoption even before we buy the technology. So that is the second. And third, our obsession with this ROI has to go. When we look at HR technology, is what I think, because I have been in HR side as well. Most of the business leaders are here. There's something called ROV, as we know, return on value. Has this technology created the right type of culture shift in the organization? I'll give you one example. When we were looking for a e-learning platform, and thankfully it came in 2019-20, just before COVID. The idea was multiple location and how do we train this large set of manpower, 30,000 plus, right? So even our training is at different level at different places. So we got this e-learning platform called Swadhyay. It came at the right time. Then the COVID stuck. Because the objective was very clear. It was not off-the-shelf e-learning modules. They were designed how to run a refinery, how to fuel an airplane at our aviation location, how to transport gas through a pipeline. So these were the modules which were customized, and it struck the right chord because people were looking for this thing. So we were knowing the outcome, and it is a big success. So this is one example. Whenever we go, we have to think what we want from this technology. Would it serve people? Thank you. Do you want to?
I just wanted to relay the IBM story in terms of what we have seen, because I think it's something that you're very proud of. So in IBM, we have roughly around 100,000 employees in India, globally roughly around 250,000 employees or so. And we are in a space which is currently undergoing significant turbulence with AI, etc. The skill sets are massively changing. Our operations are not from our operational offices. We work from client premises, etc., etc. So some of the conversations you had about how do you deliver the same employee experience to a person who's sitting in a cement factory versus in the corporate office, let's say in Bangalore. That was a significant part of the journey, right? So we undertook a very large transformation. We call that as a client zero story. We have fundamentally, and I'll not go through the learning scars, etc., what we have done, but we have completely redone our HR model. Okay, so we have started saying that in IBM, your first port of call for HR related issues is your people manager, the person you're reporting to. You don't go to the HR manager first, you go to the people manager first. And we have created a lot of tech solutions, which I think you were referring to, remote HR, so that there is single experience to wherever you are, right? So we launched something called Ask HR, which is our own in-house tool, which has been plumbed with almost like 1,000, 1,200 intents over the last few years. And it's now moving from a simple Q&A chatbot to agentic AI. Essentially what it does is it's an individual personal assistant for everybody. So if let's say I as an IBMer, and I've got almost like 150 people reporting to me through various levels, I want to transfer one employee to another person, right? It used to take almost 3 weeks in IBM because we are very prudent on our cost. So we want the employee to be, parked to the right cost center. Half the time we wouldn't know what the cost center is, we'll interact with the business finance, etc. It used to take a lot of time. Now what I do is I simply go to my digital assistant, which is Ask HR. It will recognize me through my credentials. It will then, I'll just say that I need to transfer, let's say, A to B. I just do that on the system. It, at my request, logs into various systems and subsystems. So it will log into our SuccessFactors backend, it will log into our business finance system, into our SAP system, and do all that execution without me logging into those systems. So essentially coming to the HR tech, what we have essentially created is a experience layer on top of the fundamental application layer. So that this experience layer has all the policies, processes documented for IBM process, and we are a global company. So it's contextualized to individual governance environments, and it's able to do that very well. While we did that, we have gone on record saying that we have saved almost 40% of our HR cost, okay, because of bringing in efficiencies. In the last year, which we published, almost 10 million interactions were contained on Ask HR, which means, the queries as well as the actions to be done, there were almost 10 million we did in the last year. And our adoption rate at a manager level is 95%. So, and it's taken a lot of time. We measure success by employee satisfaction, NPS. And our global CHRO, Nickel, has gone on record in saying that when we started this, our employees sat plummeted. And you can imagine the scare for a skill-oriented company like us. If employee sat goes away, job market is ripe, we would have lost a lot of talent pool. But I think the leadership, focus that we have to get it over the hump, we'll get there. I think that's the journey which we've gone through. And now this is available for a lot of our clients to deploy. But that's the journey which we have gone through. I thought I'll just elaborate on that.
You said 10 million interactions on Ask HR in a 250,000 people company.
In a year.
So average is 40 interactions per employee.
Contained. It's successfully contained, delivered. The interactions will be higher, but that's what happens. Thanks.
Would you like to go, Ashish?
So I think at a strategy level, I think both Ramit and my friend here have spoken about it. So I'll keep the answer at a slightly more tactical level. See, the biggest issue, and I come from Teleperformance being a people company.
How many people do you have, by the way?
90,000 people in India and about 5 lakh global. The challenge we in India deal with is first, this is a multinational company, which means we are on ERPs that were designed and inherited from abroad. So the localization here itself is not easy. That's number one. Number two is, often, I'll give an example, the way the recruitment engine in India works is very, very different from how it works abroad. The vendor ecosystem that we have is very unique, it's somewhat unique to India. You find vendors come and go by the day. You have a new vendor getting created today, who will service you for 1 month, and then the next, because it's a proprietary-driven vendor, the second month, then when the vendor has gone away, because that person has joined someone and is employed, right? So this entire ecosystem works very differently, and integrating your recruitment engine with the corporate ERPs, etc., is challenging in itself. And while you do that, the critical thing is your employee experience and your candidate experience has to be seamless. So I feel for India, the tech challenges, HR tech selection has to be one. First criteria, of course, is integration with your ERPs that you've inherited. Second is the ability to create experiences that are very local. Our workforce is different, our needs are different. So ability to create custom workflows, custom experiences, dealing with the customized ecosystem, whether it is recruitment or whether it is in upskilling, etc. That's the second thing. And of course, the measurement here would be the employee experience, the NPS, and of course, being Indians, cost per payslip is also important.
Thank you. See, for me, I think ultimately, whatever you put into the tech has to come at an outcome. I mean, there has to be an outcome, which basically brings to me two things. One, ease of the person who's using it, which is people. They must be happy using it. And B, the analytics around that data. There must be some outcome around that. For me, at least from my perspective, I think there are two things. So, A, how good how adaptable is the system for the needs of the people? And B, can I use that data to get whatever analytics I'm looking for? I mean, and it will differ from industry to industry. Like for me, it's 5 to 6% of my cost. So my need will be different as opposed to possibly his need, where the people cost is huge in terms of your cost structure. So, and the lastly, I think in every, and I'm also, by the way, so I'm also a guilty CFO, where I would, in my good old days, I would say, okay, ROI dikhao. ठीक है? And I made that transition. Believe me, the day I wore, and this was maybe a decade and a half ago, when I also became the CIO. Okay, so half part of my brain was gray, and the other half was a little more GUI based. That is when I realized ROI dikha sakte hain, but there are ways to show that ROI, and which can be a little more gooey. It need not be very hard. So that's when I made that transition from being just a gray matter to a little more softer thing. So everything need not be ROI based.
So we're out of time here, but I can't see Bilkis and a right man sitting on the right. They aren't there. So I am going to actually open the floor to questions, and if we don't have questions from the floor, I have one question. So we'll take either of them. I can see questions on the floor. Is there anyone going around with the mic? Just please identify yourself.
I'm Venkat from Ashok Leyland. Hemant raised a wonderful point in the sense, are there real talent in HR? And I believe you 50-50 because most of the HR recruitment happens through reference. It's more importantly how the person aligns to the CHRO, aligns to the culture of the organization. In terms of real talent of HR, is there a HR in a company who challenges the status quo? Or is there a HR who can be comparable to the highest level of technologies in the organization? So in that context, you brought in an excellent point of talent of HR. Are they really capable of delivering what they are capable? In your observation, what is the 1 or 2, 3 things which you will be expecting out of your CHRO or an HR professional large?
Just a quick one. The screen is red. So I think for me, the biggest success of CHRO stroke any person in the HR function would be how much does the person understand business. Because if he understands business, and the logic is if he understands business, he will do everything to make the business successful. And that is what we are all paid for.
Anyone else wants to take that? Does it answer your question? Okay. Any other questions? I did see a hand go up behind some time ago. Okay, so since Bilkis and Abdullah are still not in the room, I will, we spoke about ROI, and there was one, so let's not talk about ROI, but let's talk about, and very quick response, because after the timer ran out in speed, the bus was to blow up, the timer's already run out here, we don't know how much time we have. But how do you then measure the effectiveness of HR tech solutions here? Very quick response each.
Okay. So for me, as I said, the biggest will be 2 things. One, are my people, and this is not just the HR function, but people in general in the company happy using HR. Okay, and that can come through surveys, as you said. Multiple surveys, be it Dipstick or GPW or whatever. Second, whatever I want as a business leader, can that system give me without too much of manipulation or someone calling up someone, bhaiya ye record se batao, is everything available at the drop of a hat? If these 2 questions are answered, I think the system has paid for itself.
Ashish.
I think two metrics. One is similar to the point made earlier, the employee satisfaction, which is a function of many things. It is instant gratification on ease of access and availability of whatever technology solution you're providing. That's number one. Number two is see the HR analytics. I'll say HR analytics, but I want to put in a nuance here. Most Indian corporates that I've seen, HR analytics really is not about insights. It is really about transactional production data being put into reports. But now times are changing, and we now have technology. I know there are corporates in India which are using HR analytics to really draw insights about what their employees are thinking, how they're feeling. That component will become increasingly more important. And I feel it's undersold, in my opinion, to be honest, in the industry. So I would say that is one very important component that will become increasingly important.
So I'll just quickly say, in my opinion, the basic metric is experience, the employee NPS, that's what we measure. Second thing which we measure with an IBM is how will you recommend IBM as a place to work? Because we focus a lot on peer hiring, and that's how we strive as a skill-based organization.
I'll put it that way. A man asked a gardener why your plants or flowers grew so beautifully. And he said, I don't force them to grow. I just remove what stops them. So the point here I want to make is are we solving a problem? I mean, if this response time improves, if my number of people, as you said, white collar reduces by bringing in a technology, it should not become just a fad which I am buying. What do I get out of it? What is the business problem I am solving? And that can be very easily measured. So ROI, my good friend CFO, has transformed from ROI to more value proposition. I mean, that is what HR Tech is all about. Thank you.
Thank you. Bilkis, you. Can we give a mic there, please? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So, which areas of HR tech have seen increased investment post-COVID and which have seen a decline? Because looking at it from the outside, all CHROs always say, my budgets are getting tighter and tighter. So, want to...
Sir, can you identify yourself?
Yeah, I'm Rohit Kumar. I'm the founder and CEO of Chapter Apps.
Which one of you?
So maybe I can just very quickly talk about it. At least in the context of IBM, we are seeing a lot of investments in HR facilitating hybrid working environment, and learning and development, right? So there's a lot of upskilling and learning portals where we are focusing on, and also a lot on self-service abilities, which is providing experience to an employee who's working wherever he is. So I think that's where we are seeing significant investments over there.
Thank you. I think it's gone right. So it says press delete to reset. I think we have to press escape to exit. That's what it says. Thank you very much, folks. I'm sure they'll be available for some time if you have any questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you. And with that, we come to the end of the last panel discussion for today. Before we move towards the award ceremony, we also have our jury address. We'll go through the CCL cleared and then introduce our jury member for the same. Chaliye. Now for the jury address, before we begin with the award ceremony, please join me in welcoming to the podium the CEO of Links, Dr. Sanjay Muthal.
Good evening. I think most of you are award winners here, so you can be a little more louder. Because if you cheer me louder, I will go away faster from here and your awards will come faster. Thank you. Am I audible? Before we get into the awards, I think there is some context that we are now leading our economy into, our world into. And if you look at some of the macro indicators, those aren't really seeing well. For example, Ukraine-Russia hasn't stopped. Gaza activated yesterday again. New leadership change in US of A. On micro levels, here we are looking at a little bit problems on consumption. The latest economic survey shows that middle class, who is the biggest spenders in terms of consumption, is holding back and remaining little more constrained in terms of their spending. Too early to say that, but you're also seeing tariff wars now emerging very fast. Tariffs, counter tariffs being levied on countries and therefore responses from those countries generally do not augur well if you see historically. And therefore the question is, are we, I hope not, heading into next cycle of recession, if I may use that word? I really hope not, because this could be, to me, looks more artificial in terms of, if at all, something like that happens. And therefore, for the organizations at very micro level, it's going to be a tough time. Again, we set goals for country. We are saying we will be 10 trillion economy by 2030. We will be third largest economy by 2030, and so on and so forth. But we also understand and we know on social indices, we are still struggling. Right to education.
DEI, so on and so forth. So we actually are into a bit of a flux with a clear agenda to deal with. Simultaneously, newer challenges coming up. And therefore, I think it's time for each one of us, each one of our organizations that we represent, it's time to innovate. And one of the major responsibility, I heard the panel, eminent panel before this, the new innovation challenge is going to be in the lap of CHRO. Believe you me. Because on one side, if cost, etc., comes to center stage, there is going to be a challenge in terms of one of the most highest variable cost in any P&L is people cost, generally. But how do you still become winner? How do you innovate, therefore, is going to be the next challenge for a CHRO. And therefore, I think if we now start tuning our HR processes, systems, and philosophy to innovation oriented, probably we will have a first to be recession proof organization. Whether it is talent attract TS system, talent management system, fostering policies that encourage wherever there is challenge, that's a good time to be in the saddle. But good news is that, and I'm sure, sir, you will bear me, you've transited from HR into the business. One good thing that COVID did to HR profession is that you now have become the most trusted partner of CEO. Very smoothly taking that seat away from CFO. Purely because organizations have realized that the competitive advantage no more lies in product, geography, technology. It only lies with people. And people are a bunch of emotions. And if you're able to navigate those emotions successfully, quote unquote, then you are a winner at the marketplace. And therefore, very core values of human beings, empathy, compassion, and gratitude, for eons where humanity values, and pressure situations of this nature today, where we are leading to, they further are getting magnified for us to tide through tough times and becomes winner at the marketplace. And therefore, to me, therefore the most trusted partner today to the CEO is the CHRO, because, as I said, that only competitive advantage today we have is people. And therefore, for CHRO to mentor, guide, coach, become trusted partner of CEO, I think three things to me which are universal things, which many times in the razzmatazz of businesses, technologies, etc., we sometimes tend to forget. If these three things are drivers of our worldview, every leader, every organization will succeed. And therefore, these three things are as basic as Satya, Seva and Prem. Truth, service, compassion and love. If that's the mirror that you look into every day and get that reflection on your people, I believe you me, in every and any situation, that organization is going to be winner at the marketplace. Like most of you today here, who are the winners, have, and I have been privy to evaluating many of you through the process. What really touched me this time is that many times in HR was blamed for activity-oriented function. I did this, I did that, I did, and so all your KRAs and KPIs were activity-oriented functions. This time I saw many of you converted that into impact-oriented person. So it's not what you did, but what you did, what the impact of that, and that I saw being measured, and therefore there is a huge focus of the fraternity now on the impact that function, HR leaders, HR processes are having on the outcomes of businesses. And that's what something that we really got excited when we started, evaluating, and that's been something fundamentally beautiful about all the winners this time. So without much ado, thank you very much, and I'm in advance congratulating all the winners, and thank you for being here. Thank you.
And, hello, can you hear me? Am I audible? Oh, nice. And now moving to the discussions of the afternoon to evening's celebrations. Once again, my name is Aditya Malik, an absolute honor and a pleasure to welcome all of you to the BW People HR 50 Under 50 Awards 2025. I am assuming winners have just walked in now. Yeah? Itna taliya kafi badh gayi. But thank you for that. Thank you. Today we shall honor and celebrate the trailblazers like yourselves in the HR space. The pioneers have demonstrated exceptional innovation, commitment, and also dedication towards shaping and redefining the future of HR in India. A big thank you to our partners again, our associate partner Ericsson, our HRMS partner Great HR, our talent solutions partner Ripple Hire, our HR tech training partner Link, our employee recognition partner High Fives, our exhibit partners Talent Monitor and Leap 10X are in partners as well. The Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Lantern, and also Wheelie Coffee. The award ceremony is being streamed online and live. You can watch it on www.bwpeople.in. And अगर आप कोई भी happy moment or any moment online share करते हैं from the award ceremony, please use the hashtag BWHR50 under 50, where 50 is numeric. Before we begin with the award ceremony and invite Dr. Batra on the stage, we had a jury member come on the stage and talk to all of us. I would once again like to thank all our jury members. I also have the name of all the jury members. I'll read them out to you, and then we shall move ahead with sir's address. Dr. Anurag Batra was a member of the jury, chairman and editor-in-chief of BW Business and founder of the Exchange for Media Group. We also had TV Raoji, chairman of TV Rao Learning Systems. We also had S.V. Nathanji, CEO and co-founder of Visara Partners. We also had Panish Raoji, chief sustainability officer of Airtel Mindtree. We also had G.P. Raoji, the founder of Good People Relations and Destinations Boardroom. Yogi Shriramji, consultant to CEO and MD, Group HR, AMT Limited. Also Poonam Segaji, former Dean and Professor, IIM Lucknow. Also Sudhir Verma, ED and CHRO of RB Sanjeev growing the power business. Also Emmanuel Duru, GMD, Green International India board member, Asta DM Healthcare. Also Sanjay Mittal, sir, is just here. Oshi Goswala, the CEO of the Business World. Vivek Shukla, the founder and CEO of Myla Martin, advisor to BW Retail World, and also Neha Mathur, consultant senior editor of BW Business World. Can you please round of applause for all of them for their hard work, for the efforts that they put in to arrive at the powerful list of winners that have just been given. And we also have a jury AD to show you what exactly hota hai from the time you nominate yourselves till the time the list is given to me right now. That's for all of you winners. It's a tedious process, a tough process, and as we also heard in the morning and yesterday, of course, Dr. Batra will talk about it, it's an honest process. So, ek baar, can you please have the jury AD?
participated in 50 out of 50 Ultra Business World Awards for the year 2025. It was very professionally organized and it was a pleasure to be a part of the jury. I normally do not prefer to be judging other people, but what to do nowadays, I think a large number of people who do good work keep it for themselves and not make it available. That's the reason why BW 50 under 50 is doing a great job of putting this context and professionally organizing the same.
Organizations are built out, there are people who work with them, a happy set of people,
an organization goes through its ups and downs, and through all of that, there is one person who's always by the side of the CEO, the CFO, the C-suite, and helping employees on one side, and on the other, ensuring that the business keeps pace with what is expected of them. That is a set of HR leaders. Business world has got together a tremendous set of jury. People like Dr. T.V. Rao and others who had enormous credibility with the process, and they have chosen the top 50 under 50 leaders. This is the best of the best. I really wish the very, very best to all those who have been selected through one of this very rigorous process. You must either attend this, and I wish every person the very best if they have been chosen, and if they have not, there's always another day. All the very best. Thank you, business world.
Bright HR professionals, it was also a great learning experience and very satisfied that the future of HR is in very capable hands. Thank you for the opportunity, business world.
I'm excited this year to be part of the jury at the Business World 50 under 50 awards. What really fascinated me, the quality of leaders that applied for the award this year. All of them are doing exceptional work in their own organizations. What we saw and what we chose is perhaps people who have made the biggest impact in terms of the business outcomes. So I'm hoping to see the new winners at the awards event tomorrow in Leela, Gurgaon. Thank you.
Yes. They deserve all the applause from all of us. And now to formally welcome all of you and also to open the award ceremony, please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of PeopleTech.Future and founder of the Exchange for Media Group.
Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to be here. First of all, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. I think we started the journey. We were discussing doing an HR Tech event for a while. Thanks to Bilkis, Abdullah and Ashish and all the others who have supported them in making it happen. So a big congratulations to you, Bilkis and Abdullah and Ashish and everyone in the audience team who has worked so hard in the marketing team. Thank you for contributing to making it happen, because the first year is the one that matters, and then every year we build on that. So we, as like children, you have two Bilkis, I have two. Initiatives are also like children. They grow up and they become worthy of nurturing and attention. So really, I'm glad that you did it and we did it. Me, Hoshi, Harbinder are always there supporting anything you do. I'm also happy that you're doing, and we are doing a BW people for 50 under 50. When I was growing up, there was no 30 under 30, there was no 40 under 40. And I think you're trying to play a joke on me now that I'm above 50. You instituted a 50 under 50. Hoshi, unfortunately, you won't make it, but that's okay. On a serious note, it is true that the age of achievement is getting younger. We have a Prodigy Awards, which are less than 20, and there are people around the age of 20, 19, 18 doing fantastic work. But what is also inversely true is that the longevities and the dynamic nature of the environment and the wisdom of the professionals who are above the age that we are awarding is also creating impact. In fact, if I may say that, the age between 40 and 50 is the age where you create more impact, or possibly the most impact, because you work for plus 15 years, in some cases 20, 25 years, and you have wisdom, you have experience, and really They say 50 is the new 30. At least people like me and Oshi would like to believe that. We know that's not true, but clearly the age of achievement and the lifespan are making sure that people are making impact at every age point. As you heard Dr. Mittal, you saw the jury area of all the jury members. Our awards are honest awards. And I can only say that I've seen many initiatives that the first year you get an X number of entries. As a thumb rule, it becomes 3X. In some it may be more, it may be less. In the second year, you get to 5X, 6X in the third year, and then from there on, you never look back. Our awards are about the jury process. You saw the jury process. And let me say to the people who have been shortlisted and are being acknowledged and awarded tonight, sometimes being above 40 or just being under 50 can mean old, but you're not over the hill, you're on the top, and from where the view is magnificent, and you can create some new impact. I must say, I'm a big believer in serendipity. I'm a big believer in God's wish in making certain things happen. Yesterday I couldn't come to the awards because for the first time I was stuck in a 2.5 hour traffic jam. I heard about them, and today I was paranoid, and I was luckily in time. So I must say 3 things to all the winners. First is, I read this book called Fluke recently. You can call it Serendipity. And the gist of the book is that whatever happens to us in our lives, we give ourselves too much credit for our success, and we put very little responsibility on us for the failures, or let's say the work in progress goals. As my favorite author Randy Posh said, there's nothing called failure. Experience is what you get, So there's nothing called failure. Everything is an experience. So clearly, in whatever we do, we must know that there is a hand of God, there is the collective effort and the collective consciousness and the collective faith of everyone who comes together. So really, a lot of our individual achievements are genuinely achievements that have come together because of many people. It is fashionable when you take an award to say, oh, my team deserves, whereas the awards itself show that we are getting very individualistic, and that's okay. There's nothing. Starting point of even collective consciousness is an individual. So clearly, the book says that small random incidents can change the course of history. One recent one last year is, if Donald Trump hadn't ducked, the world would be a very different place than what it is. I mean, I'm happy he's alive. Not sure I'm happy about the rest of the things, but I can go on giving examples. For example, there are sad and there are happy stories in the book, but one sad story that stays on my mind is there were two young professionals, a girl and a boy, who were working in the same company, and they were working in different locations, but their headquarters was New York. So on a certain day in September, they both came to New York, and the girl got a tie for her friend and got a shirt for her friend, and he was wearing the other shirt. So she said to him, why don't you wear this shirt? But it was a new shirt, and it was crumpled. So he went to his hotel room to iron the shirt. She went to the office. The office was in Twin Towers. The plane struck, and she passed away, and the gentleman survived. I mean, there are happy stories in the book too. So really, we have to be grateful to God for every day we have and whatever we have. The second thing I want to say is, on 14th March was Holi. I didn't celebrate Holi. I anyway don't celebrate. My mother passed away 4.5 months back. But it was also the World Sleep Day. Whatever, today I'm calm, nice, because I slept extra yesterday. I'm mostly calm. Some days I don't sleep enough, Abdullah. I'm still nice to you. The hair you lost is not because of me. When he used to work with me, before his business world stint, he worked 9 years with me in exchange for media. And he had hair, so clearly I can take credit for that, not loss of hair. But we as senior professionals, founders of businesses, entrepreneurs, people who work in CXO levels are entrepreneurs. They contribute to the growth of the organization. We compromise sometimes on sleep. Women, because they really do 3 jobs, if not 2. I know because my wife is a working professional, she's an entrepreneur. My son has to come from a trip and she has to fly off tomorrow morning, but she still wants to come and collect him from Vasant Valley, and I think she's done it every trip, everything, but today I told her not to come. She's feeling guilty. Women, especially when children are younger, women really are sleep deprived. So sleep is the most important thing. Don't compromise on sleep. I was a very successful entrepreneur. He's built a university. I'm in awe of him. One of the most dynamic people I met. And I asked him, how much do you sleep? I gone early morning to meet him yesterday. And he said 4.5, 5 hours. And he was calling me last night at 10:30. Of course, I didn't answer the call, and I called him in the morning and told him I practice what I preach. So I was fast asleep. And then he told me, and he asked the assistant who was sitting in the meeting, how many hours do you sleep? And she said 4 hours. I can't sleep more than that. I don't need it. And then they were talking of a certain guru who said you only need 2.5 hours sleep. And I said the same guru said something about cancer, but when he was ill, he went to a hospital. Right? So don't argue with science. I believe in faith. I won't argue about faith too. But sleep is the most important thing for long-term health, for being mindful, for being kind, for eating less, for being thoughtful in what you say. When I slept well, I'm a different person than the person I am on the day when I slept less. Maybe a bit of it is psychological because I believe in it. But whatever it is, good quality sleep can help you live longer, can help you live healthier, and can help you be kinder, can help you be mindful. And don't believe me, believe experts. There are books, there are blogs. Sleep more, whatever you do. 8 hours plus, keep your phone away. And last but not the least, when I acquired Business World 11 years back, I wanted to do a ranking of India's top companies in sustainability. And some people told me, it's a fad, it's the latest jargon that the management consulting firms have. And clearly, Donald Trump is wrong in a lot of things. He's wrong about it in first term. He said climate change is a hoax. Climate change is not a hoax. Some other, as we speak, are at least 45 days ahead. Look at the temperatures on 18, 19 March, plus 20th March. Right? So don't believe data, believe facts. So in whatever you do, your CHROs, CXOs, founders of businesses, you have the ability to contribute to sustainability in a deep way. In the organization that we are part of, raise the sustainability consciousness. We, for the last 6 years, rank India's BW 500 companies on sustainability. It's called the India's most sustainable company ranking. Again, we are done through a partner process. You can't, they're absolutely honest, and they do get a lot of traction, and they get a lot of attention, and they get me a lot of emails. Sometimes not the most happy emails, but that's okay. So I just want to end by saying, at the age of achievement, we're living longer. So clearly, you just got started. That's what all the winners are just getting started. I genuinely believe, I was telling a friend of mine that at least I think I know what is really important, what is not important. So I think your best is yet to come. I'm sure you believe that. In my case, I genuinely believe that. Second, whatever you do, sleep more. Sleep is a superpower. Third, raise sustainability consciousness. Make sure the organizations that you are part of, and I'm sure they're doing good work. Some of the organizations I know from the winners, I know the kind of work they are doing. Make sustainability a deep part of what you do and part of the strategy and the fabric of the organization. I want to end by saying the 3 C's that you should avoid, difficult to avoid, and the 3 H's that you should embrace. The 3 C's you should avoid are complaining. It's not that I don't complain, I can't say I've got to 0, but I can say I'm close to 1 if it was 10 to 0. Second is don't criticize. We're in the media business. But sometimes you criticize people or make a commentary on people without knowing them, without knowing the circumstances, because we've heard something And we live in a war of narratives. Narratives can be created about an individual organization. And last is compare. That's the toughest one because we all compare. We're in an era of social media, awards, so on and so forth. I was telling my children that, you know, I grew up in a middle-class family. My birthday is towards the end of August. My parents are academicians. My father, now my mother is in heaven. And, you know, I have an older sister. She is almost 4.5 years older than me. And we would get one mango at dinner table, and it was good enough for 4 of us. Today, my children get mangoes throughout the year. And generally, we have a lot more, but there is less satisfaction. We always want more. So I think whatever you do, don't compare. It's tough. None of it is easy. And I'm not preaching down to, I'm just bringing it top of mind. The 3 H's which I definitely believe in, one is hope. I always believe today is the best day, tomorrow will be even better. I wake up with that energy every day, in spite of whatever be the circumstances. I talk to my friends. I have 2 H's anyway, Hoshi and Arvinder who work with me. So one is hope. Second is, which is very humility. You all are leaders, you will win the awards. Some of you are, you know, part of very large organization handling very large budgets. You can literally make or break people's careers. You can help build organizations if you buy a certain L&D product or give a recruitment head-ending mandate, you can help people grow. So humility, I feel humility is also very good for collaborative work. So I'm sure all of you are very humble. I'm married for 25 years, so I'm very, very humble. And so is my wife. But on a serious note, the last H is hard work. And I know hard work today, people, my wife also tells me I don't want to do smart work. But let me say, hard work is whatever you focus on. Whatever you focus on, because I was talking to my house help, he's been with me for 13 years and he's mostly focused on me. And he was cribbing about something just before I was leaving. Shankar was cribbing about something. So I told him, Shankar, don't crib. Focus, you're focusing on all the small negatives. Focus on the positives. And you know, I think he understood. Of course, I talked to him in Hindi, he's a Nepali boy. So these are the 3 C's and 3 H's. 3 C's to do a event and 3 H's. We are at an HR event, that is a 4th H. But I wish all the winners all the success. I wish you good health. That's the most important. Cheerful disposition and an ability to help bring cheer on other people's faces. We believe in our awards. I started doing awards in 2004. At Exchange for Media, we did the first Indian Marketing Awards. It was a very big event, and we continue to do. And you know, we do awards through jury process. We have a locus standi, we have an editorial product. The BWHR community, BW people, is still has a long way to go, but we are on that journey, and you never know when is the inflection point. I was talking to a political editor, friend of mine, early in the morning, and I was talking about the 2 people who lead this country. I said 15 years back, they were in a different zone. Today they're in as if so time changes. Never give up. Enjoy what you have. Be grateful. Help other people. Believe in what you do. And I'm sure the world will believe in what you do. Thank you. God bless you.
For all the winners, once you receive your award and you step down from the stage, please proceed to stage left, that's your right, audience right, for an individual picture, and also stay back till the end for a group picture, both for editorial coverage. And with that, let's begin with the award ceremony. Now please request our presenters to join us on the stage, Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business and founder of the Exchange Media Group, along with Manuel David, MD, Great International India Board Member, Aster DM Healthcare, and ex-Director, Tata Management Training Center. Sir. Surely. And the first member to join the powerful list for this year. is our Director, Human Resources, very soon, India. Congratulations. The picture, yes. Surely, and the next member is on the powerful list of 50 under 50 for HR this year. Please. HR. Company Technologies Private Limited. And the next member is on the profit list this year. It's a plastic one. And the next member is on the profit list for this year. Please. Managing Director, Video Rise Private Limited. Congratulations. And the next member is on the profit list of HR 50 under 50 this year. Omnicom Media Group.
next member is on the profit list of HR 50 under 50 this year. Express Limited. She's not there. चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं. And the next member is on the profit list of HR 50 under 50 this year. Transformation and talent, Soft. Congratulations, ma'am. And आगे बढ़ते हुए the next member is on the profit list of HR 50 under 50 this year. Synergy Advisory Private Limited. Congratulations. With this, the next member is on the profit list of HR 50 under 50. Yes, Ganapati Subramaniam, Chief Human Resource Officer, Sundaram, Home of Finance. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Emmanuel, sir. Thank you. Anybody answer, sir, please? May I request Dr. Sanjay Motula, CEO of Agri Institute, sir, join us on the stage and help us present awards. आगे बढ़ते हुए the next member is on the profit list of HR 50 under 50 this year. Metropolis Healthcare. Congratulations. And with that, the next member is on the profit list of HR 50 under 50 this year. performance good in Schneider Electric India.
There's no GST on clapping yet, so please do it. Second, let me tell you, for two selfish reasons, we should always never miss an opportunity to clap. One is, as they tell you in yoga, this is very good for your heart. The more you clap, you're doing something good for your heart. Second, when you clap, you're creating a karmic balance of goodness. When you're on stage, you'll need it, and someday it'll be handy. Trust me. So please give all our winners a bigger round of applause.
Thank you. And इसी के साथ the next member is on the powerful list of HR 50 under 50. Congratulations. Winners, don't forget your individual picture and then a group picture as well. इसी के साथ the next member to join the powerful list of HR 50 under 50. Singh Head HR, Springville India Private Limited, Springworks. It's Runaya, it's our Springworks. Congratulations. And with that, the next member is on the powerful list of HR 50 under 50 this year. Human Resources, Measurement Solutions, India. Congratulations. Congratulations, and इसी के साथ the next member on the powerful list of HR 50 under 50 this year. Services India Private Limited. Madhuji, everybody. Congratulations, madam. Thank you, Dr. Sanjay. Thank you so much. Answer, sir, please.
Today is also I do believe in these things, At least there's a day to do these. There's no World Men Day yet. There is, but we don't celebrate. But today is also the World Happiness Day. So I'm sure it's brought cheer to everyone who's won, but it's brought cheer to all of us. We can be happy about all the winners.
And with that, please request Sheriff Sawaj, Executive Director of Indian Oil, to please join us on the stage. With that, the next member is on the powerful list of HR 50 under 50. Rainmaker Solutions Limited. Congratulations, everybody.
I have an MC in me, you can hire me for events. I'm also available for singing, but that's on special occasions, like you invite 200 people and 400 show up, and you want the rest 200 to run away. That's when I sing, but that's another day. But like it's first cry, I've been talking to some of the winners. Most of the winners, first time I've interacted, but it is in most cases also the first award they've won. In some cases, so it's also the first laugh. Thank you, sir. Some fun. The joke or not, it's March and appraisals, so you should clap louder there.
Chili, with that, the next member is on the powerful list of HR 50 under 50 this year. And he is not here. It is the next member is on the powerful list of HR 50 under 50. Vice President Human Resources, Mine Recognition. Congratulations. इसी के साथ the next member who will be joining the powerful list of HR 50 under 50 this year. Musa Chauhan, Corporate HR Head of KK Cement. join the powerful list of HR 50 under 50 this year? Rank systems. Congratulations, ma'am. इसी के साथ our next member who will be joining the proper list of HR 50 under 50. Officer, Malak Zillutions. And ma'am is not here. With that, the next member, you in the proper list of HR 50 under 50. Human Technologies. Congratulations, ma'am.
Royalty, but she was talking about a book which was my first book on sleep. Normally I talk about that book, but I didn't. It's a book by Matthew Walker called Why We Sleep. He did a TED talk, and it's really a very scientific and a powerful book. And we were talking about other books, so I'm going to send all the winners one book each. This is a book unfortunately it came to me 4 days after my mother had expired. Came to me just one day before Diwali last year. It's a book called Meditations for Mortals. Anything in that, I'm sure at your age you know all of it, but it's beautiful storytelling. It reinforces what we know. So I'll try between that, Fluke, and then I read recently The Stoic Way to Wealth. Then I read this book called More of Same by Morgan Housel. So between these four I'll send you. I don't know who will get which one, but books are a good way. That's it. Books are, I used to gift single malt and wine, which I still do to Hoshi, but to most people, I only send books because I'm very anti-smoking, anti-drinking for various reasons. So anyway. So we were talking about books, Matthew Walker, Why We Sleep. You can watch the YouTube, he has a YouTube talk, TED talk, and otherwise you can buy the book.
So you're gifting it, no? You forgot also. So, the next member on the powerful list of HR 50 under 50 this year. panel, please. Javadas sir will receive the award on behalf of Bhima. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Shailesh ji. Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Batra. Thank you so much. Please request Oshika Sarala, CEO of PW Business Order, please join us on the stage and represent the awards. Next member, this is Powerful List, HR 50 under 50. Congratulations, ma'am. And with that, moving ahead, the next member is on the powerful list of this year's HR 50 under 50. FCC Bahrain. Shirley, and the next member is on the powerful list of HR 50 under 50 this year. Satish Kumar Verma, CHRO, Ganesh Paper Boards Limited. Congratulations, Satish. With that, next member, powerful list HR 50 under 50. Vice President HR Responsive.io, we have with us Jesse Shaw, Senior Manager, to receive the award on behalf of Shipra. Congratulations. With that, the next member joining the powerful list of HR 50 under 50. Head of HR, Union Company, India Private Limited. Congratulations. Winners, don't forget the individual picture and then the group picture towards the end as well. The next member, powerful list of this year's HR 50 under 50. Congratulations. And with that, the next member is on the powerful list of HR 50 under 50 this year. Life Insurance Company. Congratulations, Trevor. With that, Trevor, picture. With that, the next member joining the powerful list of HR 50 under 50 this year. Group Chief Human Capital Officer. And he's not here. चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं. The next member जो the powerful list of HR 50 under 50 this year. Congratulations, sir. With that, the next member is on the powerful list of HR 50 under 50 this year.
Said that they have a double happiness. His wife also got awarded. So no trouble in home. Only double celebration.
Congratulations, and with that, the next member is on the powerful list of HR 50 under 50. The Vice President received the award on behalf of Amrish. Congratulations. We're almost nearing the end now, and the next member is on the powerful list of HR 50 under 50 this year. Senior Vice President HR, Concept Public Relations India Limited. Congratulations. Thank you, Yoshi, sir. Please request Bilkis Nafi, the Professor of PWP, to please join us on the stage. Thank you. So now I have the trophy with me. We don't have an AV, I believe. Next member on the proper list of HR 50 under 50 this year is Rocky Malik, Director and Head of Human Resources Training.
She's written a book. She's sending me a free copy. Why don't you talk about the book?
Thank you so much for a better platform than Business Rules. Thank you so much. It's a very simple, honest book. It's called Embrace Your Genius. It's available on Amazon. And it's really a compilation of 20 short stories from my personal and professional life and my husband's life. We are both career consultants with McKinsey and Carney now. And the premise is very simple that, there is this deer in Himalayas, right, who's kind of running around, the musk deer, who's running around trying to figure out where the fragrance is coming from. But he never comes to know that the fragrance is really coming from inside it. And so that's the summary of the book, that a lot of what we go through in our life and what we need to learn is really all there in our experiences. So if we just kind of, filter out the experiences that we've gone through, then everything we need to learn in terms of life lessons, motivations, it's all there in our own life journey. And so 20 simple short stories. Thank you so much.
The song by Mariah Carey, don't worry, I won't sing it. It's called The Hero Lies Within You. There are many songs like that. But I must tell you, a lot of things that I pay for, my parents told me when I was younger, I wish I listened to them and implement. Like I chew 32 times because I've been told by nutritional therapist to chew it 32 times. There are a lot of other things I do for which I pay a consultant who tells me to do them. But genuinely a lot of wisdom is at home. Definitely parents can come from uncles, aunties, can come from observing others. So clearly I look forward to your book and send me a signed copy. And you can also buy her book, you know her name, right? Always help other people because it all come back to you, whatever you do. When you write a book, these people will buy your book, okay?
Thank you. And इसी के साथ the next member is on the powerful list of HR 50 under 50. This year is Mukesh Pratap Singh, Chief Human Resource Officer, RCM Group. Congratulations. And the last two. The next members on the powerful list of HR 50 under 50 this year is Vandana Negi, General Manager, Talent Development, NIIT. Congratulations. And the next and the last member is on the popular list of HR 50 under 50 this year is Brajesh Narang, Vice President, HR, Indian Energy Exchange. Congratulations. With this, we come to the end of the awards ceremony. Before we do a thank you note, we request all the winners to join us on the stage with their trophies for a group picture. We'll have one with the jury members as well. In the second only of the winners. All the winners, please, on the stage with your trophies. Aye. We'll do one picture with the jury members as well. And the second only of the winners. the winners please with your trophies on the stage? You've got more photographers. Or you can force your phones, your individual mobile phones, you can do them. Quickly, you can look at them. You can do your cameras first, then we'll do the main thing. Done? Done? Done. Chalo. And now one of the winners only. Thank you so much, jury members. Thank you. Please wait, don't go. Now only of the winners. Okay, now the main frame, the main camera now. And before all of you leave, I would request Abdullah, the Vice President of BW People, to please deliver the word of thanks.
2 minutes. So I'll just borrow 2 minutes. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. What an insightful 2-day session of learning, networking, and celebration of you all the super talented HR practitioners getting recognized. I hope you have enjoyed being part of this, the first edition of the BW People PeopleTech.Future conference, as well as industry awards, as much as we have. I, on behalf of the entire BW Business World and BW People team, thank all our esteemed panelists, jury members, and congratulations to all the winners. Our partners, namely Associate Partner Ericsson, HRMS Partner Great HR, Talent Solutions Partner Ripple Hire, HR Tech Training Partner NLink, Employee Recognition Partner High Fives, and our exhibit partners, Talent Monitor and Leap 10X. A big thank you to all the delegates. You have been a lovely audience. Thank you to our event host Aditya. And we look forward to meeting you all in our upcoming conferences on people practice. And before I go, kindly subscribe to our BW People newsletter and our social media platforms. Thank you so much. And may you have a lovely evening. Thank you.
So much. Thank you. Thank you, but the experience has been really good and the jury experience is really good. I was like, Mille, this was good. Whatever that interaction was, rapid fire. Thank you so much. The participation was great. I'm sure there's a lot going on behind when this is with us. Thank you for that. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Please, thank you very much.
Oh, you are phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Coming from you means a lot. Picture is that, but that thing I told you. Yeah. So there are some conditions of good luck. That's right. Absolutely, that's right. That's right. And thank you. Just catch him. Just take a picture with me, please. Dear friend, colleague, and I'll pick up my order.
of people.